certainly the best.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So, today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, uh, uh, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is non negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative toll on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current uh, federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow. Instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road, they will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those school, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. They will remove those one away from the shed. They will fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those window they are be fixed. Those doors are be fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investment, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that this has been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely, because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy and, of course, in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have a stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere is security. Benin City, where we are, just the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so If now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think they're making, some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. And just imagine in this same nation we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone. It's not for the North. It's not for the Igbos. It's not for the Yoruba. It's not for the Edos. It's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizen is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our constitution, particularly under chapter 2, precisely section 14, subsection 2b, where it says that the government primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it begins to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. Because in my own honest view, I feel that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or um, inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives. There are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And the kind of, when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
I will blame first the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. we don't want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even in the rural area. I have farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, there's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of the country, which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in our issue, then it will be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now, members of the House of Representatives on Wednesday continued their debates on the increasing spate of insecurity in different parts of the country with the aim of preferring lasting solutions. Ogani Victor reports that while some lawmakers blamed the menace on the alleged recruitment of ex-bandits into the military, others said the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle it.
The federal lawmakers continued their special plenary session on Wednesday, suspending all motions to debate on the possible solutions to the lingering insecurity in different parts of the country. Caucus leaders of the 6 geopolitical zones and other interested members were asked to voice their opinions on the security challenges. Prominent among them is Honorable Idris Wase, leader of the North Central Caucus, who alleged that some Nigerian security agencies recruit ex-bandits, thereby giving room to more crimes.
When in the process of recruitment, Boko Haram were found in the list. Other criminals, armed robbers gangs were found in the list of Nigerian Army and police. There has to be a thorough way of ensuring that when we are recruiting, those of us that are politicians are should recommend people of good character and integrity. That's the only way we can resolve this problem and solve this problem.
To other lawmakers like Solomon Bob from Rivers State, the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle the menace.
What has happened in this country is an abject lack of courage. Every president since 1999 till today has demonstrated an embarrassing lack of courage to deal with an issue that has festered. We are appeasing terrorists. We are placating them. They are engaged in negotiation. You can't appease your way out of terrorism.
It is the right time for us as a house to legislate on the right legal framework on our state policing.
The lawmakers say the situation is worrisome and that every effort must be geared towards arresting it. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
In another report, the Edo State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Cult and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbon reports that a proposal from Governor Monday Okpebholo to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency was also read to the legislators.
The Edo State 8th Assembly witnessed a significant development during Wednesday's plenary as the chairperson of the Committee on Security and Public Safety, Honorable Maria Edeko, presented the committee's report on a bill to amend the Secret Cult and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. The report contained 2 key findings and 1 recommendation for consideration by the lawmakers. The proposed amendment, cited as the Secret Cult and Similar Activities Prohibition First Amendment Law 2025, underwent detailed scrutiny and was subsequently passed after scaling through the 3rd reading.
Bill for a law to amend the Secret Cult and Similar Activities Law have been passed by this House, 8th Assembly. Clean copies of this bill should be forwarded to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, for his assets.
In another major development, the lawmakers received a bill from Governor Monday Okpebholo seeking to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency. The bill, designed to strengthen the state disaster response and management systems, was read on the floor and referred to the Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Now, following the security challenges facing the country, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, has warned naval personnel that the Navy will decisively deal with any officer involved in illegal oil activities within Nigeria's maritime waterways. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the naval chief made the remarks during his visit to the command to ascertain the level of preparedness of the Navy in maritime domain security.
On arrival at the Nigerian naval ship NNS Delta headquarters in Warri, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas inspected the water guards parade and exchanged pleasantries with senior naval officers during his inaugural familiarization visit to the command. Addressing officers and ratings, the Chief of Naval Staff stressing that security remains the foundation for national development, urging personnel to remain committed to their professional duties.
I must reiterate that you maintain the highest standards of discipline and professionalism, particularly in the conduct of your operations.
Vice Admiral Abbas reiterated the Navy's commitment to maintaining peace in the maritime environment to enable legitimate business to thrive. He also called for stronger collaboration with host communities. In his remarks, the commander of NNS Delta, Commodore Abdulaziz Subir, thanked the Chief of Naval Staff for the visit.
Sir, we assure you that NNS Delta will remain steadfast, disciplined, and fully aligned to your strategic intent as we work to secure the maritime domain and protect Nigerian vital economic interests.
Earlier, the Chief of Naval Staff told all NNS Delta facilities to assess the challenges facing the command and determine how best to address them. From Warri, Benga Hamid, ITV News.
And now on business news, the Naira yesterday depreciated to 1,474 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,464 Naira per dollar on Monday. Similarly, the Naira appreciated to 1,441 Naira per dollar in the Nigerian foreign exchange market. Data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, showed that the exchange rate for the Naira fell to 1,441 Naira per dollar from 1,452 Naira per dollar on Monday, indicating 11 Naira appreciation for the Naira. As a result, the margin between the parallel markets and NFEM rates widened to 33 Naira per dollar from 13 Naira per dollar on Monday. Moving now to entertainment news, Sophia Momodu, first baby mama to Afrobeat superstar Davido, has addressed a series of online posts targeted at her daughter Imade Adeleke, describing it as deliberate falsehoods about the child's well-being. In a detailed post on Snapchat, Sophia explained that she has never denied her 10-year-old access to her father, adding that she prioritized her safety and structured schedules. She stated that Imade is happy, healthy, and well-rounded child, and anyone who has met her in person can confirm this. According to her, she has been Imade's primary caregiver for the past 5 years and has personally covered nearly all the child's expenses. She added that the only exception has been school fees, which Davido's father, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke, has covered for the last 3 years. She claimed that she has never received formal child support from Davido, yet Imade lacks nothing and is growing up in a stable, loving environment. Sophia also revealed that she recently waived all outstanding child support payments and relinquished any future claims, taking on complete financial responsibility for Imade. However, Davido has not issued any public response to the post. And that's where we draw the curtain on ITV News at 11. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe. Many thanks for staying tuned in. Good night.
welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiano, and as you know, on this special program, we talk about societal issues and then we'll look at them from the youth perspective. And today we are looking at the topic, breaking the siege of silence. I know you're probably wondering, breaking what silence? Yes, breaking the silence of abuse, the need to decenter the culture of abuse, and how survivors can actually overcome any form of shame. This discussion can be very, very triggering. That is a warning right there, and also very interesting. So stay with us. And when I say stay with us, I have here with me Naomi Agbonlaho. Thank you very much for joining me today on this program.
Good afternoon, Joy. Thank you for having me.
And I also have a very handsome man here with me. You know, I'm used to this one, Momo Lawa. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Joy, inviting me to your program.
Talking about abuse, you know, when you look at it, you see that there are different aspects. A lot of persons do not really understand abuse. We have physical abuse, we have emotional abuse, and you know, it might also interest you to know that, you know, neglect can also be an abuse. And today we're going to look at abuse. What does abuse really mean? A lot of people don't understand, and how can we actually, you know, see these signs? How can we understand that, okay, this thing that's happening around here is actually abuse? Naomi, what is actually abuse? How would you define abuse?
Okay. Thank you, Joy, for the question. For me, I would say an abuse is any force that you have on someone. It can be controlling, either mentally or emotionally, or even physically, overpowering someone, compelling them to do something they don't want to do, is an abuse for me.
Oh wow. Mr. Momo, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think she said it all. Any act that intends to, you know, control or harm or intimidate another person, whether it is physically, emotionally, or mentally, one can also call that an abuse. Yeah. So that happens sometimes, even in a relationship with people, even at the workplace. Abuse happens every now and then. It could come in different forms. It could be a form of maybe unwanted touches. It could be, you know, talking to people in ways that they do not even accept or they wouldn't like, you know. So that's different forms of abuse and how they can happen in our real life.
Yeah. So let's emphasize, because I'm very interested in sexual abuse.
Okay.
You've talked about, you know, treating people in a way that they don't really appreciate to be treated. So let's talk about sexual abuse, because some persons will be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to, you know, have a conversation with this person in terms of having to have a relationship with this person. At what point can someone actually, you know, recognize that this has gone beyond just me, you know, having to listen to this person and trying to see that this person wants to do a relationship with me?
Okay.
At what point do they really, you know, recognize, like I said, what are those signs? Those signs, like physically, can you just break it down for us?
For me, I think in a relationship, when you now see, it may come in small forms. I mean, when you see someone that is trying to control what you wear, you know, where you go to, who you are with, how much you even spend, it could start very small. Well, sometimes it can, you know, go in a big form, and then it becomes an abuse. And you say, at what point do somebody now say that this is an abuse? You know, for me, I think consent generally is the line here. So when consent is abused or rather ignored or is not even considered, maybe you talk in the workplace. Let's take a workplace for example, and you're talking to a female colleague, and maybe I'm talking to a female colleague, and I hold her hand in a certain way that she said, I do not like this. That means she does not give consent to me holding her hand in such a way. I should be able to respect that and say, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize real quick, and you know, stop doing that act. You know, stop. It also happens with even male folks. You know, so sometimes the abuse is always shifted to the female gender. But for us male, you know, sometimes a lady may just come and, you know, want to hold you or touch you in certain ways that it's not what you like. It's not your thing. You know, so you can just, you know, quietly tell the person, I don't like this. So for me, when you now see signs like someone is trying to be controlling, intimidating, it could also be verbally, you know, saying things that can intimidate you verbally, trying to abuse you, or even, you know, sometimes they may even, you know, bring this whole abuse in form of a joke. You know, the harassment can come as a joke, an insultive joke, but then it's people are now, you know, it's just a joke, but then it could later now move into full-blown abuse.
Talking about consent,
Yeah.
and how can you actually reconcile consent and, you know, verbal abuse? Because that's something that you cannot, looking at it in reality, you think to an extent, can you actually control that? Naomi, you want to add something to that?
Yes, for me, I feel you can actually control your consent. Like you said, if someone is touching or talking to you in a manner you do not like, you have the right to say, I do not like this. Do not touch me. There should be a point where you learn to draw the boundaries. You get? And if you disrespect me for telling you that I do not like this, I have the right to do whatever I feel or whatever I feel is right at that particular time for me to do. If it's necessary, like using the workplace as an example, I can report it to a higher authority. Do you get? And if you happen to be the higher authority, I can actually draw the line of saying, okay, fine, if I don't want to come in contact with this person again, I just have to leave this environment, this vicinity, so it can stop. Really, there is actually a time where you can draw the line. And when you are drawing the line, be firm with your yes and be firm with your no. Let your no be your no. When you are saying your no, don't say, no, Joe, don't touch me again. Let you start, like, be firm with your word, like, no, I do not like this. When you are firm with your word and in the manner and approach in which you pass that message to the person, if the person is sensible enough, the person should be able to tell that, okay, fine, this particular person do not like this, then I should stop.
You want to add something?
I just adding to what she said, the no part. You know, sometimes this no, I've seen a situation whereby the no was not even pronounced, it was not even said, because this victim was scared, like was astonished, was shocked that did it just happen? Why would this man just, you know, tap me in my butt? Did it just happen? So before the victim is even saying no, the person may think it's something that the person liked, that the lady liked. But then that fear that person is not able to speak up at that time does not mean consent. Okay, it doesn't mean that the person actually likes what he's doing. So it's always good to have clear communications to understand. I'm sorry, I was walking past you and I mistakenly tapped you. I didn't do that intentionally. And all of that. Maybe the lady can ask, no, I like that. Don't worry, it's okay, it's good. Then that is consent. So it's no longer abuse. But when that is, you know, taking, oh, thank you very much, I really appreciate that. You should understand that this person does not really like such an act or any play of that kind of form.
Oh yeah, that takes us past the strategies. So yeah, moving forward, you know, if you are to be in a let's say that we're not, let's say we're not the victim of this particular situation now.
Okay.
If you are to be in a setting where things like this happen, let's put ourselves, now we're the society. How do you respond to that? If you see that a lady or probably a man or a guy is going through some sort of abuse, do you think that society has the best response to things like that so far? Momo.
Okay, currently, society does not really help. I want to say that from my own point of view, society is not really helping so much, because people tend to, you know, instead of, you know, understand this, the case or whatever the person, the victim is saying, instead of just listening, people tend to judge. So it's always good to listen first and, you know, be proactive before you now start judging. People start asking questions like, and what was she wearing in case of rape? What was she wearing, and why did he or she not shout? Because it also happens to male figures. So why did this person not shout? Why did the person not report on time? Blah blah blah. So we have many reasons why society, you know, failed. But I'm going to just say this: in rare cases, just rare cases, we have this accusation, or when people, you know, make false accusation on people. And then that victim, that person that is now being victimized, you know, if this also it doesn't only affect that person that is, you know, being falsely accused. It also affects the real victims out there of several kind of abuse, because now people now tend, it's now very difficult for one to actually believe any story that may come out because of these rare cases of you know, forced abused people that come around and say that this was happened to me and this did not really happen to them. So that is maybe that may be a reason why society is, you know, tend to always trying to, you know pick, but that is not enough reason. Okay, it's always good for us to, you know, listen to what this person is saying, open arms and welcome them, create a space whereby they can actually talk freely, and then look for ways to act on that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Naomi, response measures, how do you think this, do you actually think that society actually respond to issues like this, especially workplace abuse and, you know, rape and things like that?
Okay. For me recently, someone spoke to me about an abuse, it wasn't sexually. This is an abuse of physical abuse, husband to wife. And when she said it, the first thing I did was to listen. After I listened, I asked questions like, what did you do? Why did you do that? And at the end of the day, I knew I was not in a position to judge this case or to render help, but at least I did listen to this person. And the only thing I could do was to refer that friend to an agency that I know is against the gender abuse and marital violence and all those things. And in the end, when I was getting the report from her, I was like, did you go there? Did you still talk to them? She said she did. And after she explained everything to them, and the lady there was like, why you go even do that kind of thing? Do you get? Yeah. So if the society, an agency like that is asking why you could do that kind of thing, so you are actually telling the person to keep quiet and not to come out again to say such a thing. And then when the person told me, I just told her, I say, not mind them. Normally, now waiting they go do, but as you have spoken at, it is good. Then from then we can now look at ways in which we can help, you know, individually to bring out people from that environment, from that scenario, from that abuse. So for me, I feel when the society is listening and then giving them the courage to continue to speak up and not go back to that same situation, that same abuse, or to that same person who keep abusing them, or whichever way, I believe we'll be able to make something out of it. First of all, we just need to listen to them, replace their fear with strength, encourage them. When you encourage them, when you give them the strength, when you give them the encouragement and everything that they need, I believe more people will come out, and then the society will be able to welcome them and respond to them effectively.
So talking about rape and sexual abuse, you know, especially in relationship, now you're already intimate with this person. How can you actually decipher that? How can you, you know, differentiate, or rather, I don't really know how to put it, but I know you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Like, you're already intimate with this person. You're in a relationship with this person. Now, there's some kind of, you know, scenario that looks like rape. How can you actually manage such situations? And a lot of people might even be in such situations, but they cannot really tell that this is really an abuse. But just because they are already intimate with that person, so it is now as though it is a normal thing. So can you speak on that, Momo?
Yeah, you know, relationship whereby you now hear cases like I was raped by my fiance. It may be rare, it may come as a surprise to you because you're saying, are you guys not in a relationship? Why are you not saying you raped me and all of that? You know, I'm going to share a story real quick about a friend of mine that struggled in a relationship, struggled with this girl that he wanted to, you know, get married to. Why was it? Because previous relationship that the girl had, she was abused. And even while they were together, this is years back, and while they were together with this new guy who they were about to get married, whenever this guy, you know, they're together, he wants to touch her, she has this shock. She still remembers. She even goes into like gets shocked, and she calls the other guy's name, the former person.
Trauma.
That's the trauma affected this relationship so much, and then so it's something that, you know, we really need to speak about and, you know, amar about. And yeah, when you say consent is actually very, very, very key. You know, you may be with somebody, you may be intimate with that person, and maybe you're having a fight, and the person says, I don't want you to touch me this night. You should be able to respect that. Not trying to force your way into it, saying nobody would believe you, they'll think we're actually having fun, no matter the screams. So it happens both ways, even with guys too. You may not believe it. A guy may say, I don't want you to touch me, and the woman will say, it's a lie, I must touch you because this is how I want. I don't want to go for that. If you don't, this is society. I'm not saying it's not common. Did I say common? I'm not joining common factor. You are society now, you are laughing at this thing. I'm saying that it happens to guys. So if you are society, you're telling us that it's not valid, or how valid is that? That means guys actually go through that.
Question.
Okay.
How valid can you?
If it wasn't valid, I won't come on national television to start sharing this.
Of course, you have to break it down and make us understand. Because
how should I break it down? How the guy was saying no, and the lady was thinking no is yes.
Because
it depends on how the guy said no.
This might be kind of strange to some certain persons that a man saying no
Yeah, men will say no.
Because, people believe that, men are always ready to embrace as far as, they are in a relationship with someone.
I believe that's why we have youth perspective
That's what
program
I
that
mean
come
when
to.
I say how valid is that. Can you defend that, more? Just buttress on it.
Yes, it's valid when a guy tells the lady, I do not want, and the lady keep pestering the guy, and then even go as far as using every other means to, affect. The lady can even, I don't want to say change it on the guy and say it's guy that is harassing the person. And sometimes this whole abuse may happen to a relationship where the victim would not even know that it's been abused. We call it the Stockholm syndrome, whereby someone is, say again?
Go ahead.
Yeah, whereby someone is, maltreating you in such a way because of maybe the financial benefit you are getting from this person, or the emotional, or however the person is teasing you. Yeah, you just feel, or maybe the fear of, if it's maybe is in a marriage, the fear of who's going to take care of my children? Am I going to leave after this? Let me just manage this. After all, it just slaps me once in a while. So people just allow this to happen. That's how it happens in a relationship. So it's very valid. Both genders actually go through abuse even whilst in a relationship. So don't discard that. Joe.
Yeah, that works. And with that, we're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, continue on this discussion. Stay with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you as a citizen must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omao-Gyukpo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now, government is a machinery of governance. So, those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public funds without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
Total censor. It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about Section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with a specific reference to the National Assembly, who approve all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to, how they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's
abysmal.
It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the rights, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for informations. And what are those? What is this exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fraud, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. But
when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in the law. I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to electoral acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Government? Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to make application.
Yeah, because
to get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but how fluid or how, accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in Section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their state worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, a big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omogripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you. Well, I'm sure you are very used to that sound, so it's more or less like a curtain raiser for you on the program this morning on ITV. You're welcome to Wednesday. My name is Evan Sunoko Gear, the 26th day of November 2025. It's a good one to know that you are there, and of course I'm here, and together we'll be together, you know, on the show today. Well, guess who we have here? I mean, I've been seeing her. I saw her on Monday, Tuesday, and eventually I'm with her this morning. Well, the last time I saw her, you know, on set was in Lagos. I'm talking about my colleague, Patricia. Patricia, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Evans. It's good to
Nice
see you
to
live.
meet you. Yeah, nice
It's
to be
good to
with
see
you.
you
Welcome
live.
to the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you, Evans. And good morning. Thank you for joining us on TMI.
All right, Patricia. Now, yesterday, Nigerians, you know, saw another breaking news now, talking about the abducted schoolgirls, 24 of them in Kebbi State released. I don't know. It appears, I don't know, because somebody was like saying, look, this is all drama, you know, but I think we need to say thank you to whoever, you know, is responsible for the release of the schoolgirls, because we're talking about 24, you know, children. I saw them, you know, social media platform yesterday, you know, underage, some of them underage and all that. You take them away from their parents. I think their parents must have gone through some excruciating experience not to have those kids around them for that period. But what do you really make of all this abduction? 2 days later, they are released and all that. What do you think is going on?
Oh my God, Evans, thank you so much. I mean, when I saw their video, I was happy they're released as a mother, and you know, because I know the pains their parents would have been going through. But then again, the question is, they release these children, no arrest has been made. What is going on? It's beginning to turn into drama. If you ask me, I mean, how do you release the children? Where were they?
How did they release?
How were they released? Who adopted them? There's been no arrest. There's been nothing said. We're just saying that the children have been released, and it's a big question Nigerians are asking.
Yeah, I remember also too that the last story we heard of that was how the president had to ask the Minister for State for Security, talking about what's his name now? I'll pick his name later. You know, the president had to ask him to go to Kebbi State, you know, to ensure that he just find a way around the security situation in Kebbi. And only some few hours later, we heard and we are seeing the release of those school children. I really don't understand. I think the authorities should also tell us how these things are done. It is not just enough to tell Nigerians that school children are adopted, and the next few days you tell Nigerians again that they've been released. How?
How? Who adopted them?
I don't know.
Where did you find them? You know, there's so many questions Nigerians are asking, and then the president asking the minister to, you know, relocate to Kebbi. Of course, after he got there, a few hours later, we saw that, you know, another kidnapping has been made in another state.
Yeah.
Will he keep relocating to every state that, you know, we saw the Kwara thing, we saw the Kogi and all that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Okay, all right, so we're not alone on this program. You know that when we kickstart, definitely it's more or less like a three approach. Talking about Benin Network Center, Lagos Network Center, and of course Abuja Network Center. All right, so we've got Lagos, where Messelina looking beautiful. Now, Messelina, you are not with your glasses this morning. What's going on? Messelina, good morning.
Good morning, Evans. Good morning, Patricia. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Lagos. It's a beautiful morning here in Lagos. I mean, I feel like not wearing glasses today, you know, Evans. All right, this morning, like I said earlier, it's a beautiful weather, beautiful day. I mean, Lagos is good. Of course, we're still waking up to kidnapping. I saw a video of a guy yesterday on the internet, you know, the kidnapping that happened in Benin, Iowa. I think the guy was like, the kidnappers are requesting for 50 million naira. Where is he going to get that from? And at the same time, we're happy that the Kebbi girls that were kidnapped, they've been released. Like you guys said, Patricia and Evan said earlier, you know, who made the release? How were they released? I mean, there are a lot of speculations out there saying that, you know, they who made the release actually? Did the government paid ransom? How were these people released? And how come nobody was arrested? You know, they just came out to the internet to announce that. I mean, we saw the video, obviously, that the students are released, but who made the release? How were they released? They're kidnapped today, and tomorrow they're released. And kidnapping is still happening. I mean, we want a lasting solution to insecurity in Nigeria. So basically, that is what we're discussing here in Lagos also, you know, involving the police, military personnel. We saw that service chiefs, you know, they met with the president. So what is the way forward? Is that going to help reduce insecurity in Nigeria? So that is basically what we'll be talking about from Lagos today.
So from Benin here, we're also going to be doing something that has to do with security, but perhaps, you know, taking it from a different dimension now. Now, when we say, you know, the English lexicon is very robust. There are some words that you think that they are new, but they've been there for quite some time. And if you do your finding more, you see that those words are very, very old. Then you begin to wonder, what are they still doing in the English lexicon? I'm talking about the word urchins, you know, street urchins. Yes. Now, the last time that most of us read about that was Oliver Twist, as written by Charles Dickens. Yes. You know, Oliver Twist was a clear example of street urchin. You know, so when we talk about street urchins now, we're talking about some children that we find around in our society, in our streets.
On the streets.
Otherwise, they don't have street children. They roam around the streets and all that. They can be very mischievous. They can be very mischievous.
Yeah, true.
Now you parked your car, they take a sharp object, they mark your car for you. They take football, they play football around, they hit your windscreen is broken and all that. Now, I think we should begin to, because from security reports that is almost on the public space now, that these terrorists and maybe kidnappers now are beginning to use the street urchins, you know, to perpetrate their evil act. Now, in Benin, there is a church facility along one of the major roads. You go there, a lot of people go there, and they give arms to these street children, street urchins and all that. Now, you know, suspicions are that at times these terrorists and criminals, they hide their weapons, their ammunitions with these street urchins. You understand? So I think that's the reason why we're going to be having the Commissioner of Women Affairs, because that falls under her purview in Edo State here, in the person of Mrs. Abdullah. You know, we're going to be having her this morning so that we begin to see how the state government is, in the person of Eugenia Abdullah, that's the new Commissioner for Women Affairs in Edo State. So we intend to have her, you know, this morning, so that she tells us, you know, how the Edo State government is looking at the plight and how to really curtail the excesses of street urchins.
It has to be curtailed immediately before it gets out of hand.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. All right, so the program is set for you this morning on ITV, so we quickly take a short pause now, and so that we get you to see the man that comes your way every Wednesday morning, the corporate trainer, Inwagata Nusahai. Now, I said it a while ago, the other day, that whether you like it or not, he must come, and of course, he must say his own. So we'll just take a short pause now, and so that we'll let him be on board on your television. Please stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to this segment of the program. Inwagata no Sahai is still my amiable name. And this morning, the focus of my conversation with you is on the topic 4 key ways to recognize a company with psychological safety before you accept their job offer. Very, very important topic. And a psychologically safe workplace is a workplace where people feel like the human beings that they are. In other words, you know, people have the opportunity to be able to express themselves in terms of contributing innovative ideas to work matters. People are able to point to observations in the work environment. And they do all this without any fear of being hit at by their superiors, without any fear of being embarrassed, without any fear of their emotion or psychology taking a negative hit. There are some work environments whereby you make that attempt to express yourself, to contribute your ideas, and then you receive a backlash. It is greeted with a backlash, a negative reaction from your bosses or from your employers that just kind of short circuits you permanently. Your self-esteem is hit at, your emotion is negatively punched, and then you are not bringing out your best to the table. You are not bringing your A game to the table. So now, before you accept a job offer as a job seeker, it is very, very important you watch out whether that work environment, whether that workplace is psychologically safe for you, whether it's a place whereby, your potentials can be well maximized, very, very important. Like I said, the topic is 4 key ways to recognize a psychologically safe company before you take their job offer. And the first one is there transparency in communication as it regards salaries, as it regards job roles, as it regards the expectation they have of you. Now, if during the interview process, if during the interview journey, this information keep changing, just know that that place is not psychologically safe, because when you end up accepting their job offer, you are also going to see that such information is still going to keep changing. And when you try to speak up, nobody is going to listen to you. So when you notice that there is no transparency in communication as it regards salaries, as it regards job roles and expectation, just kind of know that that work environment will not be psychologically safe for you. It will not be a work environment where your potentials or your expertise will be maximized. That is very important. Now, the second one is for you, to check out that during the job interview process, are the interviewers respectful? In their interview process, are the job interviewers, are they respectful? Now, this is very, very important. Any work environment or any workplace whereby, the people that represent them, they are interviewers in an interview journey or in an interview process, if they are not respectful, just know that that is the same thing you are going to find when you are employed. And when respect is absent, just know that psychological safety is absent. That is one thing that you should just understand. That is the bottom line. If during the the job interview process, the interviewers did not come early when it comes to time, and when they finally come, there is no apology, that is a red flag. That is a signal that those people may not be respectful. And like I said, if respect is absent, then psychological safety will be absent. Very, very important. So it is very important you are conscious of these issues, that before you accept a job offer from any company, you need to find out if they are, respectful. You need to find out if the place is psychologically safe. Now, during the job interview process, see under the same point of, are they respectful in their interview process? When they talk with you, when you have that interaction with them during the interview process, are they polite? That's another very important thing you need to also look at. First of all, I said, when it comes to time, do they come early? During the interview phases or during the interview process or the interview journey, was there any time, did they come early? If they came late, was there any time they apologized for coming late? And then during the interface, during the interaction, were they polite? Because I will continue to reiterate, if respectful culture is absent during the job interview, it speaks volume that the entire company does not have a respectful culture. And if they don't have a respectful culture, it also means that psychological safety is absent. Very, very important. Then the third one is for you to watch out if they welcome questions. Very, very important. Do they welcome questions? Let's look at a case scenario like this. You decide to ask questions concerning, the the kind of support you will need to get to be able to help them achieve their goals and objectives. Support as regards job tools, as regards the resources you will need to be able to do your job very well and help them to achieve their goals and objectives. When you ask valid questions like this, and then it results to these interviewers raising their voices to counter your questions, that is a red flag, that environment may not be psychologically safe. Very important. Then the fourth one, which is the concluding one, is for you to intelligently watch out for their rate of employee turnover. Intelligently watch out for their rate of employee turnover. Very, very important. Now, if their rate of employee turnover is high, which means people don't stay, people, they come in there, they get employed, and this time they are leaving and they are employing people again. If this is what you are able to find out, you need to also ask yourself, why are they not staying? And the reason they may not be staying could just be lack of psychological safety. It could just be a situation whereby there is a culture in that environment where people are not valued, where people are not treated with respect, where people are not treated as the human beings that they are, not just as human resources for accomplishing corporate goals or company objectives. You need to watch out for this. If people are always living a work environment, they're always living an organization, it could just mean that that place is not psychologically safe. So in conclusion, psychological safety is not luxury. It's a very profound necessity. You need it to be able to feel valued, and your feeling valued in that work environment will help you to be able to bring your innovative and creative ideas to the table. And then you also, experience growth, and then you are contributing, premium to the, growth of that system, to the growth of that organization. We have just looked at 4 key ways to recognize a company with psychological safety before you accept their job offer. Because, it is not always just all about good pay. Good pay is good. But if there is good pay and then, you are not feeling like the human being that you are, then we have issues, on hand. 4 key ways to recognize a company with psychological safety before you accept their job offer. As a way of review, I said, is there transparency in communication regarding important job, matters like the job roles and, salaries and expectations? Is the interview process a respectful interview process? Watch out if they welcome questions, the third one. Then the fourth one, intelligently watch out for the rate of employee turnover. I believe that lots of value have been added to you today. You just send me an email, by way of sending your questions across your inquiries, and then I provide answers straight to you. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. And when I return, I will still be the amiable Inwagata no Sahai. God bless you.
Us. It is a newspaper review. We would be revealing the newspaper this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina Unko, and our guest this morning that would be helping us revealing the newspaper is Dr. Victor Ohai. Hello, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. And you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for coming.
All right.
All right, this beautiful morning, the first paper we would be revealing is the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper, the big headlines there says, insecurity triggers rare APC dissent in reps amid fresh Kwara Kanu attack. You get that in page 6. And also on the Guardian newspaper, Sanwo-Olu promises shared prosperity with 4.23 trillion naira 2026 budget. You get that on page 5 from the Guardian newspaper. Sani warns Northern leaders against playing politics with insecurity. You get that in page 4 from the Guardian newspaper. Federal government denies banning open grazing, confirms transition to ranching. You get that in page 4 from the Guardian newspaper. INEC vows crackdown on election rigging. You get that on page 3. Wike orders comprehensive security reinforcement across Abuja. You get that also on page 3 from the Guardian newspaper. Rising insecurity may push 35 million Nigerians into severe hunger in 2026, UN warns. You get that in page 3 from the Guardian newspaper. Dr. Victor, I want us to quickly talk about insecurity triggers rare APC designs in reps amid fresh Kwara Kanu attack. Let's quickly talk about that. What is your take?
Well, I think that anybody who has a conscience, anybody who is human and humane will not begin to talk about partisanship, tribalism, or religion in the face of the killings and wanton destruction of, I don't know what to say properties now, but lives generally, wasting of lives across the country. So what you find there is all the while is beyond mandate withstand, okay? Yeah. But for once, they are beginning to look at it and say, especially if your constituency are affected, you cannot be there and be talking about party, you know? You will say, come, protect my people. We cannot be talking about party. So I think that's the reason why you have that, and that is healthy for us. The legislature is supposed to hold the executive accountable, and there's supposed to be checks and balances, and there's a need not to say, oh, cover up sins, if you like, but to say, look, let's look at this thing holistically and deal with it. Deal with it. You know, recently about 6 members or staff of the Ministry of Defense, it was suppressed in the media. They were going along the Kaba, Lokoja, where so they were kidnapped. And we just had 4 have been released, 2 have been feared killed. You know, you keep hiding things. You cannot keep doing that. You know, so I think it's okay that this is happening so that we can look at ourselves and tell ourselves, and tell ourselves the truth.
All right, thank you so much for that. We're still on the dailies this morning. Let's quickly look at the Daily Sun newspaper, where the big headlines there says, UN predicts severe food crisis in Nigeria. That is the big headline there. You can get it in page 25 from the Daily Sun newspaper. A sub-rider says rising insurgency worsen food scarcity, regional instability. That is also on page 25 from the Daily Sun newspaper. Insecurity, Catholic bishops demands end to Sharia law. You get that on page 26 from the Daily Sun newspaper. And also Tinubu 6 overhaul of legal professional to strengthening regulations, ethnic public confidence. You get that on page 28 from the Daily Sun newspaper. Dangote partners Honeywell International to boost refinery capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day. You get that on page 25 from the Daily Sun newspaper. Unicaf NGE damned demands urgent reforms as insecurity, poor services threatening future of 110 million children. You get that on page 26 from the Daily Sun newspaper. CBN, 16 banks scaled recapitalization hurdle. You get that also from the Daily Sun newspaper. Dr. Victor, let's talk about the UN predicts severe food crisis in Nigeria. What is your take on that?
Well, the UN didn't even need to make that prediction. The reason is simple. The food basket of the nation, most of the food in the nation, the farmers come from the north. There's a lot of displacement right now. Farmers can't go to farms anymore because of bandits. And sometimes their harvests are just, you know, the herders will come there and then just use their cattle to eat everything, and so that fear. So obviously we are not producing optimally. So it's easy to predict, obviously, that next year is going to be, I mean, it's not the normal famine that is due to ecological reasons, but is induced by insecurity. So it's easy to say that food prices will be going up next year because there's going to be scarcity, obviously.
So it will keep going up,
unless this is dealt with. But clearly, next year, the harvest for next year is already affected by what is going on right now.
We're scared.
Yeah, well.
May God help us in this country. We're still on the dailies this morning. The next one we will be looking at is the New Telegraph. The big headlines on the New Telegraph this beautiful morning says, bandits strike again, abduct pregnant women, nursing mothers, 7 family members, others in Kwara State. You get that in page 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 29 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Also, another headline says, Gumi, I will lead amnesty, push for Nnamdi Kanu's if it shows remands. You get that on page 3 and page 9 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Also, reps convey resolution against Nigeria's CPC designated to U.S. You get that on page 2 from the newspaper. Recapitulation, 16 banks cross CBN's capital their holds. You get that on page 3 from the New Telegraph this beautiful morning. Federal government bans open grazing nationwide over rising incidence. You get that on 2 and also on page 6 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Chibok still under heavy terror on page 2, down, not up to next year. Taiwo Oyedele, you get that on page 8 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Also, another headline says, Canada names Nigeria's 16 African countries in high-risk travel advisory. You get that on page 4 from the New Telegraph newspaper. Dr. Victor, I want us to look at the big headlines there that says, bandits strike again, abduct pregnant woman, nursing mother, 7 family members order in the same Kwara State.
You see, no matter how we pretend, it's not about propaganda. Facts are facts.
Okay.
We cannot keep pretending that all is well. There's a need to declare a state of emergency nationwide and admit that there's a failure in our security infrastructure. One of the biggest problems and challenges is because of the 5th columnists that we have within government and within the military. Because we have heard soldiers say that if they give them the order, they can end this terrorism within 48 hours or even less. It means they know their capability, they know what they're able to do. So the question is, why is it, or who is holding them back? I don't know if you saw the video of the wife of the slain general.
Yes, I saw.
When you shoot, they come and tell you to account for, they charge you for shooting to defend yourself. Who does that? What happened in Kebbi? Before, there were military men there, before they struck, they withdrew. Who gave the order? And things like that. So you begin to wonder. And unless this government tackles this thing seriously, even their stay is at risk. Because who knew that Kwara would be like this today? It used to be Borno, Zamfara, some of these other places.
Yes.
You know, Kaduna, Katsina. Who knew that it would get to Kwara? Who knows where it's going to next? We cannot keep sitting down and acting like because it doesn't concern us because it has not affected us yet.
Exactly. Okay, thank you so much for that. The next papers we'll be looking at this morning is The Punch newspaper. The big headlines on The Punch newspaper this morning says, kidnapping spree escalates as federal government negotiates hostages' freedom. You got that on page 2 from The Punch newspaper. Also, another headline there says, Wike block asks courts to nullify PDP convention. You get that on page 45 from the Punch newspaper. Sanwo-Olu presents 4.2 trillion naira 2026 Lagos budget. You get that on page 6 on the Punch newspaper. 2027, I will stop rigging, vote buying, Amupitan vows. You get that on page 14 from the Punch newspaper. CCB plans a digital assets declaration to curb corruption. You get that on page 45 from the Punch newspaper. Also, another headline says, 7-year single term will stabilize governance. LASU professor, you get that on page 14 from the Punch newspaper. Okay, Dr. Victor Ohai, the big headline there says, kidnapping spree escalates as federal government negotiates hostage from freedom. I mean, we've been seeing several videos of Gumi coming out to say that they went to negotiate with, the bandits, and this bandit has said that when we are ready to drop, we're ready to lay down our arms, just promise us that we won't be arrested and we'll also be getting all the benefit that Nigerians, they're getting. I mean, are we supposed to be negotiating with bandits?
Call it what you will, but I think there are two, if you like, two presidents in Nigeria today. There's Gumi and there's Tinubu. One is elected democratically. The other, I don't know what to say. In law, it is said, if you're an accessory after the fact, or if you call up criminals, then you are liable. A man like Gumi is going up and down very arrogantly. He goes in and out. He knows where these people are.
Yeah. Of course, that's why he's negotiating with them.
With the negotiations, what you see is that the government is even further arming these people. I know there's a delicate balance between the lives of the people on the one hand and the risk of losing them because you are killing the bandits. But that is where intelligence comes in. Get these people, but keep an eye on those people and find a way to exterminate, not just eliminate them. Because they seem to be above the law. In the South, you cannot move with a gun free. You cannot. You do that, you are a criminal. In the North, they move, even among the police, among the military, they come out with every boldness, full-chested. That's why I say there are two presidents in Nigeria. One, they go with such boldness, they are taxing. What do governments do? They tax. You know what they call it? One of the heads that you read, that the Chibok community is being taxed and is still under whatever. So there's an alternative government ruling there. And this must not be allowed. There's only one sovereign. And that's what we must maintain.
All right, this is basically our topic today, so we'll talk more later. Yes, let's quickly move on to the Daily Trust newspaper. The big headlines on the Daily Trust newspaper says 24 Kebbi schoolgirls rescue. I mean, that is a good one. And also another headlines there says 8 days after PDP secretariat remained shut down as factions head to court. That is another big headline there. Again, Daily Trust backs a damned Best Design Newspaper Award. You'll get that on page 16 on the newspaper. MPC retention of interest rate should boost lending to MSME experts. You get that on page 19. Another headline says Kaduna attack. Mamu received 50 million naira from ransom fund, DSS. You get that on page 8 from the Daily Trust newspaper. Do well to get a copy. Dr. Victor, we've talked about the 24 Kebbi girls rescue, school girls rescue. Let's talk about this MPC retention. Okay, let's quickly talk about the 8 days after PDP secretariat remains shut down as factions head to court. I mean, the PDP secretariat has been shut down. Let's just talk briefly on that.
Okay, so I think right now there are leadership tussles. There's a need for them to be able to clear things, and opening it might just escalate the already worsening tension among the various factions. So that's why there's a need, or that's why it has remained short. As they go to court, hopefully the courts will make a declaration, and then those who should rightfully occupy it will then take possession.
All right. Thank you so much for that. We're actually out of time. This is all we would be able to do on the newspaper this morning. Do well to grab a copies of the Vanguard, Daily Trust, Punch, Daily Sun, and, you know, go through them so you have more information. We're still on CMI this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina. Would be handing over to Benin for the continuation on CMI. Do stay.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television this morning on ITV, Wednesday's edition. And of course, you're welcome one more time. My co-anchor, my colleague is right here, Patricia. Yeah, Patricia, nice to have you one more time.
Nice to see you again, Evans.
All right, so we are going to be talking about something that we've not been talking about. I mean, you talk about all the security issues in the country. Perhaps we are not looking at it from this dimension that we're going to be looking at it from this morning. We are talking about street urchins, and I, try to describe what street urchins, who they are, and of course what it means when you say a child is a street urchin. Now, generally, when we talk about street urchin, we're talking about some form of street children that manifest some problems, and around our neighborhood, our societies, and all that, and at times they can be so vulnerable. That's just the way it is. Well, we'll quickly take a short pause. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television. This one on ITV. Yes, I said that we're going to be looking at the menace and nuisance of street urchins in Nigeria, and they're curtailing their excesses as security issues, rises, security concerns rises in the country. Now, ordinarily, when we talk about street urchins, we're talking about some children that are homeless, and of course, they are poor. And these children at times they become vulnerable because of the danger that they are exposed to, and also they become so also mischievous at times because of the nuisance and the menace that they constitute in our society. Now, recent studies have shown that these children metamorphose into another level of criminals in the society, and I think at this point in our lives in this country, we should begin to see how we can actually, try to rehabilitate these children, because Nigeria's insecurity issues is so, perhaps assume a very worrisome, dimension. Well, to discuss all this this morning, we are so privileged to have the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, talking about Mrs. Eugenia Abdullah, and she's joining us virtually this morning from Abuja. Madam, good morning on the program. You're welcome to the program.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Okay, and of course I have my co-anchor, my colleague here, Patricia. Patricia, you're welcome one more time.
Thank you, and good morning, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so Madam, I'm sure that you've been following the narratives, the analysis of the security situations in the country for quite some time now, how schoolgirls have been abducted, and how they have been released. And somehow we are worried because we should begin to look at security issues in the country differently. Now, there is a set of people in our society that perhaps we are not looking at. And recent studies, the way I have said it, that has shown that these children metamorphose into prospective, permit me to use the word prospective now, prospective criminals in the nearby future. Now, what are your concerns as a mother and perhaps as a government official that when we talk about street children, it falls under your purview? Let's start from there. What are your concerns?
My concerns are that the streets are not a home for any child. You know, we should be able to rescue them, rehabilitate them, empower and protect them, because that is what the social development is all history. You know, with collective effort, I know that the menace of these so-called street urchins can be reduced. And you know, when they are reduced, we'll have safety on the streets.
All right, so last 2 weeks, we saw the reports. I mean, most of us in the country, we followed the reports, what happened in Lagos, whereby some street urchins they stabbed, an officer to death in Lagos. Now, little wonder what state government is doing all across the country, because this is purely, government issues, government ways of trying to handle this menace in our society. Now, you tell us, perhaps you may have to speak from the point of view as a commissioner in Edo State. What do you think is going on in, in the aspect of government coming into, come into this problematic issue in our societies and the country?
Thank you very much. I want to really appreciate ITV for continuously creating space to discuss issues that directly affect the safety, well-being and future of our people. Firstly, let me express my sincere condolences over the tragic incident in Lagos where an officer was stabbed by these so-called street urchins. It is a painful reminder that the challenge of these children, and these children, they metamorphose into street gangs, is now a national concern, not just limited to just one state. In Edo State here, we are aware that we are aware of the presence of these street urchins. I don't like calling them street urchins. I see them as children that are being deprived, or that children from broken homes, and we term them as street urchins. Sometimes, I don't know, it's so painful to think of them in that aspect. In Edo State, we are aware of the presence of these street urchins. These children live in streets. Sometimes they get involved in petty crime, get involved in drug abuse, and then, we must also understand that many of these children are products of broken homes, poverty, guidance, and sometimes they traffic them. There are times when you're going on the road, maybe when I'm traveling to my place, I see vehicles, lorries coming from the north. And when they're intercepted, you see children, and they drop them without care. So what the government is doing, so far, so good. In Edo State, I know that we're about to start what we call a task force. We are going to strengthen existing programs and add new strategies. Our focus is on early intervention and rehabilitation. We are improving shelters. We have shelters, but we have to improve them, because this task force, what we're going to do is to get more rescue patrol teams that will go around the metropolis, especially, to identify these street children. They are not really criminals, but it is the way they kind of, the society Now, let me go back to what the government, my governor, is planning to do, what we're already doing. Is going to expand the bed spaces in our already shelters. We have shelters across the 3 senatorial districts. And he wants to improve their temporary accommodation. You know, then he's going to bring up counseling, medical care for those children that will take off the streets. It's not all of them that will take off the streets that we're going to rehabilitate. Some of them will be repatriated to their states, wherever they are from, you know. And he has also said that there will be a follow-up. By the time we rehabilitate them, well, there's going to be a follow-up on children so that they don't return back to the streets. What we are doing is already, the governor said he's going to increase the number of skill acquisition centers. That is, we're going to increase the slots for these youths. And then his goal is to give them a path away from the streets. We are working with the Ministry of Education to support their how do we say it, school integration, because some of them want to go to school. They're on the street just because they don't have anybody looking after them. So for those that want to go back to school, the governor has said that we'll work in synergy with the Ministry of Education to see how many of them can get back to school, and we help them to stay in there. And then our social workers are improving by the time we get these children, our social workers are going to improve their tracing and identifying where these children's family are located. And then we will now ensure that before we put them into that
all right, Madam, I think
sorry.
All right, the program is still displayed on ITV, and we are joined by the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Mrs. Eugenia Abdullah, talking about how the government, the Edo State government, is responding to the menace and threat of street urchins in Benin. Now, you know, like what I said a while ago, that street urchins seems to be the bedrock for criminality developments all across, I don't want to say Nigeria. I mean, way back those days in literature class, we like the issue of Oliver Twist, as written by Charles Dickens. I mean, Oliver Twist was a street urchin, and we read all the criminal acts, despite he was a good boy anyway, because he had issues and all that. But at the end of the day, he was rehabilitated and all that. But what we are saying here is that the bedrock for criminality in our society seems to lie in these street urchins. I think perhaps Nigerian governments and governments across all the 3 spheres of government, state, federal, and local government, they should begin to look at ways of arresting the criminality in these street urchins' children, so that they don't metamorphose into something you know, bad in our society.
Okay, she was just talking about how the Edo State governor is going to go about it, but I was going to ask her a very peculiar question.
Okay.
And, you know, because most times, like in Lagos State, the governor has been able to take them off the street and rehabilitate them, you know, put them back to schools and all that. But, you know, they believe that they make more money from the street. And they go back. You see them going back to the street, escaping from wherever they have been put to go back to the street because they make more money from the street. And then you begin to ask, that's the question I wanted to ask her. What will the government do as at that time? Is there a different plan to continue to curb them, to continue to keep them where they'll be? You know, because she said there will be a follow-up. But even at that, there's always a follow-up, at least from Lagos, where I come from. The governor has done a lot. He has picked them up from the streets. He has done what he thought he should do. But they go back to the street because we hear the government officials coming out on TV, especially on ITV, saying these children find their way back to the street. So what is the major cause? Who are their parents? Are the parents asking them to go back? Because, you know, the parents could have this psychological hold on them, telling them that go to school, it doesn't make any difference. Go and be making money from the street, because they make a lot of money from the street.
Yeah. And I think also too that the government should also think of how to rehabilitate the mindsets of the parents, because if the
it's not just the children.
Not just the children, because if the parents are not reorientated, then of course they cannot they cannot show the children the right way to go. So the governments of the state, not just Edo State now, perhaps the governments across the country, Nigeria, should not just rehabilitate street urchins in the country, but also try to rehabilitate and reorientate the parents of these children. All right, so Honorable Commissioner, if we still have you now, can, Madam, good morning one more time.
Good morning. I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, all right now. All right, so let us, because, you know, for us in the media, we look at issues holistically. And when things are breaking, most especially when there are allegations, when we have those in authority in our hands, we try as much as possible to ask the right question. Now, there are allegations now. I don't know how correct they are. That's why I said there are allegations. There are allegations that there are reasons to suggest that these street urchins in centers where you have them in those states in Nigeria, maybe Christian facilities where they stay and all that, church facility where they stay, that these street urchins have metamorphosed into big criminals. I mean, they help to hide weapons, you know, ammunitions for terrorists and criminals. We do not know how truthful that is. Now, if it is in any way correct, what is Edo State government doing in this direction? Is the state government even aware?
Yes, the state government have constituted a task force. We are almost close to the end of the plans to get into the streets. Like I said, the governor is strengthening existing programs and adding new strategies focused on early intervention and rehabilitation. Now, this is where we expand our outreach teams and social workers so that they can go out there and identify these children, the vulnerable children, you know, and then when we identify them, we remove them from the streets and rehabilitate. Like we have a typical example at the Holy Cross Cathedral. When you go to that place, you see a lot of beggars. They are not just beggars, we have criminals in their midst. And that is our case study, you know. So what the government is doing is to get these children out of the streets. The ones we can integrate, we will do that. The ones we cannot, that are from outside, we will take them back to their states. And the government has also said that these children, you know, we have mothers, we have young mothers around them. So what he has done and what he's doing is to increase the number of skill acquisition centers, slots for these young youth and their young mothers and the vulnerable teenagers. And these skills include tailoring, hairdressing, catering, carpentry, shoemaking, name it, welding, fabrication, you know. The goal of the government, this present government, is to remove these children. It's not easy. It's not going to be an easy task. But, you know, when take that first bold step, and then when we get to our, get to the dream of Edo State being free of not only the street urchins, the madmen, all that deface any state, you know. So that's the focus of the government.
All right, so yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your time this morning. Okay, like I was talking to my co-anchor, I was saying before, you know, the network interrupted, I was going to ask you, yes, most times the government does what you just said you're going to do, you know, taking them off the streets, you know, giving them learning acquisition, and some of them put back to schools and some of them sent back to the states. But we also find out that they find their way coming back to the streets. What has the government put in plan to be able to curb this, especially those that were sent out of the state. Like you said, you see them, you know, bringing them in trailer loads coming back to the state. Is there going to be like a border security to check up all this? And those that are coming out from, you know, the centers where they have been put, what is the government putting in place to be able to continue to keep them safe?
Okay, thank you. What the government is doing is working closely with security agencies to curb this menace and then to keep them at bay. You know, then what is equally doing is also most of these children that are exposed to the streets, they get into drugs, they get into a lot of things. So what the government is doing is integrating the drug abuse counseling and then rehabilitation programs for these youth. But firstly, let us know that what we are doing is to really work closely with the security agencies. And they have a follow-up plan, a secure database where you have all this information. But I know what he said at our last meeting was working closely with security agencies to have them keep these children at bay. When you take them off the streets, there must be a follow-up on them. And you know, what you do is, most importantly, is the counseling. Make them see why they should be better people, why they should be better citizens. That because no child wants to be a criminal. So that is what the governor and the government is doing to keep these children off the street. It's not going to be an easy task, but we will start. They said you start with, I've forgotten how they say it, but but we are going to start.
All right, so it is very, when we invite government officials like this, they always take the opportunity to tell us what the government is doing and all that. But for us in the media, we must ask the questions critically so that we get the right answers. Now, Madam, if you remember, once upon a time in Edo State, we had a law, that actually, meant that if you are a child and you are caught during school hours on roaming the streets, you will be arrested and, your parents will be found out. Now, with the continuous, appearance of street urchins in Benin, does it suggest in any way that perhaps government is lacking in making sure that these laws are enforced and or not implementing the laws as they were?
Please come again. I didn't hear you.
Yes, what I'm asking is the implementation of laws. Governments somehow, there's a tendency to want to say that we probably did not initiate this directive or we did not initiate this law. And of course, we cannot enforce the law. Once upon a time, or let me even say previous governments, the government of Mr. Godwin Obaseki, we saw that there was a law that suggested that as a school child, once you are found in the streets, even once upon a time, the government of Adams Oshomole, we also have that too, that if you are found on the street, roaming the street during school hours, you will be arrested and your parents will be prosecuted. So is that government, the government of Senator Monday Okpebholo, are we implementing that law now?
Okay, thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Our present governor, this government, what is doing is with that question should be directed to the Commissioner for Education. But what I know is that children are being sensitized on coming to school early and staying in school. When they are in school, they have teachers, at least they have a task force that I know go around to see if children are on the streets or children are in school. So because I know that we have a database that tracks teachers, what is being done in school, Is child's progress, So that question is should be directed to the Commissioner for Education. The little I know is what I've just said, that the state government is doing everything in its capacity to make sure that Edo people are safe.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So, like you said, you also answered that it has to be directed to the Commissioner of Education. So let's come to your own commission. As the Commissioner for Women Affairs in Edo State, is there a special plan you have to support whatever the governor is going to be doing to get these children off the streets? Do you have your own special plan?
Yes. Okay. As a Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, my vision is to build a ministry that is accessible and compassionate, because when you have an open door policy, even the children, once they know, or the young children, once they know, women, vulnerable, okay, let me say the vulnerable, when they know that your ministry is open to everybody, that is everybody, okay, let me put it this way. When they know that your ministry is open to all of them and you are accessible, they will have this confidence and comfort that when they come to you, their problems, even if not fully solved, it will be half solved. What we want to do, what I want to do, is to engage more, listen more, and work with the public, because the public is our partners. You need to create that confidence in the minds of the public that, if we go to this the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, they will listen to us. They shouldn't be spectators. We work with NGOs, CSOs, because the government cannot do it all. So what I will really, really do is to bring a stronger collaboration, faster response, and how to prevent the ills that happens in our society, and a more compassionate approach. That is the most important thing. When they know you have listening ears, you will have them coming and giving their problems.
All right. Let us talk about NGOs now, because we understand that non-governmental organizations also help a great deal in trying to manage these street children. For government may not be able to do it alone. So you tell us, madam, are you making plans to ensure that you partner with NGOs in order to gain some success in your fight against street urchins in Edo State, and perhaps extending it to other parts of the country in Nigeria?
Oh yes, the essence of our ministry, in fact, the ministry does not have a robust budget. So what we do, we have a collaboration from NGOs. We have a lot of them. It's just for you to introduce the program. And if they see that the program is something that will impact on the citizens, they key into it. So it has always been like that. NGOs, civil society identifying with us. So that is it. Our job is to identify these ills, these problems, and then we take it, we invite our collaborators. They come in, they synergize, and we go out and implement it.
Thank you so much. So do you have some NGOs that has been identified with you that wants to work with you? Or how do they reach you if they want to? Some people are listening now, some NGOs are listening to this program and probably will want to join you in fighting this menace. Well, how do they reach you?
They have representatives. So through the representatives, we get through to them. So far, we have a lot of NGOs. We have a lot of them working with us in Edo State.
Great. All right. So a while ago, we were trying to look at the allegations making the rounds that these street urchins now collude with criminal elements to hide weapons and all that. You said it's half a way that we don't want to mention names now, but there is a popular facility in Benin that the allegations are already pointing towards that direction. Perhaps you want to speak more on that.
For now, no. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, what we are doing to curb that menace. So I will leave it at that until we come out with our full script on what we want to do.
All right. So what is the level of relationship now with agencies? You talked about the NGOs and all that. Now, let's talk about maybe a tier of government. Take, for example, local governments, in the state, because your services goes beyond. It also extends to local government. So what's your level of relationship with 18 local governments in what you are doing in Edo State in this fight against street children?
Yes, what we're doing is we have a very robust relationship with the AGON chairman and the 18 local government chairmen. They collaborate with us to get results on removing these street urchins, these children. I don't want to call them urchins, because it's not by choice. These street children off the streets. In every local government, we've met with the local government chairman, and they have shown commitment that as soon as we start, they will do it. We're going to do it simultaneously. When we start this program, we're going to do it simultaneously in all the local governments. So with them, we have a very strong commitment to make sure that we free our streets from this menace.
So we have the parents of these children, like we said, we don't want to call them street urchins. We have the parents of these children. Definitely, they were brought to this world by some people. They didn't just jump into the world. What is the plan for these parents? Because most times you find out that, okay, let me give an example. In Lagos State, we saw some videos flying around where a mother goes around with her 2 children to beg for alms. And then a Nigerian found it, okay, let me be able to help. Let's not just be calling the government for everything. Let me do this. And, walked up to her. What's the problem? She says she doesn't have accommodation. She wants to start a business and all that. And this woman took her out of the street, gave her a shelter, rented a house for her, and gave her 500,000 to go start business. And 2 weeks after, she was back to the same spot with the children. So what is the plan for these women? Because they have to be, is it psychologically educated?
Yeah.
Or I don't know what, because orientation.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they are the major problem, not the children.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. For us, these women, we had a similar problem where we found a woman with 2 children came to the office asking for assistance, and I asked her, if we give you money to start up a business, would you want that? And she kept quiet. I said, no, we can't be giving you money every time you come here. We want to start up a business for you. And then from there, you'll be able to, from the proceeds, you can take care of your children and even expand. But there'll be a follow-up on you. She kept quiet. She just said to us that she wants money to look after her children. I said, yes, we'll give you money right now, but we can help you with our empowerment. Because we have a lot of empowerment. We'll be doing empowerment in the ministry and also from the office of the First Lady. And do you know what she told me? She said, a man that all she wants is money. So this is equally a problem we have identified. Some mothers that are on the streets begging, they just love the fact that they beg. And no matter the kind of rehabilitation or talking, they will not want to leave the streets because they enjoy the streets. So what we are looking at is getting these mothers off the street. How do we do that? What we have decided to do is to get a task force, the same task force, that we bring these mothers together and then let them speak to themselves. We listen to them. Let them speak to themselves. At least there must be somebody in the midst of these women that wants a betterment for her children. So we believe that this will help us to take some of them off the streets, because we cannot completely, 100%, take them off the street, but considerably, we'll get a considerable number out of the streets.
Quickly, before we comment this end now, let's quickly talk about child labor, you know, which is also another breeding ground for criminality, and that falls under your purview too. Now, what is your plan for child labor? Perhaps any form and every and all forms of child labor in other states?
The big problem in the state. Like I said, the causes of this child labor is a product of poverty, family breakdown, you know, urban migration, trafficking. And when these children, they get into urban cities, nothing to do. People, you and I, people like us, we take them and turn them into house help. Even the ones we place with people, families to look after, they turn them into slaves. And most times we get reports on this. And what we do, we go to the house, we get the child to the office, we bring the guardians to the office, and then we ask the child questions away from the guardian. And then they bare their hearts and tell us what the ills that is being melted on them. And if it's so bad, we arrest the guardian, let him tell us how he came about enslaving this child. So what the government is doing is, like I said, is we are strengthening existing programs to get these children that we have identified as that are being identified identified as children that are being mistreated, and we get them and put them in our shelters. Then the shelters are temporary until we're able to their parents, find out why they had to give their children out or where the children came from, and then we see how we can help the parents, the family, to get employed. The ones that can be employed, we employ. Those that can be empowered, we empower. And we've been having these programs of empowerment.
Okay, thank you so much. We also have another problem. You know, this time I want to identify that problem as the mother's reproduction. You know, most times, most women, let me say, in the low class in the society, tends to bring forth more children that they can cater for. And I think that's a problem for this child labor, because when they can't cater for the children, they begin to give out the children one by one. What is your ministry putting together to be able to talk to these women to bring forth children that they can cater for? Do you have a plan for that?
Yes, we've already started on that. What we advise them, we advise 1-2 children that they can cater for. And before they bring forth children, they should think about, they should have a handwork, what they do. If it's selling in the market, or if they're into tailoring, or if whatever they do, it must be sufficient to look after a child. But for them, most of them tell us that when they bring out children, when they bring many children, it shows that they are fertile, and then it shows that the children, no, not that it shows that the children can actually make them become something in future, because they believe that from every child, there is a potential, which is true. And they believe that they might bring out, one of their children might come out to be the governor, a senator, a president. And I just go, why will you ever think of that? So what we are doing is getting them together, find these women, not even identifying, they come to the office themselves, asking for help. And then there was, last 3 weeks, we had a program for them. We put them together. The women came in their numbers. And we had the resource people talking with them and making them understand the essence of having children they can cater for, not the ones that when they bring them into this world, they start sharing them to families to look after them. You know, that is how we came about the breakdown in the society, where children that cannot be catered for, they get into the streets. You know, so that's what we are doing. It's what is ongoing, not as if we have not started on it.
So, Madam, we will quickly go for a short break now. Now, we urge you and we plead with you to please hang on, don't go away. We know that your schedule it's very, very tight, but when we have you, we must ask all the questions because a lot of persons are watching this program this morning. I mean, it's being viewed globally all across Nigeria, and that's just the way it is. Now, before quickly, some of the information that we have, talking about street children, is that street urchins or street children now, you know, is a pervasive and growing it is assuming a pervasive and growing socio-economic crisis rooted in extreme poverty and parental neglect, family breakdown and all that. Just like what the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Mrs. Eugenia Abdullah, has shared with us, that the root causes of street children has to do with poverty and economic hardship, then parental neglect and family issues, then also lack of education and failed social systems and conflicts and displacements and all that and all that. Now, what they manifest is that they manifest vulnerability and exploitation for the children, and also they also manifest criminal activities. That is our focal point, you know, this morning, because what we've seen is that rather than try to look at it from a very bigger perspective, you know, Boko Haram insurgency, security issues in the country, whereas there is a very you know, a very small way we can begin to handle these issues. So trying
and faster, though.
You understand, trying to handle the issues of street children and all that. So that's why we are putting this discussion on television this morning. So some of the manifestations of these street activities of street urchins is that it makes these children to be very vulnerable to exploitation and criminality. Then it also makes them to be involved in criminal activities. Then also it also makes them to be involved in substance abuse, and they face a very high rate of health risk, you know, with their lives. All right, so we'll quickly take a short break. Then we will return. We're still going to be having the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Mrs. Eugenia Abdullah. I'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, this morning on ITV. And we still have the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs with us this morning. And she's joining us virtually from Abuja. Madam, you're still right there. You're welcome one more time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you see, just like my colleague and I, we were just sharing backstage, the suggestions that we are making here, it's not as if they are not good, or some of the solutions, some of the approach that you are saying this government is, trying to, use. It is not as if it's not good, but you will see that this approach have always been approach that have been used over the time. I mean, we are looking at a recent development now, whereby some of these street children, they now collude with criminal gangs, terrorists, to hide weapons, guns, and all that. Now, they give them money. At times, we even understand that they give them hard currency,
yeah.
They give them dollars and all that. So, for children that have seen money, do you think there's something that government can do? Would there be something government can do to try to now, discourage them from that? Or let me just quickly say, what do you think government should begin to do differently now, so that we begin to have a different result? Because it appears that all the efforts, all the things that government has always done has really not yielded the desired results. Hence, we still have these children on our streets.
What the government will do and is still doing is to work closely with the security agencies to curb this menace. There's nothing he can do more than this. And then to collaborate with NGOs, because he can't do it alone. The government can't do it alone. He needs other agencies to join him in curbing this menace. It's going to stand as, it's going to prove difficult initially, but when the children see that the government is strong on its intentions of taking them off the streets, whether by hook or by crook, they will know that, no, it is not business as usual. And this governor that we have, Senator Monday Okpebholo, His Excellency is not resting on his horse because he wants a safer Edo State for everybody. He does not talk. His mantra is talk little and do more. Is all action. And we can see what he has done in the past not up to 1 year, before he became 1 year in office. And he's doing more. He's a strategist. And he has already identified these problems because we know that these children, the criminals use them as a front. They give them ammunition and they give them little money and then they work for them. So what the government has decided and what is doing and what is going to do is to have this strong relationship, close relationship with security agencies, not only in the state, but outside the state. In case the state compromises, which I know they will not, with the present CP that I have had interactions with, he will curb this menace. Like I said, these children, they are not all criminals, but many of them end up as criminals because they lack guidance, they lack love, because what children need is love. Love from family, love from siblings, love from relations, even love from us that are not their parents. You know, what's sound education. And once they get this, I tell you, no child wants to be a nuisance to this in the society. They don't want to end up in the prisons. They have a life, they have a future. And we say that they have a voice, and that voice must be heard. So that is what the government is doing.
So very recently we saw in Lagos State where a street child was taken off the street and was put into school. You know, he went through secondary school and graduated, I think last week, from the Polytechnic, Yaba Polytechnic, yes, Yaba Polytechnic. And we had the governor coming out to say he was going to be employed into the Lagos State government. Do you think your government is ready to do that?
Oh, yes, and that's applaudable. You know, the governors in Nigeria, I was opportune to be in the governors forum last week. We were all invited, all the commissioners for women affairs and social development. And I will be proud to say that the governors, they all work with one voice. They work with one heart in synergy. What they have done in Lagos State, they are replicating in Edo State. Our governor is replicating in Edo State. He will do even more than that. Like this, removing the street urchins, removing the street children from our metropolis is already being done in Enugu State. And when we went on this when we came to Abuja and we the governors, we shared our experiences. And this removing these children off the street have started in most of the states, Lagos State, Enugu, and some others. So that is what we are replicating in Edo State. And about the governor will do more and better because he has passion for children. If you listen to his childhood story, you will know that he has passion for women, children, in fact, family. He wants to make a difference, and he has already started.
I just want you to respond to a particular concern, and I don't know whether it has come to your notice. You know, for the kind of job we do, most times we close very late at night, and when we are returning home, there are places in Benin during unholy hours, from 1 a.m. at night. You find these children, you know, somewhere around the Yaro axis in Benin City, somewhere around Ring Road area, you know, opposite to Ropota Hall in Benin City, somewhere around St. Patrick's, you know, Catholic Church in Bowo in Benin City, somewhere around Ogida Market, you know, in Siloko Road in Benin City. This is not during daytime. I'm talking as from 12 a.m. in the morning. At night, you find these children, underage children, 5 years old, 6 children, 7 years old, and all that. Now, I don't know whether you have taken notice of this, madam. If you have, what are you doing? What is your government doing? Well, I know that your government has a very robust plan to take off street children. But let us restrict it now to these children that we see at night. You know, at night, very disturbing, on holy hours.
That's, like I said, that is the work of the task force. They are going to work round the clock, 24/7, to identify these children and take them off the streets. That's the work of the task force. More rescue patrol task force. Faster response to reports, because you have the team that go out to identify where these children are being, how will I say, they are being kept. And then the task force will now swing into action to get these children, arrest them, take them to an undisclosed shelter where they'll be rehabilitated and reintegrated into the society.
Okay, so we talked about security. You also mentioned security agents going to be working hand in hand with the government on this issue. And we also talked about sending some of them back to the states, those that we cannot be able to help here in our states. What is the plan with the security of Edo State or the government of Edo State with these other states to be able to curb this? Because sending them back without their government knowing or their governor knowing to be able to instate them back into their state and help them also will make them find their way back to Edo State or to every other state in Nigeria.
You don't send children out of a particular place that they're already conversant with into another state that they were brought from. Before you do that, you must let the authority know that these children are from you and we want to bring them back. So whatever we do, we must allow the states that these children are from or the countries they are from know that we are repatriating these children back to them and repatriating them back to their states or to their countries. I believe that when they get there, the government will receive them and also integrate and rehabilitate them and make them better people.
So that we can allow Madam to take some water and go to work this morning because she has to go to work. Anyway, we've been speaking with Mrs. Eugenia Abdullah, that's the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Edo State. And we'll be talking about the menace, the threats of street children, otherwise known as street urchins in Nigeria, the threat that they pose to our living. And of course, now that a security issue is taking a different dimension. I mean, there are reports that suggest that terrorists and criminal gangs now give street children weapons to hold for them and all that. You can never suspect that, and that's the way it's
and then giving them so much money, Evans, that's a lot of problem on our hands.
All right, so madam, we want to say thank you so much for joining, and we wish you well. We wish you great success in your new assignment as the Commissioner of Women Affairs in Edo State. And we do hope when we call on you again, you will oblige us so that we can have you on television.
Of course, thank you, of course.
Okay. All right, thank you so much one more time. So we'll take a short pause now, Patricia, so that other segments of this program can come your way. Please stay tuned. Still this morning on ITV. Yeah, quickly before we join our Lagos studio, still on insecurity issues and the problem it's causing in the country. In the next few minutes, my colleague and I, we're going to be looking at the effects of insecurity on food. That's just the way it is. You know, when we talk about insecurity now, it almost affects the totality of of our being. I mean, you want to go to where you get cheap food to buy, or let me put it this way. Now, ordinarily, we know at this time of the year, it's harvest time. You get lots of grains from the north and from other parts of the country. You know, food items just move from one part of the country to another. But because of the insecurity situation, we understand that that is already having some form of restrictions. I mean, a situation whereby farmers and harvesters will have to do so many things, will have to consider so many things before they can take bags of grains from the north to the south and all that.
We're going to be starting from the problem of going to the farm.
Okay.
It's not just even taking the harvest or the products out of each state. The problem of going to the farm to farm for this food, it's becoming a big issue because of the insecurity thing. The farmers are scared. They will be kidnapped. We heard of a story of a farmer last week who was kidnapped in his farm. You know, so it's a big issue. So we're not having enough farmers going to the farm, and we're not having enough produce being, brought out from the farm. And then another big problem is the insecurity on our land, traveling from one state to another. You know, we've heard of the stories how vehicles are being stopped and taken into the bush by these kidnappers. And we saw a video last week from Enugu State where someone, a commuter who was traveling to Enugu, videoed and put it out there on the social media where commuters and vehicles were made to wait on a standstill because they said some kidnappers were at the front kidnapping people. So they were there for hours. So with all these issues, we're going to be seeing more of food shortage next year, Evans.
And what really pisses me off is when you see government officials start politicizing the situation. They play politics with the security of lives and property. You hear politicians talk about the government, the SY government did not do this. I am doing this now. I am better. Or the SY government did this. I am doing this now. I'm better. Now, I don't understand. I mean, government is continuous. It's something that has to do with the day you come into government, it is assumed that you take over, you are taking over assets, you know, all the enjoyments and all that, all the paraphernalia of government and all that. That's the huge assets that come with government. Then what about the liabilities? The liabilities are the insecurity that you inherit from previous government. The liabilities are the lack of employment, lack of good jobs, lack of social basic amenities, education that you inherit from the previous government and all that. Now, you are supposed to sit in there and provide these things from to the people. But what we find in typical Nigerian situation is that you see a situation whereby politicians begin to trade blames. They begin to make blames and all that, that the government did that, and of course they are not doing that, that they did this, the government did not do that and all that.
Okay, so Evans, if you allow me to say what the problem is on that, I want to believe that they are never ready.
Okay.
You know, so there's no template ready, made to say, okay, this is how I'm going to go about ruling when I get into power. Of course, we saw the American president, Donald Trump. I don't know if he's doing good for the country or bad. I don't live there. I'm not an American. But he had a template coming into office, and he, you know, he started immediately he got into the office. He was ready, readily ready. But back here in Africa, I do not think that most of our leaders are ready to take off the job. I think they just want to make sure they were called a president of a particular country before leaving this planet.
And it's all disheartening to know that at times they throw their manifesto in they throw it away in abeyance, whether they ever have it or not. I mean, you hear a particular political party telling you that this is what they are going to do, X, Y, Z, and all that. Some even, you know, they even conceptualize their manifesto, itemize their manifestos and all that. They campaign about them, they preach about them. Then when it's come into government, you don't hear those things anymore. They
tell you, oh, the security issue, give us 6 months once we come into government, it will be settled.
Yeah.
And then they come into government, it begins to escalate.
You hear government say that that is a national issue. It is a national issue, but at that's government that you are, your stage of governance. What are you doing? If insecurity is a national issue, what is the Edo State government doing to the insecurity in Edo State? I mean, because truth be told, most of these issues we are talking about, they are localized. They're localized in the sense that they have their peculiarity. I mean, we are following the discovery now that in some parts of the southern states, that criminal element now keep guns and ammunitions with street children. That's the latest we're hearing now. And so we expect the governments of the day in these southwestern states to also live up to that expectation, because we must put everything together to ensure that we wrestle insecurity.
Okay, so I also think that we should from now begin to hold our leaders responsible.
Definitely.
Not just the federal and not just the states. We have, of course, the local government chairman.
Of course.
We have the councillors. We have our traditional leaders.
Even you, Patricia, I should begin to hold you responsible. Yeah, like what I tell, I mean, in my neighborhood where I live, no strange faces passes by without asking questions. I, Evans Sunokoge, I must ask you questions.
Where are you going to?
Good afternoon, good morning. May I know who you are? Where are you going to? I mean, you're a new face and all that. I mean, those are the ways you begin to live up to that consciousness. I mean, when you ask questions, you'll be so astonished. You know, some revelations that you will make. I mean, imagine somebody walking and telling you that I just make a pass. I mean, where are you passing?
Oh my God!
Where are you passing
so you're saying because I came in from Lagos, questions should be asked?
That's why I said
in the area where I am right now.
That's why I said the insecurity in Nigeria is localized. The way it is in Benin here is not the same thing in Lagos. Do you understand? I mean, in Benin happens to be. If you go to major streets in Benin now, you know, most streets are vacated. A lot of persons would have gone to work and all that. You find that most streets are empty and all that. School children would have gone to school. But unlike in Lagos, 247, the streets are busy.
Very busy.
Very busy. You know, so that's just the way it is. So we must begin to understand these narratives so that we begin to localize the issues, how it affects you, so that you can find suitable solutions to all these things that we are talking about. Anyways, we'll take a short pause now. Don't forget the program still this morning on ITV. Messalina is right there in Lagos, getting ready, and she's quite set for her own segment. She's still going to be talking about the insecurity, grappling the nation right now as it stands. Please stay tuned.
Thank you all, our beautiful viewers, for staying with us. From Lagos this beautiful morning, I am Messalina Unko, and our guest this morning that would be helping us analyze today's topic is Dr. Victor Ohai, a political analyst and also UN humanitarian ambassador. Hello, good morning, Dr. Victor.
Good morning. Glad to be here as always.
Yeah, thank you for always showing up.
Thank you.
Okay, this morning we are also, our main focus today is also on insecurity and the alarming wave of kidnapping in the country that have been happening. Currently, recently, some adopted students from a school in Kebbi, yesterday we saw that they've been rescued, and a lot of questions Nigerians are asking is how are those people released, how are they rescued? Speculation saying that the government paid ransom because nobody was arrested. Of course, they came out. It's a good thing. I mean, then, reunited with their families. It's a good thing. Seeing that people, we saw a few days ago that 50 people that were kidnapped, also 300 persons that were kidnapped from the Catholic school in Niger State, 50 persons, escaped. And we saw that Kwara, the girls' school too, that were kidnapped in Kwara, that they were rescued yesterday. And I mean, it's a good thing. But like I said earlier, a lot of people, speculation saying how, were these persons rescued. And also we saw that President Tinubu met with service chiefs ordering the deployment of police 24 hours area surveillance and urgent actions against kidnappers. We also saw in Kwara where a pregnant woman recently and 10 children, nursing mothers, were also kidnapped. I mean, a lot is going on. We're waking up by the day, seeing different kidnapping story, and a lot of people are scared. I mean, Nigerians were scared. Are we safe? The question remains, are we safe in the country? And also we've been seeing Dr. Victor, we've been seeing a couple of videos of Gumi coming out to say, they negotiated with the bandits. And also he said government can completely eliminate kidnapping. Even America, according to him, still deals with its own challenges, that he believes things are getting better. What would you have to say about that?
Let me start with things that are getting better. What it simply means is that business is getting better for the kidnappers. Obviously, because even now, maybe official or unofficial, but it's like even government is doing business with kidnappers right now. It's sad, really, and it's an unfortunate situation, and that we can allow a man like that go about freely on the streets and he's saying that things are getting better when it's never been as terrible as this. Within a period of 1 month, the number of children, women, and girls and students that have been kidnapped is unprecedented. Never in the history of Nigeria have this many people been kidnapped in such a short time, or even churches attacked and people killed. It's really sad. We are in a state of anomaly right now. As I said earlier, it's like we have two presidents in Nigeria. One democratically elected, and another person who is the spokesperson of the kidnappers, and he's just moving about freely, brazenly, with his colleagues who are the kidnappers in the bushes, who are just moving about with arms, and like they can go to town and they're collecting taxes, in communities. They just place levies. That's what governments do, basically. That's what governments do. They collect taxes, so they move about with arms freely, impose taxes on hapless and helpless citizens up north there, and kill people at will, and nothing happens to them. It's very unfortunate.
All right, and we also saw a video of same Gumi where he said that they negotiated with these bandits, and they said that we are ready to drop our arms and ammunitions only if you would promise us that we wouldn't be arrested and we would be getting benefits that other Nigerians are getting. And it got a lot of people asking, it got me asking, a lot of speculation saying that, are we supposed in Nigeria be negotiating with bandits?
See, let me, although you didn't mention it, but this is, let me just correct one misconception right away. They tend to compare themselves with the Niger Delta militants. There is absolutely no basis for comparison, because in the Niger Delta, you could see cases where their resources, the entire country was relying on resources from that region. That's one. Secondly, these people, both flora and fauna, were already damaged. You couldn't fish, you couldn't farm, you couldn't do anything. The economic, and then in their communities, the oil companies were making so much money and they were living in darkness, no development and all that. It was unfair. In fact, the rest of Nigeria was unfair to them. And so when those militants came out, it was to resist, fight against injustice. I don't know the injustice that these criminals and these bandits are fighting against. There's absolutely nothing that they are fighting against. No economic cause, no social cause, nothing. Okay? So, and with the people in the Niger Delta, when it was time, and what Yaradua, bless his soul, and eventually Jonathan did at the time, was say, okay, we recognize the fact that Nigeria has been unjust to you. That all this while we have been exploiting you, extorting you, and that this is really unfair. We hear you. Let's drop the arms and let's talk. And that's what happened. They weren't going about just killing people and all that. It was more of a statement. Okay? And so what happened at the time was they sat down with the elders, everybody, and they agreed. And then everything ended. Now these are outright criminals and bandits. Thieves who are looting and killing people needlessly. There's no ideology behind the fight, behind this banditry. There's no ideology. All they're doing is simply going out there, looking for, helpless communities, attacking them, raping their women, looting their goods and all that. That's all that's been happening all this while. How do you negotiate with people like that? What do you want to say that they kill people and they say, oh, they can go free, rehabilitate them. Meanwhile, you catch somebody for stealing a goat and you can jail him for 20 years. Somebody kills one person, even if by accident, you hang them.
I don't know.
And then this one's kill people brazenly and you say, oh, they should just let them go free. Who does that? Are there two standards? Do we have two laws? A law for these criminals and a law for the rest of us? We cannot allow that, because if this goes, it means that another group will get up again tomorrow and government will continue negotiating. And in any case, the kind of negotiation that is going on now, what is happening now, I don't know. The government is always denying, but there's no way they could not have paid ransom. So what they're probably doing is just for political expediency, so that they will not say that people are being held. You pay these criminals. And every time you pay this ransom and pay these criminals, what do you get? You are arming them further.
Yeah.
You're empowering them further. You're emboldening them further. Because they cannot, that's why they can come out and say, look, that means the alternate government is stronger than the regular government. When your military is going out there to fight, and these soldiers, who have heard them say it, when they discharge one bullet, you charge them for it. When they want to defend themselves, you withdraw them, or you punish them for defending themselves.
Dr. Victor, this same Gumi,
yes.
This same Gumi. So
yes.
I don't know if you saw the video where he said, I don't know if you know about IPOB, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So he said something. He said IPOB, they are killing our military, they are killing government officials, they are killing.
Are the bandits not killing the military every day?
I want to say something. He said they are killing those people. But according to him, I mean,
yes.
Gumi,
yes.
he said, but these bandits, they are just kidnapping the children for money. They are not killing. I don't know. And a lot of persons under that particular post, they were sharing the videos of these bandits killing people.
Look at the brigadier general that was killed like a chicken. It breaks my heart. A whole brigade. I watched a video of the wife and
I felt so bad.
Even the military high command is not saying anything. The government is not saying anything. Somebody at that level, not a chicken. Okay? And this man is opening his mouth and saying what he's saying. Who does that? And he's walking the streets free. Is the government afraid of him? That's why I say we have two presidents in Nigeria. I don't care whatever I say, but the way it is, that man is probably stronger than the government that we have, because he is able to, oh no, I don't know. For him to say IPOB killed him, IPOB is paying dearly for it. That one is clear, because they are not letting them, they're not leaving IPOB. You know, the military is fighting them back, the government is dealing with IPOB, but the government obviously is weak against these bandits, because nothing seems to be happening. I heard the other day say they have jailed so many of them and all that. Who are the people they have jailed? How many people do we know? Don't tell us numbers. Show us the people. You are negotiating with bandits, negotiating with criminals, empowering them, giving them more money to buy arms.
Did you see the video of the IG of police, Kayode Ebitokun, where he said that if these criminals want peace, that we won't shut the doors on them, that would embrace them if they want peace. I saw the video and I'm like...
It was pathetic. I was ashamed to be a Nigerian at that point, where they said, they were even asking, how come these people were not, you were able to get these people, is it the Kebbi people and all that? I've forgotten the reply he was given. Feeble reply, and I said, a whole Inspector General.
Yes.
I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed. Of a country that should be as powerful and as big as Nigeria, you are negotiating with bandits, with terrorists. I will keep repeating it. There are two governments in Nigeria until they prove me, until proven otherwise. Let them come and prove me wrong. That there are no two governments in Nigeria, two regimes in Nigeria. Both of them collecting taxes, both of them ruling in different territories.
I mean, I even saw a video of in a particular state where some of these victims that were kidnapped, their parents, you know, they were having meetings with Gumi, and I think Gumi sent one of the Fulani, I don't know, like a representative to meet with them, and the woman was like, they're not seeing any improvement. That they even gave him, the person that was sent to them, they gave him 100.
They say it's back chopping, excuse my language, okay, or while eating. And so when you see them gathered, maybe in the National Assembly, state assemblies and all that, as long as there's a loot to share, you will not hear them complaining. The minute one person is being shortchanged, that's when you say, they are cheating us. It's because we are not the same religion, we are not the same tribe, to, you know, instigate. Notice, right now, in states like, let's say, Lagos, for instance, everywhere is peaceful. When it's time for election, you hear Omoibo, you hear Hausa, you hear this, this one is this and all that. Right now, there's no problem. But once it's time for election points come up, and with their divisive strategies. The same thing with religion, especially up north. Okay? They begin to know Christians and Muslims when it's time for elections. And that's when they arm a lot of criminals and touts. And then, you know, after you've given a man a gun, you cannot collect it back again. Because you are not feeding him, you are not taking care of him, you've stopped taking care of him. They go with them. And what do? These guns just stay idle. When they are broke, they activate the guns to go and make money. If it's not through banditry, it's through terrorism or robbery or whatever it is. You understand? Talk corruption. Corruption in the sense that this thing continues to fester because there are people obviously benefiting from it. You know, security is scaremongering. It's easy to intimidate a governor or the president to say, there is intelligence report. This we need money, and you don't question it. You know, that's why you have things like security votes, so that you say, okay, look, we have to protect this, we have to do this, we have to buy arms. These terrorists are coming. From intelligence reports we have got it. You guys say, how much do you need? We need 2 billion, we need 3 billion, we need money for this, we need to settle this, we need to settle that. There are people benefiting. Both theater commanders, people who are on the fields and all that. Because if this is stopped, all that free money will stop. You don't account for money, you don't audit money like that. So there are people benefiting obviously from these things, both within and outside. Some of these ransom money you see that are being paid, there are people even within government that are benefiting from it.
Oh, you think
who are
so?
aware? Of course we know that. Because the reason is that, you see, now, they went to get those 24 girls. How did they know where they are?
Exactly.
Who knows where they are? It means they know these people. Okay? And when ransoms are paid, there are people who get, look, we know you. Where's our share? We know that they've given you 100 million. Let's get our share. They protect them. These things are obvious. If there was no corruption, this would have ended a long time ago. That's our trying problem. Tribalism, religion, and corruption.
So you think they're working with them? Wow, interesting. So many Nigerians at this point still feel unsafe despite government assurances. What will it take to restore public confidence at this point? Do you think they can restore public confidence?
I speak broken spoil. It go hard. It go hard. It go hard. It go hard. Restoring public confidence will, to be honest, because people don't feel safe anymore. They don't feel like there's government. Because this thing shouldn't be happening. You can't have government and people are dying like chicken every day. You can't. It's simply not on. Unleash, we went to Sierra Leone. We showed our power. That's a whole country. We went to Liberia. We ended the war. What the rest of the world could not do, we went to these countries and we did it. This same military, this same... So this is not just a matter of the... Normally when you have things, it's for the police alone. But now we have deployed joint task force. The military, civil defense, police, Air Force, and the military, the Navy obviously you may not need in the up north, you know, but with the police, with the civil defense, plus vigilante and everything, and you say these people are still stronger than you. How? The Nigerian Armed Forces. We have military, we have air superiority. They don't have it. They're not flying planes. Do you get what I'm saying? And we have the benefit of also getting not just intelligence, but international intelligence as well. We are trading intelligence with our neighbors as well. So we have this advantage, and yet this thing persists. I think that if the president were to give deadlines to the service chiefs and say, end this thing, or if it poses an essential threat to their office, they will end it.
So at this point, do you think we still need the U.S. to come help us? I mean, they were talking about Christian genocide coming to Nigeria and all of that. Still need them at this point.
You know, this would have been totally uncalled for if the government had not been sleeping. Are people dying? Me, I'm not even hanging on to the word Christian genocide because people are dying across the divide.
Yes,
okay?
Exactly.
Are people dying? The answer is yes. Let's not pretend otherwise. Are villages being sacked? The answer is yes. Are there villages that where people have abandoned their farms, their homes, and they're living in IDP camps? The answer is yes. These things have continued for. How can the government just sit and be comfortable with a situation like that, where bandits are imposing taxes on whole communities, placing ransom and saying, look, we need 100 million. If you don't give us, we're coming for you. Government is aware. When things like that continue, obviously you see, for me, it's not just the US. The UN, AU, the rest of the world should have come earlier. Because injustice to one is injustice to all. It's not about Nigeria. It's about human lives. And for me, the human life is very, very sacred. And I say so because once a life is gone forever. As one human being, as a human being, it touches me. Once a person dies, that is it. There's no back. I often laugh at people who say they talk about reincarnation. I don't have a problem with it, but I often say, if you lived a life, a past life, go back to that mansion that you built a past life, go and knock on the gate and see if they recognize you. Do you understand what I'm saying? The life you are living now is all that matters. That's the only life you have. Okay? So, every life should matter, whether it is of a Cambodian, an Iranian, an American, a Nigerian, or whatever. And because lives are being wasted unnecessarily, you don't have a second chance at life, only one.
I mean, when we saw the video of the wife of the general that died, you know, she was waiting for her husband to come.
It broke me. The man will never come again, will never show up again. That's how terminal life, a death, makes, you know, a soul, a human being. And so that's why it's sacred above everything else. Okay? So if the Constitution, which should guarantee security to every Nigerian and to our lives and properties, if you are sworn to protect and you don't do it, and if people come to help you, I have no complaint over that, because many more lives will be wasted. Now that before they came, were we safe? Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, I'm a patriot, and I believe in the sovereignty of Nigeria. But if you have leaders who are irresponsible, when I say irresponsible, I say it with every sense of responsibility. I'm not abusing anybody. What I mean is responsible to its citizens.
Okay.
And in upholding the Constitution. If you don't demonstrate that level of responsibility, then obviously other people will find you, and if necessary, teach you how to do it.
I mean, a lot of Nigerians at this point, I heard some persons saying that if they get little money, they will just relocate out of the country. And I heard some persons outside Nigeria, they are saying that with what is happening in Nigeria, they're not coming.
Would you blame them? And unfortunately, the people which were protecting us, notice, our hospitals are run down. These guys, when anything happens, they travel abroad for care. They all have passports. They have diplomatic passports and visas. Their children, most of them, many of them were born abroad. They are even citizens. So they don't care. The country can burn for all they know and all they care. Which is why it is sad. It is sad. It is unfortunate. So every nation needs to be reset, either internally or externally. So be it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor.
And I want to say a very big thank you, Ms. Elena, and also my co-anchors on this program today, Inuagata Nusahai and Patricia Gibras, all the way from 7 o'clock till about this time. We've been together. All right, so until the same time tomorrow when the same program comes your way on this television, independent television, and Osifo is going to be here tomorrow on the same program. My name is Evans Sunokugi. Goodbye and God bless you.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, and I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today is all about what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, and of course the intervention of the US. Some of the opinion that there is a leaked paper or a leaked document talking about the peace deal, and that isn't going down too well with Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. Even the troops, they've been talking about it. Well, let me just summarize it for you so I can get to know where we're really coming from. It's like Russia might have to keep what it has earned. Yes, the region they've conquered in the Donbass region, that is among the peace deal. They talked about also reduction of the forces to just 150,000. It says you not exceed 150,000. That is almost disbanding Ukrainian army. Now, if a nation do not have an army, would you consider that to be a nation? As it stands right now, Ukraine can boast of over 600,000 military. That was before the war. After the war or in the war, you know what happens. Reduction. But Russia is saying it will not be more than 250. And it's like America is saying yes to it. From what they are saying, after all, Ukraine is losing so much. For peace to reign, keep what you've conquered. Let the world go on. But this is going to focus on our discussion in this edition of International Forum. With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Henry Nwanzo. Barrister, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Wilson, good afternoon. Viewers at home, it is another opportunity to be here to discuss and look at the issues from the reasonable man point of view.
All right. So let's put the show on the road. Russia-Ukraine were above 3 years and counting, right? And they have numerous strategies of inflicting maximum damage on each other. But the larger portion of damage is coming from, let's say, Russia against Ukraine, because Ukraine is a theater. Ukraine is the host, so to speak, of the war. Before we delve into the peace plan, what do you feel about the war so far?
Well, it's unfortunate that a lot of lives have gone the other way around, but sometimes I begin to ask myself, what is the role of the United Nations and other organizations who would have played a major role in ensuring there's peace in the world? But unfortunately, while others are planning there should be peace in the world, some other persons are looking for avenues to sell their arms, others are looking for avenues to give out arms, others are looking for avenues to support the one country or the other. So you find out that it is more political than you look at it from the ordinary man point of view. But so far so good, Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of human casualties and also in terms of territories that have been ceded, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine. But all the same, if Trump is able to play his card well, ensuring that parties meet at a roundtable conference and see how these hostilities will come to an end, to me, it is the best, because the world needs peace at this point in time.
So it's the best because the world needs peace. Now, if you take a look at the trajectory of the war, before Donald Trump became the president, it was like almost on a balance sheet. We're going to see Ukraine being funded, being helped by the US massively to, defend themselves against external aggression vis-a-vis from Russia. But right now, it's like no support. Do you feel that this is a deliberate act on the part of the US to weaken Ukrainian forces? After all, Ukraine making advancement cannot be unconnected to the US aiding them.
Well, you see, it is not only US that is aiding. Some countries in the NATO too who actually wanted them to be part of them equally are supporting in one little way or the other. But again, as a big brother, America is always there, playing this role, as it were. Donald Trump has his vision and he has his mission. His mission that there should be peace in that part of the world. And to me, trying to relapse his support, as it were, might not be unconnected to his strategy, ensuring that at the end of the day, these hostilities will come to an end. Just as you find out in his 28 plans that he has, we talk about the issue of the areas that have been the territories that Russia has already conquered should be ceded to them. You also find out that we're also looking at the issue of the military in the area of reduction in terms of the military number of persons. Again, you also look at the issue of making Ukraine not to be part of the NATO. Those are part of the agreement which he is looking at, that maybe we push Zelensky into understanding why these hostilities will end. But again, another thing you must know that Zelensky, Putin, on the other part, might still want to play his card as he usually does in the past. Because when you talk about the issue of ceasefires and others, at the end of the day, the Russian troops are still pounding heavily on the Ukrainian territory, which to me, has caused a lot of damages in terms of human, in terms of materials, in terms of facilities that would have made life better for people, as it were. But if at the end of the day, Trump is able to bring the two gentlemen to a round table and make them see reasons why these hostilities need to come to an end, to me, it is the best, and the world will be a better place for us. The Israelis and the Hamas, you know how he played his role, ensuring there is a little peace in that region, as it were, for now, but not a total peace, because it's just like in Nigeria, when you talk about Boko Haram, you talk about bandits, you talk about kidnappers, these people, you try one way or the other, trying to cut short their activities, but some persons will never relent in having one or two skirmishes here and there. But to me, if Trump is able to mediate and the gentlemen see reasons why they have to cease their hostilities, it will be the better for the world and for their countries, as it were. Because a lot of children are fatherless as we speak. A lot of women are husbands. They are widows, as it were, today because of this crisis. You remember at a point in time they demonstrated that a lot of them have been made widows because of this crisis in that part of the world. So to me, if Trump is able to play his card as usual, they'll be better for us all and those Ukrainians and Russians too.
All right, some are saying that in this war, it's like America is not being fair to Ukraine. Specifically, Donald Trump is not being fair to Ukraine. Now, what's your take on that?
Well, it depends on the angle at which the people are looking at it. Are you looking at it from the angle of the terms of settlement, which is of the plans, the 28 plans he had? Or are you looking at it from the angle that he's no longer supporting them in terms of the military support as he used to be in the past? The man has his reasons for trying to play down whatever he has been doing before now. And those reasons are best known to, nobody can actually tell why he has decided to slow down his support, which he usually give in the past. It might be, from my own point of view, it might be for the fact that he wants this war to end, because it is only when one person is at the receiving end, one person is seen to look as if he is losing, he will now want to, okay, let me concede for whatever arrangement is being made for there to be peace. So I believe he might be his own strategy, in trying to bring Zelensky to accept whatever is going to be the terms, as it were. But again, the question you ask, is he being fair? Fair depends on the angle at which you look at it. Fair depends on the angle at where you are standing and looking at it, whether he was being fair. The man has his reasons. The man wants the war to end. The man wants the people of Russia and Ukraine to be at peace with each other.
Wanting the war to end by making Ukraine to look weak by not giving them weapons, is that the best option?
It might also be from the angle that the members, Donald Trump is not acting solely. You have the American government, as it were. He cannot take a decision solely on his own. They might have also looked at it from their own point of view and decided that that support of military support, have to be reduced, as it were. You might be looking at it from the angle again that there's a lot of casualties. Let's be candid with ourselves. And a man who you are fighting, it's just like it's not like the case of David and Goliath. I don't want us to look at it there, because you have God there, playing his role in the life of David, as it were. In the case of Ukraine and Russia, we cannot liken it to that, because from recently you'll be able to see that Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of territories have been ceded, You also have casualties in terms of human casualties. You also have casualties in terms of facilities, as it were. So to me, so Trump alone can actually say why he has decided to reduce his support, as it were. But for me, peace is the best option at this point in time. If the parties can come to a round table, 3 years going to 4 years counting, the war is still going on. And a lot of persons are dying day in, day out. Just as I said earlier, what is the role of the United Nations? What is the role of NATO and others? Who are those people there? Have they been able to come into the issues and look at it objectively? The two presidents, I said, they are very stubborn persons from my own point of view. Zelensky is stubborn. Putin is equally a very stubborn somebody who will not want to listen, as it were. So you find these hardcore leaders who believe in whatever cause they are pursuing, and they pursue it to that extent, not minding what the consequences are, because the consequences are not directly on them. The consequences are directly on the people. The consequences are directly on the facility. The consequences are directly on the economy of the country, as well as the life of the people generally, as it were.
All right. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the Russia-Ukraine war, the proposed peace deal by the U.S. We're analyzing the impact. Now, if you take a look at the conditions given by Russia to Ukraine, at first, when Joe Biden was the president of Ukraine, things were not like this. Anyway, before we continue our discussion, we have Honorable Etiosa Igebo join us virtually. Honorable, good afternoon. Pleasure to have you join us this afternoon on this wonderful edition of International Forum.
First Prince, can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you loud and clear right now. I believe that we're following the trend, and I know you have one or two things to say about this particular situation bedeviling Ukraine right now, about the peace deal about to be proposed by America. It leaked, and Ukrainians, the majority of them, they're not happy about it, saying Russia can keep the lands they've conquered, and Ukrainian troops must not be over 250. Take it up from there.
Well, I think this conversation has been going on for a very, very long time, and I want to think that the proposals by the Americans, especially under the government and leadership of Donald Trump, should be accepted by the Ukrainians. The reason is because the more the fight goes on, the more territories that the Ukrainians are losing to the Russians. So I think there's this understanding that the Russians are pushing deeper into Ukraine by the day, and the Ukrainian soldiers are abandoning their positions and trying to defend other regions from different locations. And on that note, many more settlements are falling into the hands of Russia. I think it will only make economic sense for them to accept this deal now and work with the proposed peace plan, while they have some kind of a little bit more contributions in a way on what they think that they should do as well as a country, but majorly accept the offer so that the war will stop and they'll lose more territories to Russia if it were to take it through the military means. So I think the proposal should be accepted.
He said he thinks proposal should be accepted. Remember that Zelensky vowed to fight to get every ounce of land occupied by the Russian forces, including Crimea. Do you see Zelensky agreeing to this particular deal, Barrister?
Well, it's going to be difficult him accepting, but I know with pressures here and there, making him to see reasons why he has to accept, knowing fully well that he has lost a lot of officers.
But these are Ukrainian territories.
Well, accepted they are. You know, the Ukraine, they all form part of the former USS, as it were, in the past. So it's not as if maybe they are new to each other. They are not new to each other. But with the situation, politically, the issues can be addressed even after the war has ended. Politically, the issues can be addressed. Those territories that have been ceded while the war was going on can probably come back at the end of the day. But to me, from a reasonable man point of view, there's no need fighting this war continually. The casualty has been much, especially on the side of the Ukrainians, and continually with what is going on. The support they thought they would have gotten. America would have been the largest support they would have gotten. But the same America today is asking them, my brothers, you have to shield your sword, as it were. And the support they would have gotten cannot come with a man who is asking you to make peace with your neighbor. So it's going to be difficult for them if they
make peace with your neighbor. At what cost?
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices when it becomes necessary, knowing fully well the consequences, as it were. That America is asking that there should be peace, you have to see some of the territories that has already been conquered, reduce the number of your soldiers. Again, the issue of becoming a member of NATO should be cancelled for now and all whatnot. All these are some of the plans that have been put in place. But to me, I know the parties sit down at the right table, they will be able to look at the issues critically, and at the end of the day, parties will be able to decide, say, this is what I am taking out of this agreement, this is what you are going to take out of this agreement. They will have a meeting point at the end of the day where they can now agree at, oh, this war has to end. To me, just as I rightly said, ending the war is the best option for Zelensky at this point in time, because a lot of casualties, a lot of women are widows, a lot of children are orphans, and the way you can look at it, because some have even lost their parents while this war was going on. So he should see reasons why this war needs to end now, for the interest of the people of Ukraine, and for the fact, just as my brother there said, if he continues the war, more territories will go. And when more territories go, it becomes more difficult at the end of the day. I know he's talking about Crimea, he's talking about some other territories that has been, ceded due to this crisis. But again, he has to end this war at this point in time, because those who will support him are the same persons who are saying, let us have a meeting, let us agree, let us look at the issue from a critical point of view and take a decision once and for all.
Taking a decision once and for all. Well, let's go to Honorable Echiosa Ige. But now, you said Ukraine should accept. But Zelensky is saying that every ounce of land must be recovered, including Crimea. Now, some of the people that it's like U.S. is in support of Russia since Donald Trump assumed office. And that whatever is happening right now in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, he has pre-planned it already to give Russians those lands that they claim to have called them for help. Now, how do you think this will balance interpersonal relationship, international politics, and the way the strong nations of the world view smaller nations? After all, some are saying that this is an example of how bigger nations subsume smaller nations.
Well, I think as the war takes a longer time to complete, unfortunately, the war suffering is for the Ukrainians. I understand that the Ukrainians will want to also contribute their, concerns, because they've actually fought bravely over the 4-year period. However, Russians, for some reason, has the upper hand, because remember the U.S. government has been trying to broker peace between the Russians and the Ukrainians, looking at the international, concerns from the European Union concerns and the Ukrainians themselves, in direct contrast to the position of the Russians. And every time they have a deadlock, the war continues, and the more people get killed, on the both side, but obviously it seems like the Ukrainians are losing more. So are we going to allow this war to get on or carry on until the Russians eventually take over the whole of Ukraine? Or will it be wise at this point, knowing fully well that the Ukrainians does not have the sort of firepower that the Russians do enjoy, to broker a deal and let go of some of the arrangements that they have, that they can't join NATO, but they can join the EU, and they shouldn't expand and reduce their military size to avoid maybe Ukrainians rising up against them in the future, whichever way that it is. I am not saying that the Russians have outright, facts or truth on their part to invade Ukraine, but the underlying factors that has been from the beginning, and so it's still on the burning front line of this conversation, that they can't join NATO, and it wants to demilitarize Ukraine, and they will live as brotherly nations, and the European Union should not move, or the NATO should expand to the east. So I think for me, if you ask me over and over again, I would advise or suggest that the Ukrainians, take a chill pill and understand that if they stop the war now and they reach a truce, their citizens will stop dying and the rebuilding of Ukraine will start from there. So I will repeat again that the Ukrainians should accept the deal and find a way to work with what they have and maybe make some suggestions that will be somewhat fair to the situation at hand, rather than losing everything when Russia gets to the capital city.
All right. Thank you so much for your opinion. Well, you heard me say Ukraine should please go ahead and accept it, but they have been in this war for over 3 years and counting. Some moment they tasted victory in some particular region, maybe kind of an enclave or a village, but later overrun by the Russian troops. So that if these things should happen, any country that can easily move to another country to occupy some parts of that nation. Some are saying this kind of an agreement will not be too cool when you talk about international relation, global politics. Take it up from there.
It's a fact that it will not go down well, especially when you talk about global politics and international relations, because smaller nations will also look at it from the angle that if by tomorrow, just as you have Nigeria, you have some other neighboring smaller countries who can wake up one morning and decide to annex some of their territories, all in the name of one reason or the other. But again, when you look at this is a war that has been there for going to 4 years, and a lot of casualties. So many things has happened, and America, through Donald Trump, sees it's a man who always talk about peace when it becomes necessary for him to talk about peace. He did that between the Israelis and Hamas, and now he's trying to see how he broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. To me, it is a good idea, just as I rightly said, because it will go down, in history that there is peace in that part of the world. Accepted that peace that is gotten not on a platter of gold. A lot of things has happened. Somebody will feel cheated, just as the Ukrainians will feel cheated because part of their country has been ceded due to the war. They have lost so many persons, a lot of casualties, as men have died. Cannot be less than 20 to 30,000 men has
more than that.
More than 30,000, 40,000 men, have died during this period of this war. So those are the angles where Zelensky and his people will be looking at. After we have suffered all these casualties, after we have suffered all these traumas within this period, men and women, we have always stood our ground that we will defend our country to the end. Because that is their position. Their position is that they will defend their country. If it requires them being the last man standing, they will do that. But again, sometimes wisdom plays a major role when you look at issues, and you have to see it from other point of view. Though it's going to be painful, as it were, but again, it is the best option at this point in time, putting into consideration the number of casualties, putting into consideration the number of facilities that have been destroyed. Because it's going to take a long time for Ukraine to rebuild itself, especially those areas that have been touched while this war is actually going on. It's going to take time to rebuild. It's going to take time, for the people to be healed of this trauma that they have passed on. The psychological and the mental torture a lot of person has passed through while this war has been going on. It's going to take a long time for them to be healed. But in the interest of peace, I believe that Ukraine should see how this war comes to an end. Painful as it were, but it is a necessary end that will bring, succor to them and those around them too.
All right. This is the International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Do you feel that Zelensky will agree to this deal, or it is going to be fight to finish? We'll be right back. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. It's all about Russia-Ukraine war. Analyze the peace deal, being put on the table right now. Don't leaked, yes, by the U.S. Now let's go to Honorable Etiosa Igebo. You get to realize that Ukraine has been fighting for their territorial integrity. Are you telling them to give up now? Give up what they've been trying to protect might not go down too well with them. Do you see Zelensky accepting that deal?
Well, I think they should have the deal. I think I heard my brother thinking about maybe them not taking the deal or fighting to the last man, presumably, or looking at ways to look at critical aspects of settling the deal. Like Donald Trump, the president of the U.S., told Zelensky, he doesn't really have much cards on the table because the war is not dictated on his pace. He's trailing in the war. Like when this conversation started about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I told you on this studio and on this live TV that Russians will have their way and Ukraine will have their say. If they keep fighting and keep killing their men in Ukraine, who would stand to rebuild the country? They've lost a lot of men. I heard my brother suggesting that maybe 30,000 people may have died or soldiers or whatever. I'm not sure. They're talking about some soldiers that have died in hundreds of thousands. If you can have about 6,000 to 7,000 dying from satellite image according to Donald Trump a week, multiply by 365 days times 3 or 4, you will see that a lot of thousands, maybe in the millions, have been killed on the both sides. So to me, I don't think Zelensky understands what leadership is about. I don't think he understands what the consequences and engagement of war is about. It's not just enough to be a comedian, become a president by popular demands, and all of a sudden you plunge the country into a deadly war that has no end, and women and children are being killed. They made women fatherless, children of kids motherless, and the men has practically been destroyed, and he still want to continue to fight, begging for arms from the European Union and foreign partners. To me, I think that would be ill-thought idea for Zelensky at this time to even imagine with any iota of doubt that he stands a chance against Russia in this war. First and foremost, Russia as a nation is 2 times or 3 times the size of Ukraine. In terms of population, the Russians are way more than Ukrainians. If the Ukrainians are willing to sacrifice 20 million people by virtue of having an equal balance in the war, Russians can afford to sacrifice 60 million. But in this case, Russians are the one with the hypersonic weapons. They are the one with the satellite reconnaissance. They are the ones who can map out industries and establishments and power generating facilities, who can bomb it with hypersonic weapons and all kinds of missiles like the Oreshnik. Even on ground, the Russians seem to have a lot of firepower, whereby they can even produce more arms faster than the whole of EU put together. So when you look at these KPIs, these key performance indications, and the engagements of war and losing people, I think Zelensky does not even really have what it takes now to dictate for the Ukrainians whether they should back up this war or not. Well, maybe Zelensky himself should go to the war front. Maybe by the time he goes there and he's not coming back, the new leader may decide to go into real truce with the Russians. So for me, I don't think it makes any economic sense. I don't think it makes any logical sense or to continue on this path. 3.5 years to 4 years on, so many people have died day by day. The Ukrainians are losing more territories. To me, I think that this particular deal, what Donald Trump is trying to put on the table, should be at the front burner, not what the Europeans are saying. Because with all the Europeans have said, all that has happened to the Ukrainians is that they've lost more men and more territories. They've been killed by the Russians and slaughtered. I don't think Zelensky and the naysayers or the think tankers of Ukraine should allow that to continue. Because I don't see them winning the war. So why not negotiate and just allow peace to reign and start to rebuild your country? And I don't even think today, if election was to take place in Ukraine, if Zelensky will come distance 10th in that election, because he has taken them to a war that, first and foremost, they didn't achieve what they went into war for. They couldn't join NATO. And a lot of these weapons and the fights and the areas that they said they were going to hold back with the Russians, they couldn't. Every day, Russians is winning more territories. They are literally bombing Kiev now. And I don't think Zelensky should allow that to continue. They should take the peace deal, have some areas of negotiation on the gray areas, and maybe get the superpowers like the US to compare Russia to agree to those terms, and then let the war end. If not, they will end up losing the whole of Ukraine to Russia.
Zelensky should really concede to the proposition or the leaked peace plan orchestrated or planned by the U.S. Join us right now in the studio. He's a lecturer in Uniben. I call him the prof because whenever he is analyzing, gets to realize that we'll go back to class, so to speak. Do you want me to welcome, allow me to call him the prof because he's a prof to me, Professor Felix Osaime. Thank you so much for coming. Do late, but it's okay. It's all right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. So right now there is a leaked proposal, so to speak. Nobody knew how it came about, but whether it was used immediately to leak or Ukrainians just got a hold of the paper, nobody knows. But the content is really causing some serious stir in Ukraine. Disband your army. It shouldn't be more than 250,000. The land occupied right now, conquered by Russia, remains with Russia. They've also spoken about the aspect of EU deal. But take a look at this too. Do you feel that this deal is fair to the Ukrainian?
Well, all is fair in love and in war. Wow. And this is a war situation. We cannot run away from the fact that power politics is at play here. Ukraine, as at the time the USSR disintegrated in 1991, Ukraine had a huge stockpile of nuclear weapons that later was moved to Russia. So that was an effective power base that Ukraine lost as at that time. And Ukraine now is just one of the former Soviet republics. The major power Ukraine has right now is more agrarian than political and technological. In looking at it from that angle, Ukraine also got involved in high-stake politics by trying to join NATO. And that is what Russia has been resisting since 2014. Even as the time Russia annexed Crimea, it was not this contentious because people still felt that Crimea was part of original Russia and Russia needed access to the sea, which Crimea offers because Crimea has access to the Black Sea and the area is always open to international shipping and for Russian submarines to go out to sea effortlessly. But if they go to the North Sea, it can be frozen for certain parts of the year. So geopolitics came into the issue. And Russia has constantly argued that Ukraine should not join NATO. What caused the present debacle from the year 2022 was Ukraine's attempt to get into NATO. Meanwhile, before that time, there was the issue of Donetsk and Luhansk that Russia was also trying to seize because there were separatist movements in Ukraine that the Russians were supporting. But the blowout was the special military operation that Putin himself ordered from 2022. And that has brought Ukraine to massive devastation. Although Ukrainians have also put up a very good fight with support from the United States of America and other Western powers, as well as from NATO, it has not been an even fight. Russia has more power, and it was an unequal match. Ukraine has suffered extensive devastation, particularly the capital Kyiv and other parts of the country. In fact, Ukraine has been under military law since the commencement of this special military operation by Russia. So part of Ukrainian territory has also been seized by Russia. Ukraine has not actually entered Russian territory. Rather, what she has been doing is to launch drone attacks and launch missile attacks to maybe rattle the Russian military morale. And Russia also, at a point, brought in mercenaries that further devastated the Iranian heartland. So if you put these things together, you now see that there is no way, ordinarily, even in conventional war, that Ukraine can defeat Russia. But Russia, too, can not easily also flatten Ukraine. So that has been kind of stalemate. So it has led to Russia leaving the G8 to that reduced to G7. Russia has been facing sanctions from the US and other Western powers. Russia has also used the opportunity to test new missiles, like the hypersonic missile in Ukraine.
Satan 2.
Yeah, and Russia has also gone further to do something very interesting. Russia used the period of this debacle to strengthen herself economically. Because she began to insist that if you want to do business in Russia, you must buy things in Russian rubles. So they gradually demystified, in fact, they began to de-dollarize the international market system. And Russia pushed closer to China and other BRICS countries. So it's been more of Russia asserting herself internationally. Ukraine has now become the playground of a new proxy war. And proxy wars usually have greater impact on the theater of activity. In this case, the two big elephants actually are Russia and the USA. Ukraine is the battleground. Now, whatever peace deal is coming out, I definitely built up this discussion so that you know that the peace deal will definitely not be in the way that the Ukrainians will have an upper hand. Because this is power politics.
But it's the land.
Yes, what sovereignty makes
equal. It's the territory.
What sovereignty makes equal, power makes unequal. You cannot run away from that fact. And the deal that we are talking about that has leaked, of course, they said actually they should have 600,000 soldiers, not 200, 600. In fact, as of now, it is stand at about 880,000.
Yes.
And they are telling them to reduce to 600,000. Part of the territory in Donetsk and Luhansk should be left for Russia. Part of the area they took from Crimea should be left for Russia. And Ukraine should not join NATO. But Ukraine has been giving guarantees, though not yet concretized, that they'll be giving security guarantee that they will not face further attacks as we are discussing now, Russia is still attacking Ukraine. They are still attacking Kyiv. So the bombardment, whether by mortar, by missiles, and by drones, has not even stopped. And the retaliatory capacity of Ukraine is dependent on support from the US and other Western powers. So it's been a very, not complex, but confusing situation.
Confusing in what ways?
It's confusing because you are seeing the person at the receiving end struggling to stand on his feet with support from somebody that is standing behind him, propping him up, giving him weapons to fight somebody that is bigger than him in his front. So that's why it's confusing. But it's not complicated at all. You can easily see through that it's proxy war. And Zelensky, as much as the young man has always been patriotic, trying to insist that this is our country, this is our land, that the motherland must be protected at all costs, it is getting close to when he has to take the step back and say, what is the way out? Because there's something we call end game.
Yes.
And in end game, you ask yourself this question: where are we going to end in this discussion? And in this discussion right now, as it is in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are saying that they will have to throw in their towel. That's just the way it's going to end.
But Zelensky is saying that.
He doesn't have to say that openly. You see, the optics are a bit obvious. And if he says that openly, he'll say, oh, we have given up. That's defeatist. He doesn't have to say that. He can simply say powerful pressures from powerful states prevail on us. That's a diplomatic way of saying we have stepped back. Okay, it has to be diplomatic. You don't just openly go and shout. What about the lives that have been lost? What about the destruction to the country? What about the national infrastructure that has been wrecked, that has to be rebuilt? And there is already plans to set up an international coalition of support for Ukraine. So Ukraine is not even likely going to... Of course, this is macabre politics. They've lost something, but they're going to also get a lot back in return. So
interesting.
It's very, that's why I say it's confusing, but it's not complicated at all.
All right, that does not mean that countries that call themselves police of the world, America and its allies, are they too scared of Russia to tell them to back out of Ukraine? If you other countries, immediately they'll tell them no negotiation, get out of that country or else, according to that trope, we bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. But in this case, it's not happening. Are they scared of Russia?
Not really being scared of Russia, but again, you look at the man who is at the helm of the affairs. Because there are certain persons who are not ready to budge, just as you have in the case of Putin. Putin, with all sense of humility, certain people, you look at him as a man, somebody will say he's a madman. A man who will not want to listen. He's tailored to us, carrying out that which he has made up his mind to do. So such a person, you'll be very careful, dealing with him. He's just like a suicide bomber who has tied the bomb around his waist. He is not interested. His life does not mean anything to him. That is the same situation you find in Russia today. The man has made up his mind. The man has been there for a very long time, and he has, succeeded in a kind of, being able to put it in these people that they so much believe in him, and even those who have the will and the courage to challenge some of his actions, they are kept somewhere, out to avoid them, infiltrating the people, trying to remove that mindset which he has been able to implant in them. So that is why they are not that other countries are afraid, pushing harder, but they are looking at what will be the consequences. Will the man decides to use nuclear weapon? Will the man decide to go gaga? Because, all these other powerful nations are trying to put him to where he belongs. So, to me, dialogue, parties coming to a roundtable conference, looking at issues critically from a reasonable man point of view, putting again into consideration that they are not the only persons there. You have the people of Russia, you have the people of Ukraine. Just as we rightly know, thousands is not 20, not 30, not 40,000, men, women, and children have died, all in the process of two persons trying to exact it on each other. The man pointing hand, the other man pointing hand, that whatever you can do, I can do better. And that is what you have found. Ego comes in. Those who are supporting whether rightly or wrongly, are there playing their role, as it were. So that is the question I ask again. What is the role of the United Nations? Where are all these people, in this whole theater of war as is going on? What role has they been able to play to ensure that there is peace between these two neighbors? But unfortunately, either directly or indirectly, they seem not to have the courage to challenge some of the actions as well. I see America as a United Nations organization, because it is whatever America says automatically becomes what happens. So.
All right. Well, Honorable Echosage, but what if Zelensky says a capital no to this proposed deal, or to the proposed deal, or a peace plan, so to speak? What do you think will be the next line of action by the U.S. government or even Putin?
Well, if Zelensky says no, it's obvious that he's the fifth columnist in Ukraine, whose Russian President Putin rightly described as a narcissist who was brought into Ukraine through the back door by the colonial masters, which my brother Professor described as a proxy war to destroy Ukraine in the first place, and as a way of trying to get to Russia. Remember that at the peaks of Europe, during the world financial crisis, certain citizens of Europe suffered the same loss through the financial crisis, and there was abject poverty in those countries. Remember one thing that is very certain: this war is between the West and the East, and those in the West are the country that was visible, like England and France and all these other European countries, and the United States under the leadership of Joe Biden, who started this senseless war. But then on the East, you have Russia, you have China, a very massive country like in Russia. Likewise, North Korea and other countries, Belarus and whatnot, also supporting Russia on the other end. So the war was not purely a Russian war. Even Iran, Iran also supplied ammunition to support Russia. So they believe that if Russia was to go down as a buffer, the East become vulnerable to the Western idea of occupation in the modern day warfare because of the kind of people that have been in the American government. I think in my own submission, I don't think Zelensky has got or exhibit such ability to reject the peace deal, because Donald Trump has made it very clear for them to fight it out, and every time they do, Zelensky suffers more. If he was in the front line, I believe today will not be breathing anymore. So on that note, in my own candid opinion, is a situation whereby it was a good timing by creation that somebody like Donald Trump became the president of America, who doesn't even like the Biden and the Obama type of leadership or ideology, because he was a victim of it as well. And I want to applaud his effort since he came into office, trying his utmost best to stop the slaughtering of kids, young women and children who was forced by martial law into the war front, where Zelensky is still hiding in the bunkers, playing around and jumping around as a strong man. He's not a strong man. It's easy to send a young man to go and die on the front line whilst you are there somewhere using the martial law with corruption charges revolving around the government. So to me, I don't think he has such balls. I don't think he can say no, because I think the people from the inside out might be trying to keep their integrity together, not to become vulnerable to the Russian, harsh approach towards this war like it's been, and maybe trying to give Zelensky a bit of support. Not fully aware that deep down they may not be happy with him. So standing against that peace deal will not be in the best interest of Zelensky.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. And that is your last line on this discussion. Well, Prof, you're going to cap off the discussion. If it's with Zelensky, what will you do? Because what I'm saying is he's saying no to that deal because this is glory to Ukraine. Get all land back and push Russian troops away from Ukraine.
Now, sincerely speaking, Zelensky will not play hardball. That's asking for hardball. In diplomatic negotiation, you must be ready to make concessions and make compromise to get what you want. Zelensky knows that his back is against the wall. And Zelensky is not the power shot here. The power shots here is the United States of America under Trump and Russia under Putin. They are the ones that will decide finally how this thing will be resolved. Zelensky is going to ask for something between both of them, but he cannot decide finally how to go. What is important is that he should begin to accept that there must be a rollback. The damage to Ukraine is extensive, but there are guarantees that Ukraine will be rebuilt and there will be massive reconstruction. That's already a plus on one side. We should not always look at ego. Ego is what we say, I will not go back. He cannot say that. He's a president, and this is a war situation. And he's not going to make that decision alone. There are other factors. The international economic system was rattled by Russia's attack on Ukraine. Transactions were disrupted. Food supplies from Ukraine halted extensively. After a while, they restarted. Those things are gains that Ukraine can easily recover. Russia has been making a lot of money selling oil and gas to Europe. And they say Europeans are the ones supporting Ukraine. I mean, while Russia is using the same money that he makes from selling to Europe. So
how about Ukraine?
So you can see that, that's why I said it's not
confusing.
Complex, but it's confusing. So every person will look at what we call the Mexican standoff in negotiation. And this is where you say, what am I going to get? But to get something, you must be willing to give us something. And that is why when Ed Bull was discussing the international political system, he said it was anarchic. Anarchy is the rule here. And you create some order from the anarchy. Now, in this same situation, I heard Honorable Tisa asking of certain things that can be done. You also raised the issue of United Nations. United Nations is not an entity unto itself. United Nations is as powerful as the nations that make up United Nations. And who are the nations that drive United Nations? The 5 powers that are in the Security Council. And these are what? The United States of America, Russia, China, Britain, and France. So if they agree, Ukraine must fall into line. So it is just what Ukraine can get. We cannot run away from the fact that there have been loss of lives, but that's why I said war is ugly. And if it happens,
you know how it's going to end. Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see, our time is up. Let's see if Zelensky is going to accept this deal. But the deal entails that the land that Russia has been fighting for, they are going to get it. You can't be told to reduce our military might, reduce it by 250, that is going down to 600,000. Well, a country without a military might, that is up to 1 million. Would you call that a country? Anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on today's show. We'll do it again next week. God willing. Bye for now.
Against negotiating with insurgents as kidnappings escalate. Edo Assembly amends secret court prohibition law. Western Delta University graduates first PhD students in record time. Lagos police stop unapproved Egungun festival plans. And it's a pleasure to have you join us on ITV Network News. From the Abuja Network Studio, my name is Godwin Dele. And tonight from Benin, I have Philip Omoribukon joining us. And also from our Lagos Network Studio, I have Messelena Onko. Good evening to you guys.
Good evening, Godwin.
Good evening, Godwin. Good to have you tonight. Good to see you tonight.
Good evening. Thank you. We move straight to the news. Members of the House of Representatives on Wednesday continued their debate on the increasing spate of insecurity in different parts of the country with the aim of proffering last solutions. Organic Victor reports that while some lawmakers blame the menace on the alleged recruitment of ex-bandits into the military, others said the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle it.
The federal lawmakers continued their special plenary session on Wednesday, suspending all motions to debate on the possible solutions to the lingering insecurity in different parts of the country. Caucus led 6 geopolitical zones and other interested members were asked to voice their opinions on the security challenges. Prominent among them is Honorable Idris Wase, leader of the North Central Caucus, who alleged that some Nigerian security agencies recruit ex-bandits, thereby giving room to more crimes.
When in the process of recruitment, Boko Haram were found in the list. Other criminals, armed robbers, gangs were found in the list of Nigerian Army and police. There has to be a thorough way of ensuring that when we are recruiting, those of us that are politicians are recommending, should recommend people of good character and integrity. That's the only way we can resolve this problem and solve this problem.
To other lawmakers like Solomon Bob from Rivers State, the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle the menace.
What has happened in this country is an abject lack of courage. Every president since 1999 till today has demonstrated an embarrassing lack of courage to deal with an issue that has festered. We are appeasing terrorists. We are placating them. They are engaged in negotiation. You can't appease your way out of terrorism.
It is the right time for us as a house to legislate on the right legal framework on our state policing.
The lawmakers say the situation is worrisome and that every effort must be geared towards arresting it. From the House of Representatives, Organi Victor, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has condemned the government's approach to tackling insurgency, warning that negotiating with bandits is a dangerous and misguided strategy. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, stated this Wednesday at a press briefing at the party's national secretariat in Abuja. Political correspondent Joseph Kadri reports that the party praised the safe return of victims from recent kidnappings, including worshippers adopted for Christ Apostolic Church in Kwara State and school children in Kebbi State.
The ADC in this press briefing by its spokesman, Bolaji Abdullahi, commends the safe return of some abducted students, but says the abduction should never have occurred, blaming federal government inaction and political distractions for the rising insecurity. The ADC expresses deep concern over reports suggesting the federal government may have negotiated with kidnappers rather than bringing them to justice. The party warns that such action could encourage more kidnappings and perpetuate a cycle of terror.
The federal government is not being honest with Nigerians about the circumstances surrounding the release of the abducted victims. We strongly believe that this administration is negotiating deals with insurgents. It is especially alarming to hear the Inspector General of Police state that the perpetrators of the Kwara Church attack were not arrested just because they came out voluntarily to surrender the victims.
The party also criticizes the closure of 47 unity schools and other state schools in response to escalating abductions, calling it a dangerous concession to terrorists. The ADC urges the federal government to reinforce security, deploy protection forces to schools, and reopen them immediately.
A few days ago, in response to the escalating abduction of children, the federal government ordered the closure of 47 unity schools across the country. Several state governments have followed suit, shutting down schools and sending children home. While the government may consider this the safest short-term options, it sends a dangerous message to terrorists. A government that quietly negotiates with insurgents and then shut down schools to avoid further kidnappings has in effect conceded ground to terror. We call on the federal government to immediately deploy the Civil Defense Corps to all the federal unity schools so that children can safely return to the classroom without further delay.
From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And away from that, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday declared a nationwide security emergency, ordering the Nigerian police and armed forces to recruit additional personnel to tackle rising insecurity across the country. In a statement issued from the State House, the President directed the police to recruit 20,000 new officers, bringing the total planned intake to 50,000. He also authorized the use of National Youth Service Corps camps as temporary training facilities for the recruits. The statement read today, in view of the emerging security situation, have decided to declare a nationwide security emergency and order additional recruitment into the armed forces. President Tinubu gave the Department of State Services authority to deploy trained forest guards to flush out terrorists and bandits operating in Nigeria's forests, and order the recruitment of more personnel to strengthen those operations. The President commended security agencies for their effort in rescuing 24 schoolgirls in Kebbi and 38 worshippers in Kwara State, and vowed to sustain efforts to free students still held hostage in Niger State. He also praised the bravery of soldiers who have lost their lives in recent operations, including Brigadier General Musa Uba. President Tinubu called on the National Assembly to preview laws to allow states to establish state police where necessary, and urge local authorities and religious institutions to improve security measures. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has condemned the unauthorized circular directing government schools in FCT to shut down, insisting no such approval was issued. He described the action as unimaginable and very unfortunate. FCT correspondent Joy Gucci Yakina reports that the minister made this known during an inspection exercise and later reaffirmed it at the FCT security meeting in Abuja. The report.
The FCT Minister Nyesom Wike first reacted during an inspection tour of ongoing infrastructure projects at Guzape 2, A11 district in Abuja. He announced the indefinite suspension of the Education Mandate Secretary and disclosed that directors involved in issuing the circular would also face sanctions for misleading the public with claims that FCTA ordered the closure of schools.
I was watching television last night and I saw a school that FCT has directed that schools should be shut down, and I couldn't believe it, and I had to call the Mandate Secretary of Education, and of course he couldn't reply, and then I had to get to the details. I've even got to know the circular that was given to all the schools without our approval. And I know that we're having Security Council meeting today, and I called the Commissioner of Police, and I called the State Director of SSS, who they said it's not in the agenda, and there's no way, we don't have such a threat that will make us to go and shut down the school. So because of that, the Madam Secretary of Education has been suspended indefinitely, and the directors who are involved would be sanctioned according to civil service rules. But you can imagine how people could take such decision.
Wike further reiterated his position at the FCT security meeting held shortly after the inspection, with the Commissioner of Police and other security heads in attendance.
So nobody should be worried. The public should not panic. The security agencies are equal to the tax. Government will do all they can to give them the necessary support. So I felt it necessary to let you know that we are not part. We never took such a decision.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hakina, ITV News.
And now from the nation's capital, let's turn our attention to Benin, where Philip is standing by. Over to you, Philip.
Thank you, Godwin. The Edo State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law 2025. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiagbon reports that a proposal from Governor Monday Okpebholo to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency was also read to the legislators.
The Edo State 8th Assembly witnessed a significant development during Wednesday's plenary as the chairperson of the Committee on Security and Public Safety, Honorable Maria Edeko, presented the committee's report on a bill to amend the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. The report contained 2 key findings and 1 recommendation for consideration by the lawmakers. The proposed amendment, cited as the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition First Amendment Law 2025, underwent detailed scrutiny and was subsequently passed after scaling through the 3rd reading.
Bill for a law to amend the Secret Court and Similar Activities Law has been passed by this House, 8th Assembly. Clean copies of this bill should be forwarded to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, for his assent.
In another major development, the lawmakers received a bill from Governor Monday Okpebholo seeking to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency. The bill, designed to strengthen the state disaster response and management systems, was read on the floor and referred to the Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Following the security challenges facing the country, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, has warned the naval personnel that the Naval will decisively deal with any officer involved in illegal oil activities within Nigeria's maritime waterways. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the Naval Chief made the remarks during his visit to the command to ascertain the level of preparedness of the Navy in maritime domain security.
On arrival at the Nigerian naval ship NNS Delta headquarters in Warri, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas inspected the water guards parade and exchanged pleasantries with senior naval officers during his inaugural familiarization visit to the command. Addressing officers and ratings, the Chief of Naval Staff stressing that security remains the foundation for national development, urging personnel to remain committed to their professional duties.
I must reiterate that you maintain the highest standards of discipline and professionalism, particularly in the conduct of your operations.
Vice Admiral Abbas reiterated the Navy's commitment to maintaining peace in the maritime environment to enable legitimate business to thrive. He also called for stronger collaboration with host communities. In his remarks, the commander of NNS Delta, Commodore Abdulaziz Subir, thanked the Chief of Naval Staff for the visit.
Sir, we assure you that NNS Delta will remain steadfast, disciplined, and fully aligned to your strategic intent as we work to secure the maritime domain and protect Nigerian vital economic interests.
Earlier, the Chief of Naval Staff told all NNS Delta facilities to assess the challenges facing the command and determine how best to address them. From Warri, Benga Hamid, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly ad hoc committee investigating the Moa and Radisson Blu Hotel projects has expressed reservations that the major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu project sent subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Joy Obai Siagbo reports that during the investigations, the committee was able to unravel that work on the Radisson Blu Hotel has reached 70% completion.
You were just signing and signing and signing and signing.
In continuation of the ongoing probe, the committee summoned all contractors and stakeholders involved in both projects to clarify their roles. While several key players appeared and provided detailed explanations, the committee expressed displeasure that major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu Hotel project sent subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Despite this, representatives of Shapoji Palonji, the main contractors handling the Radisson Blu Hotel project, informed the committee that the project has reached 70% completion, even though full payments have not yet been made.
We have exposure of close to 40 billion. 40 billion, that is the exposure that we have on this project. We've been outside, we have not seen 40% completion.
On the MOA project, the committee noted that although the MOA Institute submit all required documents, its representatives failed to verbally defend their submissions during the hearing. The Accountant General, however, appeared before the committee to offer clarity on the financial expenditures and payment flow.
To our knowledge, the matter that came was a request for payment, and that is the extent to which the trade was involved.
The committee has adjourned proceedings and will reconvene at a later date to conclude its findings. From Benin, Joy Obai Siagbo, ITV News.
The Christian Gospel Artists Association of Nigeria has held its 2025 annual musical concert amidst pomp and celebration in Benin City. The event held at the Obaseki family compound on Oba Market Road drew renowned Edo gospel artists, members from across Nigeria and beyond, various church groups and residents. Jelado Joe unveils the rest of the story.
The 2025 SIGAN annual concert, tagged Exceptional Praise, was an energy-filled gathering that featured powerful sermons, moments of spiritual renewal, and soul-lifting musical ministrations from several gospel artists, including Mr. and Mrs. K. Iyamu, Madam Veru Adedoyin, Pastor Francis Gobadia, Lady of Praise, Reverend Nosa and Franca, Peter the Rock, among others. Founder and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Elder Benson Paul Ayre, President of SIGAN, Lady Kash Neizena, and Chairman of the Planning Committee, Isioma Omaka, highlighted the significance of the annual concert and expressed satisfaction with the success of the 2025 edition.
The general idea, let's make gospel music popular. Let's enhance the welfare of gospel music ministers and use music as a tool for evangelism.
As a president, I'm happy, I'm fulfilled that we're having this done because we have actually gathered to give him high praise. And whenever you do that, God is always set to bless you.
Massive. You can see overflow everywhere. People are just watching and some are dancing with us. And we thought maybe it would not be massive like this.
Mrs. K. Iyamu and Mrs. Palmer Omori commended the Christian Gospel Artists Association of Nigeria and its leadership for sustaining the yearly initiative.
I pray that God will continue to uphold them and strengthen them to do more programs that will bring glory to the name of God. No one praises God and go down.
They've done well because this is what God wants us to do. They brought this program and they brought every one of us together and we are here in unity. Everybody sing
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Now we cross over to our Lagos studio for continuation of the news. Over to you, Ms. Nina.
Thank you, Godwin. From Lagos, the Lagos State Police Command has arrested 12 suspects in connection with circulating handbills and posters informations on social media attributed to Oja Paparapo of Oregun. The State Police Public Relations Officer SP Abibola Adebisi in a statement said the publication from the group was warning and restricting the general public from freedom of movement, expression and dignity to human persons. The command said it will not tolerate lawlessness in the part of the state, and the Commissioner of Police CP Olorudare Jimon has therefore directed the suspension of the festival, which is likely to lead to disturbance of public peace, safety and public order in the states.
This is Network News on ITV. Now it's time for a return. We'll bring you more stories on the news. Please stay with us.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for staying on. The Reverend Andrew Agbomenyo Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, also known as Rural Mission, has again demonstrated its unwavering commitment to humanity during a 6-day gospel crusade, which featured free medical outreach and surgeries in Igara and Uneme Ekpedo in Akokwedo local government area, Edo State. The medical outreach took place at the Igara General Hospital and the Uneme Ekpedo Primary Health Center. Professor Wango was there and has details.
The Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, led by its president and mission director, Reverend Andrew Agbomenyo, and supported by lead surgeon Dr. Philip Osho, combined healthcare and spiritual intervention to impact the lives of women, children, men, and the elderly. About 1,000 persons benefited from the program, with 10 surgeries successfully carried out in Igara, while 28 surgeries were recorded in Uneme Ekpedo. Ailments such as hernia, appendicitis, lipoma, and excision cases, among others, were treated with several requiring surgical procedures. Many souls also embraced Christ during the outreach. Beneficiaries commended the organizers, noting that it was their first time experiencing such a program with quality healthcare services in their communities.
I just want to appreciate you for the success.
Speaking during the outreach, Reverend Andrew Agbomenyo emphasized the foundation's mission to meet both physical and spiritual needs.
Our vision is to reach out to the less privileged of us. We visit prisons, orphanage. I did similar program recently at Oko Prison, where we did about 50 surgeries, and we saw about 350 inmates
is transportation. 2, the drones take much expenses from us.
Dr. Philip Osho also explained that the outreach aims to support the less privileged.
Just rounded up this program where close to 200 people were served and some surgeries were done and glasses were distributed to people who need them.
Partners in the outreach include UBTH, Vision Spring, Igara's Descendants Union, UK, Sonny and Kemi Agumbiade Empowerment, and other well-meaning individuals. With a growing reach and unwavering purpose, the Reverend Andrew Agbohinio Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation remains committed to extending healthcare hope and healing to the most vulnerable across rural communities. From Igara, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Authorities of one of Nigeria's most prominent private universities, the Western Delta University, say they have graduated the first doctorate degrees PhD students, a record achievement which further repositions the educational institution for academic excellence. The Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Augustine Ikelebe, welcoming guests to the 15th convocation ceremony of the school, amongst whom were the visitor and former governor of Delta State, Chief James Onanefe Ibori, added that the institution has also graduated master's degree students and 176 first degrees. Emmanuel Okpololoho reports that the occasion was also graced by other former governors, ministers, traditional rulers, business moguls, including the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazo, retired, and Prince Adewale Adebayo, amongst others. The report is presented by Jolade Ojo.
I welcome you to the 15th convocation ceremony of this great citadel of learning.
The Chancellor, Western Delta University, and former Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Donald Duke, declaring the convocation open. The Vice-Chancellor of the University, Professor Augustine Ikelebe, commended the visitor and former Governor of Delta State, Chief James Onanefe Ibori, for investing vigorously into the university and acknowledged the contributions made by some notable Nigerians and organizations for their roles in supporting the university.
This university offers or has the cheapest school fees among the universities around us. And this is in line with the vision of the visitors to this great university, that the fees of this university should not be above the economic capacity of its constituents.
In a convocation lecture titled Overcoming Insecurity in Nigeria, guest lecturer and former Vice-Chancellor, Modibo University of Technology and Nigerian Army University, Professor Kyari Mohammed, was apt in saying that major insecurity is fueled by partisan politics, but was quick to add that the recipe for insecurity is good governance and government of inclusivity. Former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazao, retired alongside politician and business mogul Prince Adewale Adebayo, were later decorated with honorary doctorate degrees of strategic studies and political science. Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Ehosa Osage, charged all the graduates to be worthy ambassadors of the university. The visitor and former governor of Delta State, Chief James Ibori, thanked all that graced the event, noting that the school has grown to become among the best in Nigeria. The Vice-Chancellor later led all other dignitaries on tour of the various new landmark projects. Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Concerned Benin youths under the umbrella of the Youth Union in conjunction with the Benin Solidarity Movement worldwide say the security of lives and property remains a top priority for them. The group stated this during a press conference organized to address issues of insecurity and the alleged allocation of contracts for the protection of oil wells. Wellington Akodija has details.
The need to ensure the safety of lives and property prompted the gathering of youths from several communities in Ikubaoka local government area of Edo State. In his address, the public relations officer of the Otedo Youth Union, Comrade Ohen Ijuwari, noted that Ikubaoka hosts several oil wells and stressed the need for youth to be empowered to protect these facilities, which form part of nature's critical infrastructure.
in Ologbo land owned by the Benin people. There are 30 oil wells explored by MPDC and also 19 oil wells explored by Pan Ocean Company, thereby making a total of 49 oil wells in Ologbo with just one flowing station attached.
Also speaking, a youth leader, Ambassador Osaboyan Osagede Nwago, emphasized the importance of securing all villages. He condemned the practice of awarding pipeline protection contracts to non-indigents, insisting that while Nigeria remains one entity, youth from host communities must be included in the pipeline protection committees.
We are lamenting the insecurity as far as this territory is concerned. While some strangers will come into our land all the name of security issues and collect money to go and be enriching themselves, we the youths have to stand and say enough is enough.
We the indigents, we have interest on this oils. At least we supposed to have benefit in it.
The group called on the state and federal governments to urgently respond to their concerns, noting that local youths understand their terrain best and are therefore better to position to contribute meaningfully to community security. From Benin, Wellington Akodija, ITV News.
Watching ITV Network News, we turn to more stories after this short break. Thank you for staying on. Retired workers of First Bank Nigeria have staged a peaceful protest at the King Square branch in Benin City, demanding an improved retirement package in line with the current economic realities in the country. The retirees, who say they have been receiving a monthly pension of 15,000 naira for over 20 years, describe the payment as inadequate and dehumanizing. They also raised concerns over the management of the bank's pension trust fund, alleging financial irregularities. Donald M.A.N. reports.
Retired workers of First Bank Nigeria converged on the premises of the King Square branch in a peaceful demonstration, calling on the bank's management and relevant authorities to urgently intervene in what they describe as prolonged neglect and worsening economic hardship. According to the protesters, they currently receive a monthly pension of 15,000 naira, a figure they say has remained unchanged for more than 2 decades, despite rising inflation and the high cost of living in Nigeria. They further disclosed that their annual medical allowance stands at 30,000 naira, an amount they describe as grossly insufficient to meet their healthcare needs as senior citizens.
We have we have instituted many cases. First Bank is a bank management. They always break the rule. Our members are dying in groups all over the distance.
We have the pension funds, but they have taken the pension funds. We are telling them enhance our pension, not from your profit, but from our pension fund.
And 15 naira every month. Then yearly medical is 30 naira, which translates to 2,500 every month. And for the past 20 years on this issue, First Bank has a pension fund of 300 billion naira. We have met with them severally, meeting them severally. They've been forcing us here and there.
More critically, the retirees allege that about 300 billion naira from the First Bank Pension Trust Fund may have been mismanaged or embezzled without proper accountability. Claims they urge relevant anti-graft agencies to thoroughly investigate. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Elders, women and youths of Adeyanba community have called on the Oba Benin, Oba Ewai II, the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, and the Deputy Governor, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, to intervene in what they described as encroachment and illegal sale of their land by Mr. Kingsley Igbinosa, the Okao of Unuame village. According to the Adeyanba people, the 2 communities located in Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Edo State, have enjoyed a cordial relationship for many years until Mr. Igbinosa allegedly began selling their land to Yoruba and Ijaw settlers, an act they say has denied them access to their farms, cocoa plantations, and of course rubber farmlands. Afosa Wangwe takes us there.
Speaking, the head of Ovia Shrine, Elder Sunday Osewegi, accused Mr. Kingsley Igbinosa of selling Adeyanba land to Okumu people, the Yoruba and the Ijaw indigenes living in the riverine axis. Elder Osewegi noted that the elders and leaders of Adeyanba community had invited the Okao of Umuame village for a peace meeting, but he allegedly refused to honor the invitation.
Ona ikpania ona wade ona adi okpa wo bi madada wa ba bi konjo owi ori nya ni ya fefefe.
Another elder of the community, Ege Omogbe, stated that Mr. Igbinosa claims ownership of the entire stretch of land from Ovia area to Adeyanba. Also speaking, the woman leader of Adeyanba community, Mrs. Eisieme Eimema, accused Mr. Igbinosa of destroying their crops. One of the youth leaders of the community, Mr. Edowoyi Ikpuba, alleged that Mr. Igbinosa is selling their land to Ijaw people because he claims to have powerful connections in the society.
Ai manawe doge manawe dogbebe dogi omono ba wegwa ana tima ana wetie sokma ye mare mi ya no jewe u orari pa ave ba ne noge imugbo Kamia awe ni adwa I hasani pupo
ebe no sunu na no kauna o ma esunu wuta de abade unuame wa de aba okpa mahu.
He has put so many boys in the bush, giving them guns to terrorize our community, to sell our land.
Responding, the Oka of Unuame village, Kingsley Idahosa denied the allegation, saying the elders are attempting to frame him because he refused to allow indiscriminate sale of community land.
I, as the representative of the Oba village in Unuame, refuse them to be selling land. That's the problem.
The people of Adeyanba community say they will not relent in their struggle until their grievances are heard and addressed amicably. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Benin Akai Golden Lions Club under Lions International District 404A4, Region 6, Nigeria, yesterday held its fundraising luncheon and investiture ceremony for Lion Osahon Wagbafo, who was inaugurated as the 6th president of the club. The well-attended event, which also featured the installation of club officers and the induction of new members, took place at the Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center, St. Paul's Catholic Church, Airport Road, Benin City. The ceremony marked a significant milestone for the club, ushering in new leadership and reaffirming its dedication to impactful community service. The report, filed by Ibrahim Adedeji, is presented by Jolade Ojo.
First Vice District Governor Lion Doris Ken Otokiti, who anchored the event, highlighted the core mandate of the Lions Club, service to humanity through impactful community projects. She explained that the gathering was a crucial fundraising drive dedicated to supporting pediatric cancer surgeries, stressing that the Lions remain committed to saving lives and providing hope for vulnerable children. She reaffirmed that every contribution made at the event would help advance their mission of humanitarian service.
This is one thing we know how to do very well as Lions. We are just volunteers. We all put ourselves together willfully to identify those gaps, those needs in our community and try to meet them.
Speaking at the event, the immediate past president, Chief Scott Ogenevoga Gaudu, praised the newly installed president, noting his commitment and selflessness during his tenure as vice president. He emphasized that these qualities made the leadership transition seamless and assured full support for his presidency.
I'm so glad that he's the president now because I know his capacity.
The newly installed president, Lion Osanhan Wagbafo, expressed deep gratitude for the support shown at his investiture, emphasizing the value of unity and togetherness within the club. He outlined his commitment to completing key projects before the end of his tenure, assuring members of his dedication to sustaining the club's vision and impact.
Thank God for a successful event, and my mission is just to carry out a site project.
Dora Adebayo of the Full Royal Lions Club spoke at the event about how a donation was motivated by a passion for supporting the visually impaired and extending help to orphanages and other charitable causes.
I've done it before, 2011. Any money realized here is for the charity. We go to orphanage, we do site diabetes, just like what the DG announced. That's all what we do.
The highlight of the occasion was the presentation of awards and the induction of new members to the Lions Club. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Residents of Iwoba Bekun community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, have called on prospective land buyers to return, assuring that the land dispute with previously hindered sales has now been fully resolved. The appeal was made during a public address by community leaders with elders, youths, and other key stakeholders present. Oluwapelumi Abioye completes the story.
Speaking on behalf of the community, the Odionwe of Iwoba Bekun announced that land sales have officially resumed following the peaceful resolution of all disputes that had created uncertainty for investors.
Ezo no sunu o se na anasi we mari ona kyoto yeye ama we no jo we ye epishi me ga gwe now ezo ni no phone auto na yi mari o ni awe no ri amo no we ni adoto ma ho no de no dodoto ezo gironia.
Elders and landowners reaffirmed the community's commitment to peaceful development, noting that ownership and boundary issues have been settled in line with traditional customs and legal procedures.
For some time now, there have been crises, and that crisis, we decided that nobody should come in again to buy land. Now that we have resolved, people can now come in to buy land. There is peace now.
There's no quarrel again. Anybody who is coming to buy land here is free to come and buy. There's no fear.
The Okaigele of the community pledged the continued cooperation of the youth in maintaining peace, assuring genuine land developers of a safe and supportive environment.
We don't have any problem in this community. The community is a free community, very peaceful community. We need more customers.
Iwoba Bekun is cool and calm. We are calling on developers to come to Iwoba Bekun community to come and develop our community.
This is a rapidly developing community that is peace-loving.
We are using this opportunity to call on prospective buyers, investors, partners to come to Iwoba Bekun community to come and invest. We want to also invite all the sons and daughters of Iwoba Bekun community that come December 28, 2025, we'll be having our carnival. So you are invited to come and join us.
From Benin, Oluwapelumi Abioye, ITV News.
Residents of Egowangwe community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Edo State, have appealed to the government of Edo State and the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty L.Y. II, Oba of Benin, over what they described as continued harassment, intimidation, and alleged encroachment on their ancestral land by a resident of the neighboring Iguzama community. They say the situation has made living and farming in the area increasingly unsafe. Dona Nemiyen unveils the rest.
According According to natives of Igbo community, tensions have continued to rise following alleged repeated harassment and attacks by a man from the neighboring Iguzama community who has unlawfully encroached on a portion of land belonging to them, despite an ancestral boundary between the two communities. The natives alleged that their farmlands had been damaged, crops destroyed, and that several members of the community now live in fear due to ongoing threats and intimidation.
Saturday, Iguzama, Anawe Oto, Marimoto, Iguzama, Karima, Mogia, Mamogima, Ebonowe, Jakima, Yeme, Dadogoboge. Uwaka, Berawa, Wadu, Bowa, Wadu, Caterpillar, Yagoge, Oto Sori.
He has entered our forest and it took bulldozer to level our farmland, our crops, cash crops, pineapple, plantain, cocoa, rubber. He bulldozed everything.
The boundary, let me stand here the witness because of the river, the market, Okabega and Uguzama. Down from that farm, that is the Egbebo, down to this way, Awovia. From there down to this way, now we get on.
Speaking on behalf of the legal team of Igbo community, Barrister Melody Ojebu stated that every legal measure will be employed to address the unrest.
This person have encroached in this community, disregarding the boundary agreement between both communities, and threatening the lives of the members, both including the elders and the individuals in this community.
Igbo is an agrarian community located off Loko Road in Noviano East Local Government Area of Edo State. From Igbo community, Noviano East Local Government Area of Edo State, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
A short break beckons to stay. Of course, that wraps it on the Network News tonight. Thanks for your time with us. I am Philip Omo-Gyupon. Don't be beautiful, right interest.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Delight to have you join me on yet another lovely episode of your #1 show on television, and that's none other than Flipside on Independence Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, that city where the king is truly king. Now, I know there are some persons that are just joining us for the first time. Flipside is a unique show that tends to put a balance to issues by taking a look at them from different perspectives. You know, they say that it gets boring sometimes when you look at issues just from one perspective. Variety is the spice of life. So the essence of Flipside is to take up a topical issue and examine it inside out. That way we'll be able to strike a balance between different schools of thought, between different views and different opinions. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Today we are taking a look at a timely discussion, something that has to do with what the nation is facing at the moment, especially the church. Okay, the church is a body that addresses certain issues that are very sensitive. So there are certain things that we try not to dabble into because of the nature of the church. Okay, for instance, some persons are of the opinion that the church has no business in politics. So the question we're asking today is that true? The relationship between the church and politics. That's what we are taking a look at today. And of course, I've got three amazing gentlemen in the house with me to do justice to this topic. Now, to my far left is a clergy. As a matter of fact, the three of them are clergy. Okay, I have Oladele Ogundele, who is an educationist and also a public affairs analyst. Yes, I also understand that he is the State Secretary of AFED. It's good to have you in the house, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, it is a pleasure to have you in the house. And of course, seated next to Mr. Oladele is a clergy as well. He is Nazarite Chukwuemeka. He is a clergy, a public affairs analyst. It's good to have you in the house, sir.
Thank you, Harry. Good to be here again.
It's good to have you. And there's a new face in the house. He's in all white. He goes by the name of Pastor, right? Evangelist Edugie Ewoma. He's also a clergy.
Thank you very much.
Welcome on board.
Good afternoon, Dean. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. All right, so let's set the ball rolling. A very interesting topic we have before us, ladies and gentlemen. We're discussing the relationship between the church and politics. First off, should the church actively participate in politics or maintain strict neutrality? I don't know who would like to take the first shot. Now, maybe I should start with you, Mr. Oladele. Do you think the church should, should actively participate in politics or maintain strict neutrality?
Okay, thank you. Once again, let me appreciate you for bringing profound discussions like this.
Thank you, sir.
Very interesting topic. The question is, what is politics and what is the church? Politics has to do with governance. Politics has to do with government. And the church is a group of persons that have identified with a particular faith. And if that is the case, these people stay in a community, in an environment, under government, under governance. So as such, the church should not stay neutral, but should not be partisan, should not practice partisan politics. The church should concentrate on the moral building of the society. The church should concentrate on the encouraging good social values, virtues, building people, and involving in anything that has to be civic and also be law-abiding.
Okay.
So that's it. But when it comes to belonging to a party or getting involved in politics, in detail, the church shouldn't. I won't say church should stay neutral.
Okay.
Because like I said, he formed it. You know, in Matthew chapter 4, this is always my point. I said, when the devil came to Jesus Christ to test him, he actually came with two things. He came with politics and religion. He said, if you bow to me, that's religion, worship. I will give you this kingdom. That's politics.
Politics, okay.
So they go together. Devil is smart. And Jesus Christ knew, I will get the government, but not through this method. So as such, he didn't bow. Okay. He has to use the prescribed, organized, or proposed method that God has ordained. And one day he will take over the government of this world.
Okay.
So as such, the church should involve in politics when it comes to probably like civic
responsibility.
Yes, civic responsibility, voter education, building social values, encouraging people on how to do things in the society. The church have a large number that can influence politics,
okay.
that can influence social and good values.
Okay.
So the church, but when it comes to public endorsement, public partisan politics,
okay,
the church should be careful. That would be my piece.
The church should be careful.
Yes.
All right, let's re-examine the question, Nazarite Chukwemeka. The question says, should the church actively participate in politics? And he said that it's okay for the church to participate in politics, but it is totally out of place for it to be partisan. Now, doesn't partisanship have to do with being actively involved?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. The church should be active actually in politics, and from me I take it from the angle of being deliberate in discipling people who can also be involved there. Discipleship.
Like mentorship?
Yes. Mentorship, we use it secularly, but in the church terms, we use discipleship. Discipling people who can run in that light. We read in the book of Isaiah chapter 9, describing Jesus. He said, government shall be upon his shoulder. Yeah. And so the church has to be consciously and actively and deliberately and intentionally involved in discipling people that we get there. That's when you study people like Joseph and study people like Daniel. These were godly people who were involved in politics. In quote. So the church has to be, but not to be partisan. I don't personally believe that to be active means to be partisan. The church has to.
So by that, do you mean that someone from the church or a Christian cannot aspire to any political office, because that's partisan politics?
The partisanship, no, you can. A child of God can. Okay. But for a church, bringing an endorsement is where I'm trying to bring it. But an individual can aspire. And of course, you can get there if you're not a party member, so to speak. All right? So, in fact, I thank God even what quite a number of churches are doing these days, raising political departments in their churches. Yes, putting HODs that man those department. Yes, though the churches, quite a number of churches started it quite late, but it's being later than never. Okay. So the churches are beginning to realize that this ought to be. But as far, like my colleague said, endorsing parties where I'm having a challenge. Okay. Yes. So, but individuals in different churches can aspire offices and should be given the needed support by the church.
Independent of the church's influence.
Yes. Okay. And they should be given the needed support that is required of
by the church.
Yes, they should.
All right, Evangelist Dugie, endorsement. Do you think it's appropriate for church leaders or the church, as a body, to endorse a candidate for a political office?
Thank you very much. I will not want to answer that question directly. Okay. Because I want us to look at this much in its little fragments, because that's an holistic conversation. Okay. Because if you look at what Apostle Paul said, he said that the church is a whole body with many members. And so when you are talking about endorsement of being involved in partisan politics, I want to say, let's separate the different members. Because these different members have different roles that they ought to be playing at different times. And so, if the spiritual head of the church, I would say, in my opinion, is the head of the church, shouldn't be involved in partisan politics. He is supposed to bring what we call speaking truth to power for the church.
But is it possible to, be involved actively or to be partisan and still be able to speak truth to power?
That's what I'm saying. The spiritual head shouldn't be involved in partisan politics.
So who should be involved?
Any other member. The deacons, the brothers, any other person that is not involved as a shepherd of a congregation, so to speak. Because the congregation in this sense is the lowest unit of the body of Christ. So if you are a head of a congregation, in my opinion, you shouldn't be involved in partisan politics. But if you are not, and you are just any other role you are playing, even to the extent of the assistant pastor or shepherd of the ministry, because I don't want to be specific in the office as it were. Such persons can be involved in partisan politics. Why? Because Mike Moron said something. He said, you cannot elect a demon to power. Demon in this sense, election in this sense, whether you voted or you stayed away from voting, you've permitted the demon to go into power and then begin to pray, Lord, change him. Demons don't change. And so, like... when
you say demons now, you're talking about people with questionable character?
Precisely. They will not...
That sounds like you're speaking in, riddles. Because, demons are, especially within the church circle, right? Demons are known to be spirits. So the demons in this context are probably, figurative, I guess.
Yes. Demon in the sense that their heart are already sold out to do what is not right. And so you cannot begin to say, Lord, change them. Because indirectly or directly, you endorse their coming to power by not providing an option for the people. And so, like I was saying, the speaker before I spoke said, people should be discipled, not from outside the church, but within the church, who are not meant to shepherd over a congregation. To go into this politics, because politics is one of the 7 mountains of influence that the church must take over.
Hopefully you throw more light on that. It's one of the 7 mountains of influence. Hopefully we'll get to know about the other 6 mountains of influence. Well, in case you just joined us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the relationship between the church and politics. We'll be going on this break now, and when we return, it will be time to move to take it a notch higher. Please stay tuned.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain
which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Yes, it's good to have you back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the relationship between the church and politics. Now, Mr. Dele, I would like to ask this question. In recent time, there have been hues and cries about certain clergy, certain pastors, certain ministers, certain evangelists being more vocal in criticizing, certain political regimes than others. A certain pastor led a protest during President Jonathan's regime, right, against the rising spate of insecurity at the time. But this same pastor and some other persons, have been accused of silence in this regime, especially considering the fact that the insecurity or the security situation has worsened. Okay, some persons have argued that, well, the man is aging, and if he can't do it anymore, other persons should rise up to the occasion and take the baton from him. Do you share such sentiments?
Okay. Well, first, I want to quickly say something. When we say church, the church is a body, vetted by a person of Jesus Christ, bought by himself with his blood. Now, because I just want to throw a point somewhere. When we say the church should develop people for politics, if the church concentrates wholly on the assignment given, and the member chooses to take the path of politics, it's different from if the church pick person and developing them for politics.
Okay.
If you do, you may lose focus of the wholeness of what you're supposed to concentrate on. In the congregation, they can decide to, and when they seek your opinion as a spiritual head, you give your counsel.
Okay.
Yes, from the moral that there is of the teaching of Christ, the virtues of Christ. If somebody imbibe the virtues of Christ, the truth is, Jesus Christ as a person is somebody, if you learn, he was civic. When it was time for him to pay tax, he paid tax. So a man will just definitely be good for such office. Okay. Having said that, you see, it was a misplaced priority. I'm sorry to say, because I don't have I don't have the ecclesiastical authority to say some certain things.
Okay.
Yes, even as a clergy. What happened, it was a misplaced priority to become vocal, and that's where we missed it. From 2015 till now, that's where the church missed it when it comes to politics, and we are reaping the effect.
Okay, a quick question. Would you consider that partisan politics on the part of the clergy in question?
It was, sir. It was.
How so?
Okay. Like I said before, if you use the pulpit, the authority you have, to sell, whether directly or indirectly, a candidate.
Okay, but in this context, he wasn't exactly selling a candidate. Don't you agree? I mean, he was protesting.
As at that time, they did. We are all here. As at that time, it was. In fact, there was a time a particular minister, renowned in this nation, was calling Jonathan and say, why are you behaving more lukewarm? Okay. You understand? It was very obvious.
Okay.
And that sent a signal to all of us, the proselytes.
In the church.
In the church. And now we had a particular perception about that person, and we went this way. Okay. And we are reaping it now. So it's actually, that's what we are saying. Using the pulpit to have a public endorsement, whether directly or indirectly.
Okay.
It's different from using the pulpit to teach the moral and the virtues of Christ and encourage whosoever that want to go into that to go into it. Okay. So it's quite different. So now, when you not talk about people should take effect now, I think what we should do now is not really that we should go and take another person should take over.
Okay.
No, we should learn from that mistake and correct it. We should learn from the mistake and no longer get something like that done, where our clergy have a public endorsement, where our clergy take to the streets, protest in particular. Let our clergy speak truth to power, like what he said. Let our clergy speak something that is for the benefit of the general. Let our clergy speak to the generality of the whole. And before you know it, if, for example, there is a particular, for example, you have a particular person who is a member of your church, and the person is maybe is occupying a political office, and in that case, he's doing what is wrong, you point it to him.
Okay.
Yes.
Fear or favor.
Yes. When it's also the other person you point it, you are known for that neutrality, so to say. Okay. When I say neutrality, I'm talking about speaking truth the way it should be done, that has to do with advocacy, poverty alleviation, has to do with the welfare of the people. Once you are speaking that, they know you with that.
Okay.
Not when this one is a member, is the vice president, or is the whatever, or is the governor, but is a member of my, is in my DC, then by that time I won't speak. But when it is the other person, I will not speak. No, that's how we should be.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dele. Nazareth Chukwuemeka, what's your perspective to that? I saw you smiling while he was speaking.
No, I was just trying to, well, I'm not trying to make an amusement out of it, but I'm just trying to say, oh, maybe because the man, just like you said, is aging. So I'm trying to make excuses.
Okay. You're trying to play the devil's advocate.
Maybe the man is tired. Let me also add that aspect, because I remember that situation that came recently in our group. He knows what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And a few people I tried to call were like, I beg, I don't tire for that matter, I don't want to talk again. So people can come to such a situation. I've met some people, even this insecurity issue, prayers going on, and we are raising prayer in church, and people are like,
nonchalant.
I'm don't tired. How long are we going to continue?
Why that nonchalant? Because one would expect that, with the rising insecurity, our enthusiasm.
There's more fire.
Yes. Seriously.
My dear, we need a lot. We are trying to revive the spirit of prayer in the lives of people concerning Nigeria, not prayer in general, because a lot of people, I must tell you the truth,
have lost hope.
We have completely. We deal with people a lot on a daily basis, and when you come to matters of let's pray for your family, let's pray for your business, you see people praying. But when we pray for Nigeria,
it's a different
ballgame, even in the midst of this high level of insecurity, and with even some of the fathers of faith. Even Khan has written a letter some days ago and sent it to churches that should be fast and prayer. People are not really responding on that aspect. They felt that it's not working out.
Could that also be attributed to what Mr. Dele made mention of, the fact that some of these church leaders are beginning to,
my brother, the truth be said, there is a compromise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's right to just put it all on the growing insecurity or the hopelessness of the country, so to speak. You understand? The attitude of these clergy, these people who are supposed to be the representatives of God people, could also be a factor, don't you think?
It is. There is a compromise in the church leadership as well. Not being vocal and speaking truths to power where it ought to be. I don't know, but you see, if you put your ears on the ground and you move around, people are beginning to cry for another Idahosa of our time. There is an outcry right now. Where is the Idahosa of our time? Because I've told people, I said, do you know that the name Idahosa is heavier than Church of God Mission? Because he was a man that came out and it was for the kingdom work and kingdom business. So we need such people back into the leadership, spiritual leadership of our nation, and standing the time at no matter whose ox is gored, they speak the truth and say what is happening part time. And is a pathetic situation, and is a prayer we are trusting God to answer us as quickly as possible. But just like you are asking on the issue of some leadership that played some things they played in the past, sincerely speaking, is part of why we are where we are today.
Okay.
Some people's hearts have been completely disappointed because they are expecting such people to rise up again.
Okay.
And even if we are trying to make excuses, they are old, they are tired of the whole situation, one need to start seeing voices speaking vocally and boldly to what is on ground right now.
Okay.
Especially since Donald Trump turned out from US.
Yes, we'll get to that. We'll definitely
so
get to that.
They need to,
hopefully, if we have enough time. But Evangelist Tedugie, I'm sure you have a thought or two to share in this regard.
Yeah, sure. For me, I want to say that at some point in our church history, in recent history, we actually lost focus of the modus operandi of the scriptures.
Okay.
And that was
the
why
principles of God's word.
Yes. That was why I think they went the way of, in their wisdom, protesting.
Okay.
Because if you search through scriptures, the ways and manner spiritual authority addressed government, there was nothing like protest. And another thing I believe is...
Are you saying that protest is anti-scripture?
Precisely.
Okay, so that kind of reminds me of what the Muslim religion also teaches, that protests are against the tenets of Islam.
Yeah, for me, protesting is walking in the flesh.
Really?
Precisely.
So if I'm not happy with the situation of things, in the country, for instance, I do not have a right, or I'm not allowed to protest as a Christian. Is that what you're saying?
As a Christian, you can if you belong to other civil society organizations.
Okay.
But here we are talking about church spiritual leaders.
Okay.
Leading and being in the forefront of this protest. And decreeing protest from the pulpit. Because if you are not, that's why we are where we are now.
Okay.
Because if you look at the way the scriptures and prophets of old corrected those in authority, it's different.
Okay.
If
so
you
it wasn't through protests.
No. And another thing, if you don't hear or get an instruction from God, you don't speak to government.
All right, I'll have to pause you there, Evangelist Tedugie, because we have to go on this very important break. We'll return, you take it up from where you stopped. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the relationship between the church and politics. Now, before we went to that break, Evangelist Tedugie was, trying to analyze the way and manner in which Christians should, confront leaders, the leaders or those that are in authority. You said it's against Scripture. So for church leaders to
precisely.
Okay, so yeah.
Now I wanted to say, but you put the question right. Spiritual leaders.
Okay. Not just Christians.
Not just Christians. Because
but is it okay for Christians to lead protests? To participate in protests?
Yes, it's a constitutional right. But we are
is it against the Bible? Is it
for Christians?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I'm looking at how did the prophets
of
old address issues. You will hear and the Spirit of the Lord spoke to Isaiah saying, go and tell King XYZ this.
Okay, so it was by direct confrontation and inspiration from God.
Yes. Because we have had cases where spiritual leaders gave an ultimatum that a particular politician will die. And he didn't die. That means that didn't come from the Lord.
Wow. Interesting.
And it's bringing embarrassment to the body.
The interesting part is I had a friend that actually pointed out, like he used to hammer on what you just said, that how can you make such a pronouncement as a minister of the gospel and it didn't come to pass. That is a clear indication that it wasn't from God.
And he said, thus says the Lord. You are supposed to say, like, by my words. You hear Elijah say something like that. By my words. And we are speaking from your emotions. You let us know. Because most of the leaders in the pulpit speak from the spoil of the moment.
Okay.
Which is rubbishing the image of the church. In that case, if your church want to even speak, why don't you allow the community even go through the secretary rather than from the spiritual head?
From the pulpit?
From the pulpit.
Okay.
It casts aspersion on the entire body. And so we should be very careful. Let's go back to scriptures. How were these things addressed? Because the scriptures was set for us as a model to follow.
Okay.
And then we cannot begin to go from there. Because in my opinion, even when the church was persecuted, you will see people like Apostle Peter call for a session of prayers. It was in such a time that the church, even though he was the one in prison, the church followed the step, called for prayers, and an angel went for his rescue. These things are still possible. But you see, we are allowing too many flesh rule the church today.
Okay.
And so we are now beginning to work at things with human mathematics.
Okay.
The scripture is still clear. Our ways are not his ways. The way he wants to solve Nigerian problem, if we don't go back to the Lord, we'll continue to miss it.
Well, I hope we really don't continue to miss it because, you know, that's the essence of the church. That's what the church stands for. The church is not an independent body. It is a body that is dependent on, you know, the leadership of Christ. So whatever it is we're doing as a body, you know, it has to be by inspiration of Christ. Now, I'd like to ask you, Nazarite Chukwuemeka, there's been this trending issue of recent of Donald Trump, the president of the United States, the statement he made as regards the Christian or an alleged Christian genocide. Of course, a lot of government officials have come out to debunk it, you know, trying to explain that, okay, you say it's not a Christian. Of course, there's a genocide in Nigeria, so to speak, or there is insecurity in Nigeria, but it's not the way Donald Trump is trying to paint it. That it's not a Christian genocide. Now, what do you make of that? Do you agree that there is a Christian genocide, or it's something that cuts across all the religions in Nigeria?
Well, my brother, the issue of whether it's a Christian genocide or not, being a hot debate going on, for me personally, I don't want to delve into certain issues. In 2015, there was a body called Think Tank, selected from Edo Delta. We had a meeting in Uniben. It was an indoor meeting that we really brainstormed on certain issues on this issue of Christian genocide that was an underground planning gradually taking place at that period. And quite a number of, some number of people brought into that meeting did not agree to it, because the people that came were giving us like a kind of a forecast that if we don't guide the gates as a church, that before the next 5 years plus, we're going to see a lot of mass killings of Christians, because the plan is a 30 years plan from the other side of religion. So, and just before our eyes, we began to see these things playing out. You know, the recent video clip that happened recently, we saw the pastor that mentioned how he buried over 500 of his members in Plateau. He mentioned that elderly man, you know, is going viral right now. What will you make of that? What will you call it if it's not genocide? What will you call it?
It is. I mean, whether it's a genocide or not is not even in question. Okay, it's no news that a lot of people are getting killed in large numbers. You know, especially in the Middle Belt and, you know, some parts of the Northeast, right? But the question is, just like Donald Trump has insinuated, is it truly a Christian genocide, or it's a genocide that cuts across all the religions in Nigeria?
Well, personally, I will call it a Christian genocide, personally.
Why would you call it that?
I call it that because the major, I have some books, I have some CDs I've been studying recently. In fact, between that time and I've discovered that over 89% of the targets have been on churches, have been on believers, have been on Christian, have been on Christian communities.
Okay, so your standpoint is based on the personal research. Your standpoint is based on the
yes,
personal
some
research.
Documents at my disposal.
Okay.
Yes, both the ones on CDs, the ones online, the ones I have in magazines and all of that, and some things we have checking it from Kaduna to Plateau to Benue and all of the major target, over 89% of the target have been against Christian communities. Okay. That's the major target all this while. Okay. Right? So that's why I decided to, I personally agreed that's a Christian genocide to silence Christianity.
All right.
In Nigeria. So for me, that's my personal belief.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Mr. Dele, what's your thought on that?
Yes, thank you. Just to add, it's a Christian genocide. It's clear. It's clear across board. Like he said, why do you... I've not heard where the Muslim or the other religion gathered. Though recently I saw somebody posted a clip and said in a church, I mean, it was in a mosque somewhere. I don't know if it's Nigeria or not. But just as he said, large percentage had been Christian gathered innocently, doing nothing. And it would just be a direct attack. I'm not saying that because I'm of that faith.
Yes.
I'm saying based on reality. But apart from his findings, like he said, your finding, check.
But again, there is the question of if it's a Christian genocide, like some persons are, insinuating, how come, there are, people of other religions also being targeted by this, group of extremists? Because if it's targeted at a certain religion, then other religions shouldn't be affected.
Let me just quickly say this.
Okay.
The people that are perpetrating this evil, they are extremists.
Okay.
Exactly.
So they also see these other ones that are as not them as a secondary or minor target.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Minor.
Yes, target, because they also, but majorly.
Okay.
Yeah, they are extremists. That doesn't mean that we don't have friends that are the other side that are not extremists. We've had people get converted from one to the other, and as in their brother, the person will be targeted and hunted down. So in that case, I don't know if I've not seen where a Christian sees someone who live and has to the killing.
Okay.
So
okay. We can only hope that it's not what we think it is. Okay, because the truth of the matter is that whether you're a Christian or not, whether you're a Muslim or whatever religion it is that you profess or that you practice, every life matters. Yeah, every life matters, and it doesn't even matter who they are out against. One thing is clear: we should be concerned about every single life. And
that's where governments ought to have come in response to Donald Trump, not leaving the label.
Yes.
And are there killings in Nigeria?
Okay.
Are you following me? If there are, wake up.
Yes, I think that was pretty much the same thing I said.
If you wake up and you are handling that, there won't be debunk it by your action.
All right, Evangelist Edugi, I would like to ask. I would like us to re-examine Donald Trump's statement. Pretty simple statement. I need you to fix your house. Okay, put things in order. If you fail to do that, then you leave us no choice than to step in. What do you make of that? Do you think we're actually doing it? Why are we even having this controversy as regards whether Donald Trump should step in or not? Because it's pretty simple. Fix it, or I come in to fix it. So is it that we can't fix our house or our home? And if not, is it wrong for America to step in to help us?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to come in this way. You see, and this is where I want to speak truth to those in power. Whether they accept it or not, far above average in population of Nigerians are not happy with the government.
Okay.
Whether they accept it or not. Anyone that sides with the government of the day to day is either in government or has a relative that is in government. And so they must come to that reality. And that is why, naturally, the statements of the President of America would have been resisted by Nigerians because of the issue of our sovereignty.
Yeah.
Even if he wanted to come in, there are diplomatic processes to that.
Okay.
But you see, we are jumping to his offer, his request or
jumping
offer,
at his offer, yeah.
or his goodwill, as it were, because a drowning man
doesn't care.
Even if it's his enemy that is bringing safety, is going to jump at it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where we are at.
All right.
Ordinarily, his move is not the right way, in my opinion.
We've come to a point where we don't have a choice. We don't have much of a choice anymore.
And that's why we are celebrating that statement. So having said that, the truth is the government of the day must wake up to the realities.
Okay. Which is pretty much what the President of America said.
Yes.
Rise up to the occasion of defending your people, putting an end to the spate of insecurity in the nation. If you fail to do that, then I'll have to step in.
Yes. You see, the killings of Nigerians because of next elections saddens my heart.
So you think it has to do with the coming election?
It's part of it, but not it's not the whole of it.
Okay, it's not the core of it.
Yes. And then to the question of, is there a Christian genocide in Nigeria? If you have asked this maybe in 2015 or before then, I'll say yes. You see, by the virtue of my workings, I'm a missionary.
Okay.
And we
you
are more or less
right in the field.
To the field.
To the field, okay.
And we interact with individuals every now and then.
Okay.
So it is no longer a Christian genocide.
So it has gone beyond.
The Nigerian state is under attack.
It's under attack. Okay. All right. Quickly, Mr. Chukwuemeka. This question takes us back to the question I raised earlier about what the clergies or the complaints that our clergies or the church leaders are really not pulling their weight in terms of speaking truth to power. Now, this is the point where some of our clergies are supposed to be speaking up. And some persons have been complaining lately, especially on social media, that most of our church leaders are silent. So what's your take on that? Do you think they're truly silent? Or if they're silent, what do you think is the reason? Quickly.
I'm not comfortable with this your question.
Well, that's basically why you're here, because I want us to examine it inside out.
Because if I voice out the way it has been on my mind.
Yes, I understand. There's always a way to,
the challenge I've had about our church leadership in our current time, I've indirectly mentioned it when I cited people like Idahosa. Our church leadership, why all these citations going on has been because we have more of leaders who are building their own kingdom than the kingdom of God.
Their own kingdom.
Yes, that's just a problem we are having in the current time. I was telling my wife a few days ago, I said, I respect this father in the Lord. I don't want to mention them. So I said, he was talking about what's coming in Nigeria, but he now made a statement that just put me off. He said, you see this church, when this church prays, God must answer. And I said to my wife, I said, these are the challenges I have with these our fathers. Why didn't he say, if the church prays?
Okay, so
not this church prays.
To his
yes,
individual church.
And those statements are statements of indoctrinating members to be part of this denomination. This denominational tendency is a monster. It's a monster.
It's a monster.
So we need to come to a point where the leadership should look beyond. It's not about your denomination. It's about the survival of this nation. Nigeria, like my brother said, is seriously under serious attack. Because we've had insinuations where a certain ethnic group said that the British handed over Nigeria to them. And they must take it back by fire, by any means possible. And from what we had in 2015, there is a 30-year plan, and they want to unleash on it. So the church leadership has to rise up and leave this issue of denomination, my church, my this, that. You know what I was just thinking? I said, imagine me people like Oyedepo, Adeboye, Tunde Bakare, Aboyeji of us. They just come together and then begin. There are men that when they cover, there are people, whether you take it or leave it, people will listen.
Okay.
And then people start seeing them coming together and speaking truth and praying and saying some things to the government.
The level of influence that they will.
They have, I said, and then stop all this issue of denominational issues.
Right.
I kept imagining how it's going to look like. My brother, I tell you the truth, if this happen and that force is seen for like 2, 3, 4, 5 months sustained, the government of this nation will shake. Well, let's. Have you forgotten that when they start this their campaign and all of these things, they start running to these people, to pray for them.
That's because of the power that they
because
have.
they know what those people command.
All right. Thank you so much, Chukwuemeka, for your very brilliant analysis. Now we have to go on this very last break, and when we return, it will be time for the final lap of the program. Don't go anywhere. Well, it's good to have you back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final lap of Flipside, today's edition on independent television. We're discussing the relationship between the church and politics. Now, gentlemen, in your final words, as we begin to wrap up, okay, what's your advice for the clergy, the church leaders particularly, you know, especially in terms of their handling of the situation of things in the country? We have, a lot of us, much of what I've been able to gather from what you people have said so far is the fact that they really do not have the willpower to, you know, make the needed impact on governance and in turn, you know, be of benefit to the people. So what advice would you give, you know, to this clergy as regards, you know, their handling of the situation of things in government?
Okay, thank you. I think I will first, the church should concentrate on its mandate, which has to do with building life, instilling social virtues, and ensuring that people prepare themselves to live well here and live for the master. Also, I will, you know, our church leaders has influence. The church in Nigeria has great influence that can influence politics and even other administrative offices. And it will be good that people are built without practicing or involving in partisan politics, public endorsement by these church leaders. People are built to function and fit into society, to correct the wrongs. Lastly, our leaders should have the willpower, like you said, to speak truth to power. And they should fellowship more with the man that called them. I'm telling you, they will speak prophetically and it will come to pass.
They should fellowship more with
when I say the being, the God that called them. When they do that, they will have insight to know what to say. And when they speak, it will come to pass. It will have greater influence on the politics consequentially.
Thank you so much, and I'm really hoping that they are listening to you while you're speaking. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele. Mr. Chukwuemeka, what's your final thought on this? In less than a minute, if
Apostle
possible.
Peter said, should we rather obey God, obey man rather than God, and all of you? Peter was bold to confront the situation.
Okay.
People like Paul, they were bold to confront the powers that be. our church leaders, our fathers in faith, our mothers in faith, be bold to speak to the powers that be.
Be bold to speak to the
bold,
powers.
be courageous, speak that truth, even if you are speaking it in love, but make sure you speak the truth in boldness.
Okay.
Forget about whatever alerts that you think come into your bank account and whatever you think you are building. I discovered that some of the church leaders, because they have a university, they have an investment here and there, they are scared of saying these things so the government don't come after them. No, please look at the mandate. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth.
Thy kingdom come
as it is in heaven.
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thank you so much, Nazarite Chukwuemeka. Evangelist Atuge, in less than a minute, what's your final thought?
I will say that the leadership of the church should go back to biblical models in reacting to socio-political issues. Like Ezra, I think it should be Ezra, but I'm not too sure now.
Okay.
He said, when I was so scared that I couldn't lead the people through the desert to the place where the Lord was sending them. He said, and I was too ashamed to go back to the king to give me a chariot of escort. I proclaimed the fast.
Okay.
So the leadership of the church, like one of the speakers said, must go back to the place of prayers. Get instructions from the Holy Spirit on how to solve any problem, especially national issues, before they begin to give directives.
Before they begin to give directives, well, a word they say is enough for the wise, and I'm hoping and I'm sure that church leaders are listening to, or you've listened so far to what they've said. Well, I'm hoping that the church really rises up to the occasion of speaking truth to power, because who is in the better position to speak truth to power than the church? Well, I really do hope that all that has been discussed so far will yield positive results. A big thank you once again to you, gentlemen, for taking out time to be with me on the show. Appreciate it, and I hope that the next time I call upon you, you'll oblige me.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right, so it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we'll be taking a look at the relationship between the church and politics. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade and daily living in Benin City. Today, we take you to Oluku Market. Oluku Market serves as a key distribution point for goods coming into Benin City from the northern Nigeria and other parts of the country. In recent months, the rising cost of food items has continued to affect households, and onions, a key staple food in almost every Nigerian meal, have not been spared. Once considered an affordable ingredient, onions have become noticeably more expensive in many markets. On this edition of Market Survey, we focus on the price of onions in Oluku Market. We'll find out the current market rates, what's driving the change, and how traders are coping with the new realities. Stay tuned as we bring you insights straight from the market.
How the market of onions be now? How the price is there for market?
So the price don't come down small. No be like it before.
Okay.
But now the bag you ask Abi how are they selling for there?
Yes.
Abi for the bag.
So how you take they buy the bag for market? Because now you say the price don't reduce.
Yes, the bag was 75 this one. Okay. For one bag. So now I can sell the one 100 naira, 200 for pieces. Yeah. And the small new one I can sell 150 to 100 naira.
So how much you they buy the bag before?
Before it cost so it don't reach 300, 280. But now it don't come down way. Okay.
So all those ones where you tie for them, now what will be the least price, the smallest price where you feel sell them?
Now 200. Yes, 200. And this one what they put up for inside, they say 200.
So now your customer now they complain say the thing still there on the high side, even as you talk to say it don't come down.
It don't come down now. Any person where they buy onions now, you know say it don't come down. Because the smallest one before, now be 200. Okay. We get the one what they said before, 500. Okay. See now I can say 200. You know say don't come down, the price don't come down way. Okay. Tie 200 this one.
This one now you tie 200.
Yeah, 200.
So now be the least.
And I be the last amount this
so
So
one.
you not get 100 naira own?
101. This one is a small. I put the 4 point inside 200.
Okay.
And the small one this type. This one like this, now be 100 naira for one. Okay. And the second one this type, I can say 200, 500. Okay. And
200 naira for one.
200 naira for one. 500.
Okay. You not get the one where they say 500 for one?
No, did that one.
Okay.
The price no go there. If you go there, I will sell like that. And you say the market be like a rubber. You know if you cut them. If you carry go to follow you long, you know if you cut them. That's what the market be.
How onions be now for market, how you take they sell onions for market. But firstly, I want to know that prices don't reduce.
No, now onion don't cost now. You don't add money well now. Yes.
So how much now you say they buy the bag now as it don't cost?
Now 120 after they buy back now.
120?
Yes.
The bag gets different sizes?
It gets small, it gets big one. Big one 120, small 50,000.
So how much you pay they buy them before? Because now you say it don't cost.
Before that time where no cost. I they buy small one 20,000, big one 50,000.
Okay.
Yes.
So but now that big one will be 120,000. So this basket with your hand now, if you full them, this small one with the inside, how much you take they said the onions if you full them?
If you put that, I will say down 5,000.
This one 5,000?
Yes.
Last, even if the person price?
The last, yes.
Then this other one, if you full, how much did they sell?
I will sell it for 8,000.
This one 8,000. Yes. Even if the person price now still 8,000.
I'll pick come up 500 for her now.
Yes. So this one 8,000. Yes. This one 5,000 last. So which one be the least price where you say the smallest price where you say if you sell last for like the small amount where you sell for your onions?
Onions 500. 200 naira the smallest price.
200 naira be the smallest price where you buy.
100 naira now no day.
So now we be say the price now don't increase the way you take talk. Customer where they come buy now they complain, they give you say this thing too expensive.
If I give person, if you know like I may drop my onion now.
So how you take they sell them? How you take they sell the onions with there so?
For one, I be one it get 15 naira.
You get 100 naira, you get 200.
So which one be 50 naira, which one be 100 naira?
That one, 50 naira.
Okay.
That size now 100 naira.
Okay.
This one no reach 200 a pass. 150.
Last price.
Last price this one. 150. Now the last price.
So this one they say 200 and they shade like many because I see like 1, 2, 3, 4 they'll shade and 200 naira.
That's small. This one. 200.
Okay, for this one's like this. The small one if they gather at 200. So you know how much they say they buy the bag? Yes.
Now they buy one bag. Small.
Yes.
15. 50,000.
Yes.
That before they sell 25, 24.
So but now how much you got to the buyer?
50.
50,000. The one that they say 25 before now 50 now. Okay,
yes.
It don't add price.
From discussion with traders here in the local market, it's clear that the prices of onions are seeing a significant rise compared to previous months. According to traders, most of the onions sold in Benin come from the northern state, particularly Kano, Sokoto, and Kaduna. Transportation costs remain one of the biggest factors behind the increase. The high price of fuel and the cost of loading and offloading goods have all contributed to the upward trend. Seasonal changes also play a role during the rainy season. Onion supply often drops because excess moisture affects storage and causes spoilage. As a result, fewer onions reach the market and prices rise sharply. Traders say they struggle to balance profit and customer satisfaction. They buy at high prices and are forced to sell at higher rates, knowing that too much increase could drive buyers away.
So all these onions now where you tie for cellophane, the way you take and how much they sell and last?
200.
Maybe the last price. Yes. So if person price at 150 now, you know say?
No say.
The price for onions, you don't come down, I be still there up.
No, we come down. It don't cost.
It don't cost?
Yes.
Where?
It don't cost, why?
How sound until they buy it before?
It don't cost, why? No be small.
So this basket now where you take shade potato, if you put onions for inside now, how much you take sell?
Down 10,000.
Last price?
Yes.
How you want to sell?
Last price 10,000.
But what if you know say onions get different sizes, small one and big one. If not the small one there for inside here, so now be 10,000.
No, yeah. Anyway.
So anyone, whether small one or big one, if you there here na 10,000 last.
Yes.
So okay. If you there inside here na how much last?
10,000 now.
Like 100 naira or 50 naira.
No, get 50 naira now. Sima put down na small 100 naira. Sima put down na small one. No see 50 naira.
So how you raising the price now? You don't come down for market. It's still there on the high side. It's there up.
Sima put down on market. See, no market today now almost anyone it don't cost.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
As this your onions be like this for this rubber now, how much did they sell them?
We sell at 20,000.
Last price.
The last price.
As it be so because now small ones there. If na big one a different price.
If na big on different price.
How much you sell if na big?
25. Na seller. Last price.
Small ones like this one are 20,000.
Na 20,000 because a single is 100 naira. This small one is 50 naira.
Okay.
So I would say if people space one say. Or pick on this one 6,500 or 7,500. This one at 6,200 or 5,200. That's why to sell it.
This basket now.
This one basket I sell at 5,000. This one.
If it full.
If you shave and wear 5,000. If you shave and wear because now when it don't come down now.
It don't come down.
It don't come down. How should I be for this one? Got this 15,000 or 20,000. So now it don't come down now.
So how much do they buy bag as it don't take come down?
The bag, the small bag that is 50,000. The big bag that is 70,000 I will sell it.
Yeah. Now let's not they buy
Now
now.
they buy for ring road, yeah.
How much they buy am before? Wait cost.
Before 150, 200 massive.
So now I don't really draw.
You don't need to draw.
So all those ones now where you shade, all those ones where they sell cellophane, how much?
It's a 200. 200. It's
Last.
if we sell it, it's a 3500.
Okay, the theory, if you share this theory, now person should buy at 500.
Yes, so if you sell it.
Okay.
So even because of the problem why we facing, now because of the road, before owners come here, motor don't spoil. So that is why, if not, only go come down way.
So now you say the reason why the price still there.
Yeah, so because of the transport. For instance now, if you buy timber for that side, so before you come here, some of them don't spoil. So this 3 of them, I go take increase the money so that I go see small money for inside. If you not, only is not supposed to be like this, so it's supposed to come down. Now because of the road what we are facing. So that is why.
But why they be like that? How many days did they spend for road if they come?
If I buy on Thursday, so both of you come on Saturday or Sunday. So because of road, the fee reach Monday or Tuesday before you come here. How should they no more? If a motor enter road on Thursday, Friday, in the evening, it's supposed to reach Benin here. So now because of the road, that is why owners go take before reach. So I wish in my store today, you go see many bag waste for. So if you know because of down, owners go just come down like this.
So that one that you think say that be the reason why make an
They make a day small. I wish you will get better road normal. So if owners a motor enter on Thursday, Friday, in the evening time on the night, motor go reach Benin here, owners no go spoil. So instead they reach on Saturday, it never reach on Monday or Tuesday. Now you go come because of the road, hot dog and lack of hot for road. So that is why.
But
if you know
this onions now you get the season where we say it's a cheap, where we say now it's season for onions.
That season within now.
Now so this one season now.
That season within now. Why? Because that season only for Kano. This one are Kano onions.
Okay.
So Sokoto and Aleru Kebbi State in Abarish.
Okay.
In Abarish. Maybe before Christmas, Sokoto and Kano, Sokoto and Kebbi State. So they only the bring come out. So now only Kano now get onions, and they under the season of onions. So now because of the one way it's spoiled for inside, I just put up for ground so that bees in the inside. I just pick up small. Don't way dry, I piece sell. Don't way no dry, I pick throw away. Because of the market, you know, say the market, if you game and if you short, so this one, you know, the period because of the time that will be short for market. So if the time come way to achieve our aim, we go achieve. Because you know about dry now, how should the only dry? Maybe you know if we be like this. Even though because of the road, you know, peaceful like that. So that is why I put up for ground so that the breeze make the enter, so that make the dry small.
Like how many days you take dry?
No, it depends. The one way spoil, I don't pick up small. The one way dry, I feel about they say small. Now till the 2 weeks must say you not go do anything unless I pick the small way. The one way is spoil. You see, if you look this one, now the one way is spoil. Why I pick for inside? Yeah. This one is one way spoil. I pick for inside because it never dry from that side. Okay. Because run the fall for that side, and if they bring a corn and rain fall for here, so that is why it will be short for owners. It never dry. House only dry, but there are no sites. Rain don't stop. So owners no go spoil after they spoil by this time.
So all these ones now when we say don't get this way grow on top, they're still good.
No,
all
yes,
these plants come outside.
No, they're still good. The still good small. Happy sell it, manage. So no say this one I see spoil. No be so we say I do one dry. Okay. So that is why we don't manage for onions. Why? Because the time way to achieve will be achieve. The time will be short because market na so market be. You get the day where you enjoy the market, you get the day where you short. So that is why now we do manage.
So what will be your advice now for people who be say still they buy in bulk like this? So be say they go see like almost all of them don't almost spoil. How they'll take preserve them?
So if you buy onions where is spoil, if you put up for ground, the one way spoil, you go just the picker small. Don't wait it dry. You go just leave and make breathe the entire. So that even though you go short, you no go short as the thing they pay you. You go just short small. For this now, last week as I buy honest for that side, so na 7 bag. So as I carry come here, na 4 bag nice for inside. 3 bag I don't manage, but don't wait spoil and don't wait no spoil. I just gather together. I just save small. Even though I don't see my game, supply the money more correct. So that is why we do the manage.
So how na say they preserve and may not spoil? Maybe the one where you bring come, where you buy come the bags. How you say they keep and may not spoil? May water not enter.
So now I know they buy many because we never dry. And they buy small. Like 7 bag, 5 bag. If you are corn, I pay seller the 3 bag. I pay put for grand. So that I they say small. Before next week, I don't sell a finish. So now so market be with the manage now.
But what if you buy many, you want keep and you want preserve, and you take preserve?
So I know if you buy money now, I think saying about dry. Yeah. So if you are buying money, I know saying about dry. Why I buy? I don't short by myself. Okay. So in about dry, I will just buy small. If time reach to buy many, I go buy many. Why? Because that time the north side then stop and here then stop. So don't drive for that side. If I come here, you see dry. So I know they buy many. If I buy many, I know saying on my own. I don't should. Why? Because I know say for that place, only so about dry. Why I buy money come here? So even though I short, that one I know say I'm short. Why I buy plenty onions? So down on my own. I don't go care for anybody. I will care for myself. You understand? So that is why.
So this one we dey ground now. How you say no the one we be say still don't good? Where you come away don't dry? You say no the one we don't dry for this one?
Yeah. This one never dry. And this one don't dry.
Okay. This one now we be say get fruit like this never dry.
You never say touch. Okay. Water the day. Yeah. This one even though dry, but it spoil. Touch this one. This one don't dry. Not be the scent. Yeah. So the manage now. The manage for onions. Never dry because na new onions. Maybe if we internet say that time we know the cry for onion because it don't dry.
But if the onions dry, because you say now most of the transporter come now it spoil. But if it dry well, if it spend like how many days for road, it go spoil.
So even though it dry, so sometimes if we reach 5 days or 3 days or 4 days, it no go spoil. If you see onions spoil by that during onions don't dry, so if you see onions spoil, maybe the motor next for road. So before they transfer to another motor, he had maybe if you spoil immediately in the night. So before you call the first one to offload for you, time then you go. So the time to offload or to transferring motor to another motor. So by that time then you go. So that is why you see onions spoil. Every me say by every now myself. Now because sometimes they see onion don't spoil. Now because of the motor. Okay. If motor spoil before then transfer to another motor, time don't go. So that is why with the short. But we pray for we go pray for God, so that everything, even though you go short, you go short small. Even though you no see you again, so far your money correct. Yeah.
Overall, the market survey shows that the rising cost of onions reflects broader economic challenges, from transportation to inflation and seasonal shortages. Still, traders remain hopeful that with better transport conditions and more stable fuel prices, onions will soon become more affordable again. And we've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey. And we got to know the prices of onions in markets and if those prices have reduced or they've increased. But due to some interviews that we got from traders, we got to know that the prices has increased a bit. And some say it is due to transportation and spoilage of onions when being transported. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notariwa. Thank you so much for watching.
Certainly the best.
It is a beautiful Friday and we say welcome to Itches and Voices. And in case you're joining us for the first time, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NAVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disability. And today we'll be continuing on our series, Love, Relationship and Disability. It's been an amazing series so far and we've had 3 guests. Mr. Igwe making it our 3rd now, and we've been discussing on love, moving aside from our usual Edo State disability law, rights, advocacy, and inclusion. And of course, we have our amazing sign language interpreter that will be doing justice to our hearing impaired audience, and Ms. Cynthia Godwin-Aya. And we also have an amazing guest with us in the studio today, Mr. Igwe Friday. Welcome, Mr. Igwe Friday.
Thank you so much.
It's nice having you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And also, I think it would be nice for us to dive right into the topic for today, which is love, relationship, and disabilities. And before we go on, sir, please, can you tell us a bit about yourself so our audience viewers can know you a little better?
Okay. My name is Igwe Friday, like you already introduced. Okay. And I am a lawyer by the grace of God. Wow. And I'm a member of NAVID.
Oh. Yeah. That's amazing. And I got to find out that you recently got married. How is the wedding life going for you?
Well, we just entered the club, so we are still trying to study the very unique club.
Okay, that's amazing. And for our topic today, which is love and relationships, now what does love and relationship in general mean to you personally? Because it's a topic that I feel like everybody loves to talk about, everybody loves to engage in. So what does that mean for you personally, if you can explain to us?
Okay, all right. I like the fact that you said you use the words, what it means to me personally. Yeah. Because to me, love has no universally accepted definition. So it depends on how you perceive it as a person. Yes. And how you perceive it depends on your experience. And I believe that it has nothing to do with disability. Very true. It has nothing to do with disability. So your relationship with people will determine whether you are going to enjoy that that beautiful word called love. Yes. So to me, I think love is a gift from God. You understand, that given to mankind, irrespective of your status in society. So it now depends on how you handle it. So to me, love, and no matter how you look at it, and no matter who you are, love has, has very key component. To me, it has what I call intimacy. Yes. It also has what you call passion and commitment. So no matter what you are, if you have experienced love, you must have those 3 components in place.
Okay, thank you very much. You made mention of something that love is the same regardless of disability or not, without having disability. So I want to ask a question. So we had a guest last week and she made mention of disability and love for those for people living with disability. It's not the same for everybody. It is a little bit difficult for some to find love, and it is easy for others to find love. And she mentioned like the deaf community, that some of them get married earlier compared to other clusters in the disability community. So what do you have to say regarding that? Do you believe that it is difficult to find love in the disability community, or you think it's a personal thing?
Okay, like I already established that love to me is what you think it is. You understand? And your experience will not determine what you see love as. So but I do not think, like I said, I do not think that it has anything to do with disability. But that does not mean that the guess you had has no had no point. But the truth remains that it has nothing to do with disability, because like I earlier stated, it has 3 components, which is passion, intimacy, and commitment. As long as you have blood flowing through your veins, you understand? So if you can experience those 3 things, it means you have love. And the thing is that it depends on how you, like, if you can show care, you understand? If you can show care to the next person, the person that you are actually in relationship with, of course, and that person can return that same care Of course, yes. Like, you're already experiencing love, so it has nothing to do with. So it depends on how you manage it as a person. So how you manage it will now, I mean, whether you are going to find it very difficult to have love, and whether you are going to enjoy such love. So it has nothing to do with your personality. It has nothing to do with your status, and it has nothing to do with your stability. So that is what I feel.
Okay, so will you say then that those in the disability community that find it difficult to find love, will you say it's based on their person and their belief?
Yes, it has to do with their person and how they relate with the next person, because it involves mutual trust and care. So you cannot, because you have one form of disability or not, does not take away the fact that you have to show the other person care. Do you understand? Yes, so it has nothing to do. So if you have the ability to trust and show and return that care which the other person has given to you, of course I see no reason why such person cannot return same care. So it has nothing to do with disability. It just depends on how you manage that relationship with that person. So I think it has nothing to do with disability. That's my opinion.
And I think I've picked a few things from what you've said now. You made mention of passion, you made mention of trust, and you also made mention of commitment. And I think
intimacy, yes.
And intimacy, yes. So I think one thing I've gotten from that is that if I am or a person living with disability should first of all trust the person that he wants to get into a romantic relationship with, and then therefore disability will no longer become a barrier.
Okay, now let's see, you cannot fall in love with somebody that you have not interacted with or seen.
True.
Right?
Very true.
So if you are talking with somebody, for instance, and let me say this before I continue, I think some of those persons that have this impression actually, I would say it is a societal thing. Yes, because if you have not come close to me, if you have not come too close to me, because people will see you from a distance and conclude that this person will not be able to love. So if you don't come to me, and there's no way I can extend that care, intimacy and commitment to you if you don't know me. I don't even understand.
Yes, I do.
And that's why I say it depends on how you manage it, because you can only manage somebody who is close to you. So if you fail to manage it, that's the way you will begin to say, okay, maybe it was difficult for you to get love. Because if you are interacting with somebody that you have not met, at that point the person will not be able to detect whether you have one disability or not until you are able to. So it is a society. Okay, it is a societal something. Do you understand? Because if I can talk, I can be communicating with you for 5 years without letting you know if I have one disability or not. There is no way, as long as I will be able to express that love to you. So so that's what matters.
That makes sense. And the society, I feel like society brings a stereotype sometimes. Because you've not met someone with disability and you just feel like they feel sorry and they cannot find love. And love is for everybody. Everybody wants to
That's why I started by saying that it is a gift from God. And when God gives that gift to mankind, God did not say, okay, this one will go to a person with disability and this one will go to persons without disability. So love is a gift to mankind, so you can enjoy it depending on how you view it.
Okay, let's dive a little more personal to you. So you're married, sir.
Yes.
Your wife, is she with or without disability?
Is without any form of disability.
Wow, that's amazing. So before you got married, in your dating phase, did you date a person living with disability before you got married?
I never dated
a person. Wow. You see, I feel like society sometimes make it seem like persons with disability should either be married or date a person with disability and not come close to people without disability.
And that's okay. Sorry.
And it's very nice for us to see now that it should not be like that. And you said you've never dated, you did not date any person with disability before getting married. Wow. So sir, talking about a little bit to your wife now. When you guys were getting married, did family come as a barrier within that period?
Okay, like I said, if you don't go close to someone, you will not be able to know whether this person has the ability to express love or not. And love is not just about mere words, I love you. It involves those 3 things that I mentioned earlier. If you can show that commitment to a woman, the woman will forget automatically that they have one form of disability or not. All right. So when we started, to answer your question, when we started, she saw me somewhere, and she was the one that approached me.
Wow.
And when we started, she went home to inform her parents that this is the kind of person she was about getting married. Yes. So such, you know, like, so it was like, are you sure you're going to cope? I didn't say a word. I didn't even go with her. Wow. So she now told the dad that, Father, I've seen this person. I think you see what I'm saying. Like, like I have to go close to the person. That I've seen this person and I know what I am going here. I know this person and this is exactly who I want. Wow. So I didn't say anything up till now. So at a point she came to me and began to tell me that some of her friends have been telling her that, how are you going to cope with somebody with disability? And at a point she got angry. And then I told her, I said, you don't need to get angry. That's because if you have not seen me and somebody approach you that, please, I want you to get married to this person, you will be very angry. So you have come close to me and you saw something. You understand? So you don't need to blame others because they don't know me, they don't come close to me, and they don't know what they have. So that's what that was it.
We have to cut you short a little bit because so far the conversation has been going amazingly well in the studio, but we have to go on a real quick short break, and when we get back we'll continue the conversation with Mr. Igwe. Thank you. Welcome back from that very quick break. The break we talked about NAVID hosting palliative for persons with disability this December, because everybody has to celebrate this December, and as NAVID we'll be sharing palliative for members of NAVID and persons living with disability, and you can also support and be a huge part of this movement. So welcome back, Mr. Igwe.
Thank
so
you
we were talking earlier about family and how you made mention of how your wife was the first person to introduce you to her family because she saw exactly what she wanted. So can you tell us more about the family acceptance and all about that?
Okay, like I stated earlier, when she went to inform her parents, I didn't go with her. So it was when she came back and she started telling me the reservation that the family members had. So the following day she had she was invited to come home over the same matter. So she now told everybody that I have seen this person, I've lived with this person. All right. In fact, this person does almost everything at home. So this is exactly the kind of person. Yes, it's not because I have money. I don't have money. You understand? So she saw something. And she saw something and she knew what she wanted, and that's what is important in every relationship.
Yes, you mentioned that she made mention of seeing you could do things. So I want to talk about domestically at home. What is it like? Because I know a lot of persons are usually very curious on how getting married to a person living with disability or living with a person with disability. What's like the day-to-day activity or struggle? Is there like a struggle? Or just tell us about the domestic life and what it's like.
Okay. Like I stated earlier, for you to enjoy love or relationship, you have to, to show some level of commitment, irrespective of whether you have disabilities or not. Something must keep you. Like you may use prayer to get into a home or to get a job or to get married, but other things will have to keep you in that relationship, right?
Yes, very
now, true. I'll say this. I don't know if my wife is watching. Do you understand?
We hope she is.
Yeah. So. But I will tell you that, okay, we got married on the 6th of September.
Wow.
But I can tell you that my wife has only cooked 4 times since we got married.
Wow.
Only
that's
4
interesting.
times. So that's good. In fact, there is an argument in the house now whether I cook better than my wife. So that's how I'll end it.
That's interesting.
It will not look as if my wife is not cooking for me.
No, not at all. We love the fact that this made me quite happy, because I love the fact that you're also very involved. And this is something that even persons without disability argue. You see men without disability that do not even want to cook for their wife, and it's different now.
Of course. So yesterday I was at the High Court, like with a colleague, and we were discussing about family matters. So yeah, I told him that for like since we got married, that my wife had only cooked with her house for that. He said, he said he will never try it as long as like he's married, that he will never go to kitchen. So it is an individual thing. So how you, if you know what to work in your marriage, you just do it.
That makes sense. Whatever works for you. This is so for love. It's more of a personal thing, not any disability that's come with it. And even for couples or persons without disability, they have to still be commitment, because if not, the marriage or the relationship will not work. So commitment is the main
very
and the principal
and
thing.
it was one of the things that my wife saw before he liked me, that I could do. You know, once a woman sees that she's coming to your house to add more problems, stress, she will not come.
True.
I wash my clothes myself.
Wow.
So sometimes when I see that my wife is very tired, I help her clean the bedroom everywhere.
Wow.
You understand? So it is something must you must show some level of commitment. You don't need to let her know that okay, she's coming to carry all the stress. Yes.
And I think that's one thing a lot of people are afraid of, coming into a marriage and carrying all the burden by themselves. And I think we should divert a little bit from the home and let's talk about like in society. For instance, are you a Christian? You're a Christian.
I am a Christian.
So what was like it for members of the church? Were they open to the marriage? Were they supportive, or were there objections here and there for you in church?
I was personally. Before we got married, a pastor of the church actually liked me very well. You understand? He knows my capability. So and the daughter is also a member of the church. So it was something that everybody was actually looking happy. So even though there might be some side talk, he's getting married to somebody there. So but I can tell you that in fact that day everybody, like the whole hall was so it is something that everybody actually was happy about. Yes.
Thank you. So from that we know that nothing is don't be afraid for what church will say, what family will say. Mr. Igwe's story is a perfect example that disability is not the first thing. It is first commitment that counts. We'll be going on another short break, and when we come back we'll say more about the topic. Welcome back. We know love is giving and love is sharing. So be a part of NAVID's movement this December to share love to the persons with disabilities community. You can support us by sending funds to the account number we displayed before. You can visit us at 34 Arosa Street off Sankomba Road. Thank you. And Mr. Igwe, as we round up, what is one word or something you like to say to persons with disability that are looking for love currently?
Okay. One word I would say to them is that, one, they have to understand that love involves mutual trust and care. You must show love to the person that you are expecting love from. And secondly, you have to work on yourself. You understand? Yeah, you have to work on yourself so that you'll be able to attract exactly what you want.
Yes. Thank you so very much, Mr. Igwe Friday. It was amazing having you on the studio today, and I'm sure we had an amazing session today. And also, we'll say thank you to our sign language interpreter and Cynthia Godwin Aya. And also remember that this is the season of love. Make sure to share love to those around you. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's definitely a wonderful day. Thanks so much for joining us on this week's edition of the program Business 360. So without much ado, we're just going to dive right into it, and we're starting with updates in the Nigerian stock market, and we're giving you updates of the week that ended 14th November 2025, and it ended in a very negative territory, losing about 2,511.22 points to finish at 147,113.59, despite strong gains on stocks like NCR Nigeria and ASO Savings and Loans. By the way, my name is Daisy Leo Asikidi, and welcome. So we'll continue from there. This was tracked by Nigerian All-Share Index. The market hard opened at 149,524.81, but a wave of panic selling earlier in the week actually erased about 4.6 trillion naira in value. Now, the downturn lingered despite strong rebound the next day when the market gained about 2.6 trillion naira following assurances from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun. His intervention likely eased concerns around capital gain tax and even helped soften the weekly decline, though the market still ended in the red. Activity, however, remained strong. Investors traded 7.32 billion shares worth 156.42 billion naira across 383 deals, and that's compared to the 3.57 billion shares, at least, that was valued at 107.01 billion naira the previous week. This reflects the overall sentiment. Market capitalization fell to 93.501 trillion naira from 94.99 trillion naira in the week earlier. Well, market breadth showed some improvement for the 8 equities appreciated, and that's up from the 20 that were reported the previous week, and 45 equities declined. A notable drop from 75 previously, but 53 equities closed unchanged. Okay, so overall, the market ended the week under pressure, but showed resilience beneath the volatility. And now for the market overview. The Nigerian All-Share Index opened the week in the red, losing 0.46%. However, the bearish momentum intensified on Tuesday following a panic sell-off, dragging the index down by over 7,500 points to 141,327.3. A rebound began on Wednesday, likely driven by the finance minister's reassurance on capital gains tax. The index rose 2.88%. It continued to gain through the remaining 2 trading days, and eventually it closed on Friday at 147,115.6. This is the key highlight. The NGX Premium Index fell 2.74%, weighed down by a 10% drop in Dangote Cement, 2.06% in Fexed Oat Co., 1.83% in Seplat, and 0.42% in MTN. NGX 30 Index shed 1.73%, while the NGX Main Board Index declined by 1%. And this is the sectoral performance. I'll break it down. The Industrial Goods Index was the worst hit, dropping 6.97%, following a 10% decline in Dangote Cement and a 6.67% fall in Boa Cement. Mid-caps also weakened, with Austin Lars down 18.62%. Triple G falling 9.98% and Better Glass sliding 6.02%. The next sector will be the NGX Oil and Gas Index. It slipped 0.85% as Seplat fell 1.83%. On the positive side, the NGX Insurance Index gained 2.42%, supported by over 9% increases in Cornerstone Insurance, Guinea Insurance, and International Energy Insurance. The NGX Banking Index also closed higher, up 1.26%, while the Consumer Goods Index posted a modest 0.46% gain. Here are the top gainers. Leading the pack was NCR Nigeria PLC. It soared 32.30% week to date, marking a standard performance and closing at 25 naira 60 kobo, followed by ASO Savings Loans PLC with a 14.44% gain. It ended the week at 1 naira. There were other major gainers like Champion Breweries PLC that went up 11.54% to 14 naira 50 kobo. International Energy Insurance PLC up 11.48% to 2 naira 72 kobo. Secure Electronic Technology PLC up 10.67% to 83 kobo. Cornerstone Insurance PLC up 10.51% to 6 naira 10 kobo. Japol Gold and Venture PLC also went up 9.57% to 2 naira 29 kobo. Guinea Insurance PLC up 9.57% to 1 naira 26 kobo. FTN Cocoa Processors PLC up 9.38% to 5 naira 25 kobo. Legend Internet PLC up 9.13% to 5 naira 74 kobo. But on the flip side, Union Decorn Salt PLC led the laggards, shedding 18.71% week to date to close at 6 naira 30 kobo. Austin Lars and Company PLC followed with an 18.62% decline, finishing the week at 2 naira 36 kobo. There were other notable decliners like Multiverse Mining and Exploration PLC that went down 14.43% to 10 naira. Dangote Cement PLC also went down 10% to 594 naira. Academic Press PLC down 10% to 6 naira 75 kobo. Transco Power PLC down 10% to 307 naira 80 kobo. Triple G Company PLC down 9.98% to 4 naira 42 kobo. Associated Bus Company PLC down 9.91% to 3 naira 82 kobo. There's also Red Star Express PLC down 9.80% to 9 naira 20 kobo. Abbey Mortgage Bank PLC also went down 9.72% to 6 naira 50 kobo. For the corporate actions that ended in the week under review, the week under review featured several notable corporate disclosures and sector-wide developments. PZ Custom proposed 98 million naira in directors' remuneration ahead of its AGM. Zenith Bank staff Provident Fund purchased 2.3 billion naira worth of bank shares. Presco opened 236.67 billion naira rights issue to fund expansion and acquisitions. Mofi listed its 1 trillion naira Series 2 MREIF on the NGX. Fidelity Bank released its first half 2025 results, reporting 180.5 billion naira in pre-tax profits. Corn Oil declared a 3 naira 50 kobo final dividends for shareholders. FCMB announced plans to raise its capital ceiling to 370 billion naira ahead of a crucial EGM. Although the market closed in the red for the week ended 14th November, the all-share index appears to be positioning for a recovery towards the 150,000 mark, from which it previously slipped. A full return to bullish momentum in large cap stocks, which came under pressure the previous week, could likely drive the index higher in the sessions ahead. Although the market closed in the red for the week ended 14th November, the all-share index appears to be positioning for a recovery towards the 150,000 mark, from which it previously slipped. So a full return of bullish momentum in large cap stocks, which came under pressure the previous week, could likely drive the index higher in the sessions ahead. So we're going to go on a break on that note, and when we return, we'll talk some more. This one, we're focusing on professionals who want to leave Nigeria and they're eyeing the Europe job market. We'll be back. For many professionals eyeing the Europe job market, 2026 could be the year to make the move without breaking the bank. While several European countries have recently increased visa application fee, a few European Union nations still offer affordable pathways that will make it easier for skilled workers, remote professionals, and digital nomads to live and work legally across the continent. So according to a 2023 Gallup survey, 51% of Nigerians want to migrate, placing the country among the top 10 globally for migration intent. Migration to Europe and the United States has grown steadily over the past decade. With Europe's rising demand for skilled labor and lower-cost visa programs, the European Union is becoming an increasingly attractive destination. Currently, more than 260,000 Nigerians live in the EU. So here is a breakdown of Europe's cheapest work visas for 2026, including details on fees and the validity period. I know you thank me for it. I'll be back. On number 9 is Finland, with visa fee 490 euros and validity of 1 to 2 years. Finland's specialist permit caters to experts in software, data science, and research. While it comes with a higher fee, the fast processing time and innovative work culture makes it attractive for high-skill applicants. And number 8 is the Netherlands, with a visa fee of 404 euros, validity up to 5 years. The highly skilled migrant visa offers up to 5 years of residence and a fast track to permanent status. The Netherlands is widely known as one of the most English-friendly EU countries, especially for professionals in tech and engineering. Our number 7 is France. France's talent passport allows long-term residence of up to 4 years. Though the cost is high, it's a strategic option for experts in tech, finance, and creative industries who want to build a base in Western Europe. Visa fee is 324 euros. And on number 6 is Sweden, with a visa fee of 182 euros and a visa validity of 2 years. Sweden's general work permit is valid for up to 2 years and suits professionals in IT, R&D, and engineering. It's ideal for those seeking progressive work policies and a high standard of living. On number 5 is Austria. Austria's visa fee is 160 euros and a validity of 24 months. Austria's red, white, red card allows skilled professionals, especially in engineering and healthcare, to live and work for 2 years. Applicants benefit from clear application procedures and strong integration support. On number 4 is Poland. Poland's D-type visa offers an easy entry route for job seekers in agriculture, tourism, and IT. It's regarded as a low-cost option for first-time migrants aiming to gain EU work experience. The visa fee is 135 euros and the validity is for 1 year. Luxembourg offers one of the longest lasting work visas in Europe with validity of up to 8 years. It suits professionals in tech, finance, and healthcare seeking both stability and high salaries in a small but yet dynamic economy. The visa application fee is 80 euros and its validity is up to 96 months. On number 2 is Spain. Spain's visa fee is $80 and the validity of the permit is 1 year. The Spain's digital nomad visa is tailored for remote workers and tech professionals. It grants legal residence and work rights for just 1 year. offering the chance to experience Spain's Mediterranean lifestyle at a low visa cost. And top on our list today is Germany. Germany remains one of the most affordable EU destinations to begin a professional career. The skilled workers visa and EU blue card are valid for 1 year and can be renewed. There is currently a high demand for engineers, healthcare workers, and IT specialists across Germany. The visa application fee is 75 euros and its validity is 1 year, although it's extendable. And that's how we're going to conclude Business 360 today. I'm sure you had a swell time with us. Next week is another time. Till then, keep watching ITV and Daisy Leah Sikidi. Bye for now.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Hi. We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel. I'm Navigator Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back freely. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Yeah. Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in the reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Navigator Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work, please. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, well, just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left.
3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Wow. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, is just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? All right, thank you for watching. All right, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? All right, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Good morning. Big thanks for joining me on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omog-Yukbon. The African Democratic Congress has condemned the government's approach to tackling insurgency, warning that negotiation with bandits is a dangerous and misguided strategy. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Bolaji Abdullahi, stated this on Wednesday at a press briefing at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja. Political correspondent Joseph Kadiri reports that the party praised the safe return of victims from the recent kidnappings, including worshippers abducted from Christ Apostolic Church in Kwara State, and of course the school children in Kebbi State. We'll bring you the report later on. Members of the House of Representatives on Wednesday continued their debate on the increasing spate of insecurity in different parts of the country with the aim of proffering lasting solutions. Organic Victor reports that while some lawmakers blamed the menace on the alleged recruitment of ex-bandits into the military, others said the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle it.
The federal lawmakers continued their special plenary session on Wednesday, suspending all motions to debate on the possible solutions to the lingering insecurity in different parts of the country. Caucus leaders of the 6 geopolitical zones and other interested members were asked to voice their opinions on the security challenges. Prominent among them is Honorable Idris Wase, leader of the North Central Caucus, who alleged that some Nigerian security agencies recruit ex-bandits, thereby giving room to more crimes.
When in the process of recruitment, Boko Haram were found in the list. Other criminals, armed robbers gangs were found in the list of Nigerian Army and police. There has to be a thorough way of ensuring that when we are recruiting, those of us that are politicians are recommending, should recommend people of good character and integrity. That's the only way we can resolve this problem and solve this problem.
To other lawmakers like Solomon Bob from Rivers State, the government had demonstrated an embarrassing lack of political will to tackle the menace.
What has happened in this country is an abject lack of courage. Every president since 1999 till today has demonstrated an embarrassing lack of courage to deal with an issue that has festered. We are appeasing terrorists. We are placating them. They are engaged in negotiation. You can't appease your way out of terrorism.
It is the right time for us as a house to legislate on the right legal framework on our state policing.
The lawmakers say the situation is worrisome and that every effort must be geared towards arresting it. From the House of Representatives, Organi Victor, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. Assembly correspondent Joy Obai-Siagbon reports that a proposal from Governor Monday Okpebholo to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency was also read to the legislators.
The Edo State 8th Assembly witnessed a significant development during Wednesday's plenary as the chairperson of the Committee on Security and Public Safety, Honorable Maria Edeko, presented the committee's report on a bill to amend the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. The report contained 2 key findings and 1 recommendation for consideration by the lawmakers. The proposed amendment, cited as the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition First Amendment Law 2025, underwent detailed scrutiny and was subsequently passed after scaling through the 3rd reading.
Bill for a law to amend the Secret Court and Similar Prohibition Law has been passed by this House, 8th Assembly. Clean copies of this bill should be forwarded to His Excellency the Executive Governor of Edo State, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, for his assets.
In another major development, the lawmakers received a bill from Governor Monday Okpebholo seeking to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency. The bill, designed to strengthen the state disaster response and management systems, was read on the floor and referred to the Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From Benin, Joy Obai-Siagbon, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. Again, Assembly correspondent Joy Obai-Siagbon reports that a proposal from Governor Monday Okpebholo to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency was also read to the legislators. We're going to report later on. Following the security challenges facing the country, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, has warned the naval personnel that the Navy will decisively deal with any officer involved in illegal oil activities within Nigeria's maritime waterways. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the naval chief made the remarks during his visit to the command to ascertain the level of preparedness of the Navy in maritime domain security.
On arrival at the Nigerian naval ship NNS Delta headquarters in Warri, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas inspected the water guards parade and exchanged pleasantries with senior naval officers during his inaugural familiarization visit to the command. Addressing officers and ratings, the Chief of Naval Staff stressing that security remains the foundation for national development, urging personnel to remain committed to their professional duties.
I must reiterate that you maintain the highest standards of discipline and professionalism, particularly in the conduct of your operations.
Vice Admiral Abbas reiterated the Navy's commitment to maintaining peace in the maritime environment to enable legitimate business to thrive. He also called for stronger collaboration with host communities. In his remarks, the commander of NNS Delta, Commodore Abdulaziz Subir, thanked the Chief of Naval Staff for the visit.
Sir, we assure you that NNS Delta will remain steadfast, disciplined, and fully aligned to your strategic intent as we work to secure the maritime domain and protect Nigerian vital economic interests.
Earlier, the Chief of Naval Staff toured all NNS Delta facilities to assess the challenges facing the command and determine how best to address them. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly ad hoc committee investigating the Mowa and Radisson Blu Hotel project has expressed reservations that major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu Hotel project sent subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that during that investigations, the committee was able to unravel that work on the Radisson Blu Hotel has reached 70% completion.
You were just signing and signing and signing and signing.
In continuation of the ongoing probe, the committee summoned all contractors and stakeholders involved in both projects to clarify their roles. While several key players appeared and provided detailed explanations, the committee expressed displeasure that major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu Hotel project sent subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Despite this, representatives of Shapoji Palonje, the main contractors handling the Radisson Blu Hotel project, informed the committee that the project has reached 70% completion, even though full payments have not yet been made.
We have exposure of close to 40 billion. 40 billion, that is the exposure that we have on this project. We've been outside, we are not seeing 40% completion.
On the MOA project, the committee noted that although the MOA Institute submit all required documents, its representatives failed to verbally defend their submissions during the hearing. The Accountant General, however, appeared before the committee to offer clarity on the financial expenditures and payment flow.
To our knowledge, the matter that came was a request for payment, and that is the extent to which the trade was involved.
The committee has adjourned proceedings and will reconvene at a later date to conclude its findings. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Christian Gospel Artists Association of Nigeria has held its 2025 annual musical concert amidst pomp and celebration in Benin City. The event held at the Obaseki Family Compound on Oba Market Road drew renowned Edo gospel artists, members from across Nigeria and beyond, various church groups and residents. Jalado Joe brings details.
Yes,
The 2025 SIGAN annual concert, tagged Exceptional Praise, was an energy-filled gathering that featured powerful sermons, moments of spiritual renewal, and soul-lifting musical ministrations from several gospel artists, including Mr. and Mrs. K. Iyamu, Madam Vero Adedoyin, Pastor Francis Gobadia, Lady of Praise, Reverend Nosa and Franca, Peter the Rock, among others. Founder and Chairman, Board of Trustees, Elder Benson Paul Ayre, President of SIGAN, Lady Kash Neizena, and Chairman of the Planning Committee, Isioma Omaka, highlighted the significance of the annual concert and expressed satisfaction with the success of the 2025 edition.
The general idea, let's make gospel music popular. Let's enhance the welfare of gospel music ministers and use music as a tool for evangelism.
As a president, I'm happy, I'm fulfilled that we're having this done because we have actually gathered to give him high praise. And whenever you do that, God is always set to bless you.
It's massive. You can see overflow everywhere. People are just watching and some are dancing with us. And we thought maybe it will not be massive. When you praise God today, that was why
Mrs. K. Iyamu and Mrs. Palmer Omori commended the Christian Gospel Artists Association of Nigeria and its leadership for sustaining the yearly initiative.
I pray that God will continue to uphold them and strengthen them to do more programs that will bring glory to the name of God. No one praises God and go down.
They've done well because this is what God wants us to do. They brought this program and they brought every one of us together and we are here in unity. Everybody sing
From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
The Lagos State Police Command has arrested 12 suspects in connection with the circulation of handbills, posters, and, of course, social media messages attributed to the group known as OJ Parapo of Oregon. According to the State Police Public Relations Officer, SP Abimbola Adebisi, the publications issued by the group contained warnings and restrictions aimed at limiting the general public's freedom of movement, freedom of expression, and human dignity. The command emphasized that it will not tolerate any form of lawlessness within the state. Consequently, the Commissioner of Police, CP Olohundare Jimo, has ordered the suspension of the festival organized by the group, citing concerns that it may lead to a disturbance of public peace, safety, and order across the state. The Reverend Andrew Agbomehiono Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, also known as the Rural Mission, has again demonstrated its unwavering commitment to humanity during a 6-day gospel crusade, which featured free medical outreach and surgeries in Igara and Uneme Ekpedo in Akokwedo local government area, Edo State. The medical outreach took place at the Igara General Hospital and the Uneme Ekpedo Primary Health Center. Efusa Wangwe has details.
The Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, led by its president and mission director, Reverend Andrew Agbohinyo, and supported by lead surgeon Dr. Philip Osho, combined healthcare and spiritual intervention to impact the lives of women, children, men, and the elderly. About 1,000 persons benefited from the program, with 10 surgeries successfully carried out in Igara, while 28 surgeries were recorded in Uneme Ekpedo. Ailments such as hernia, appendicitis, lipoma, and excision cases, among others, were treated with several requiring surgical procedures. Many souls also embraced Christ during the outreach. Beneficiaries commended the organizers, noting that it was their first time experiencing such a program with quality healthcare services in their communities.
I just want to appreciate you for the success.
Speaking during the outreach, Reverend Andrew Agbohenyo emphasized the foundation's mission to meet both physical and spiritual needs.
Our vision is to reach out to the less privileged of us. We visit prisons, orphanage. I did similar program recently at Oko Prison, where we did about 50 surgeries, and we saw about 350 inmates.
Is transportation. Two, the drones take much expenses from us.
Dr. Philip Osho also explained that the outreach aims to support the less privileged.
Just rounded up this program where close to 200 people were served and some surgeries were done, and glasses were distributed to people who need them.
Partners in the outreach include UBTH, Vision Spring, Igara's Descendants Union, UK, Sonny and Kemi Agumbiade Empowerment, and other well-meaning individuals. With a growing reach and unwavering purpose, the Reverend Andrew Agbohinio Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation remains committed to extending healthcare hope and healing to the most vulnerable across rural communities. From Igara, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Authorities of one of Nigeria's most prominent private universities, the Western Delta University, say they have graduated the first doctorate degrees PhD students, a record achievement which further repositions the educational institution for academic excellence. The Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Augustine Ikelegbe, welcoming guests to the 15th convocation ceremony of the school, amongst whom were the visitor and former governor of Delta State, Chief James Onenafe Ibori, added that the institution has also graduated master's degree students and 176 first degree.
I welcome you to the 15th convocation ceremony of this great citadel of learning.
The Chancellor, Western Delta University, and former Governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Donald Duke, declaring the convocation open. The Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Augustine Ikelegbe, commended the visitor and former Governor of Delta State, Chief James Onanefe Ibori, for investing vigorously into the university and acknowledged the contributions made by some notable Nigerians and organizations for their roles in supporting the university.
This university offers or has the cheapest school fees among the universities around us. And this is in line with the vision of the visitors of this great university, that the fees of this university should not be above the economic capacity of its constituents.
In a convocation lecture titled Overcoming Insecurity in Nigeria, guest lecturer and former Vice Chancellor, Modibo University of Technology and Nigerian Army University, Professor Kyari Mohammed, was apt in saying that major insecurity is fueled by partisan politics, but was quick to add that the recipe for insecurity is good governance and government of inclusivity. Former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazao, retired alongside politician and business mogul Prince Adewale Adebayo, were later decorated with honorary doctorate degrees of strategic studies and political science. Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Ehosa Osage, charged all the graduates to be worthy ambassadors of the university. The visitor and former governor of Delta State, Chief James Ibori, thanked all that graced the event, noting that the school has grown to become among the best in Nigeria. The Vice-Chancellor later led all other dignitaries on tour of the various new landmark projects. Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
Concerned Benin youths under the umbrella of the Youth Union in conjunction with the Benin Solidarity Movement worldwide say the security of lives and property remains a top priority for them. The group stated this during a press conference organized to address issues of insecurity and alleged allocation of contracts for the protection of oil wells. Wellington Akoleja has details.
The need to ensure the safety of lives and property prompted the gathering of youths from several communities in Ikubaoka local government area of Edo State. In his address, the public relations officer of the Otedo Youth Union, Comrade Ohen Ijuwari, noted that Ikubaoka hosts several oil wells and stressed the need for youth to be empowered to protect these facilities, which form part of nature's critical infrastructure.
In Ologbo land owned by the Benin people, there are 30 oil wells explored by MPDC and also 19 oil wells explored by Pan Ocean Company, thereby making a total of 49 oil wells in Ologbo with just one flowing station attached.
Also speaking, a youth leader, Ambassador Osaboyan Osagede Nwago, emphasized the importance of securing all villages. He condemned the practice of awarding pipeline protection contracts to non-indigents, insisting that while Nigeria remains one entity, youths from host communities must be included in the pipeline protection committees.
We are lamenting insecurity as far as this territory is concerned. While some strangers protesters will come into our land, all the name of security issues, and collect money to go and be enriching themselves. We the youths have to stand and say enough is enough.
We the indigenes, we have interest on these oils. At least we supposed to have benefit in it.
The group called on the state and federal governments to urgently respond to their concerns, noting that local youths understand their terrain best and are therefore better to position to contribute meaningfully to community security. From Benin, Wellington Akodija, ITV News.
Retired workers of First Bank Nigeria have staged a peaceful protest at the King Square branch in Benin City, demanding an improved retirement package in line with the current economic realities in the country. The retirees, who say they have been receiving monthly pension of 15,000 naira for over 20 years, described their payment as inadequate and dehumanizing. They also raised concerns over the management of the bank's pension trust fund, alleging financial irregularities. Donald M.A.N. takes it from here.
Retired workers of First Bank Nigeria converged on the premises of the King Square branch in a peaceful demonstration, calling on the bank's management and relevant authorities to urgently intervene in what they describe as prolonged neglect and worsening economic hardship. According to the protesters, they currently receive a monthly pension of 15,000 naira, a figure they say has remained unchanged for more than 2 decades, despite rising inflation and the high cost of living in Nigeria. They further disclosed that their annual medical allowance stands at 30,000 naira, an amount they describe as grossly insufficient to meet their healthcare needs as senior citizens.
We have we have instituted many cases. First Bank is a bank management. They always break the rules. Our members are dying in rows all over the distance.
We have the pension funds, but they have taken the pension funds. We are telling them enhance our pension, not from your profit, but from our pension fund.
And 15 naira every month. Then yearly medical is 30 naira, which translates to 2,500 every month. For the past 20 years on this issue, First Bank has a pension fund of 300 billion naira. We have met with them severally, meeting them severally. They've been forcing us here and there.
More critically, the retirees allege that about 300 billion naira from the First Bank Pension Trust Fund may have been mismanaged or embezzled without proper accountability, claims they urge relevant anti-graft agencies to thoroughly investigate. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Elders, women, and youths of Ideyamba community have called on the Oba of Benin, Oba L.Y. II, the Edo State Governor, Senator Mondo Okpebolo, and the Deputy Governor, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, to, as a matter of fact, intervene in what they described as the encroachment and illegal sale of their land by Mr. Kingsley Igbinosa, the Okao of Onuame village. According to the Ideyamba people, the two communities located in Ovia Northeast Local Government Area, Edo State, have enjoyed a cordial relationship for many years, until Mr. Igbinosa allegedly began selling their land to Yoruba and Ijaw settlers, and that they say has denied them access to their farms, and of course cocoa plantation and rubber farmlands. Afusa Wangwe takes the story further.
Speaking, the head of Ovia Shrine, Elder Sunday Osewegi, accused Mr. Kingsley Igbinosa of selling Adeyanoba land to Okumu people, the Yoruba and the Ijaw indigenes living in the riverine axis. Elder Osewegi noted that the elders and leaders of Adeyanoba community had invited the Okao of Umuame village for a peace meeting, but he allegedly refused to honor the invitation.
Ona ikpania ona wade ona adi okpa wo vi madada dan wa ba bi konjo owi ori nya ni ya fefefe.
Another elder of the community, Ege Omogbe, stated that Mr. Igbinosa claims ownership of the entire stretch of land from Ovia area to Adeyamba Also speaking, the woman leader of Adeyamba community, Mrs. Eisieme Eyimema, accused Mr. Igbinosa of destroying their crops. One of the youth leaders of the community, Mr. Edowoyi Ikpuba, alleged that Mr. Igbinosa is selling their land to Ijaw people because he claims to have powerful connections in the society.
Manawe dogbebe dogi omonoba wegwa ana tima ana wetin esukma yemare mi ya no jebewu orari pa abe ma ne noge imugbona Kamia, awe ni adwari hasani pupo.
Egbe no sunu na no kauna, o ma esunu wuta de abade. Unuame wa de aba okpa mahun.
He has put so many boys in the bush, giving them guns to terrorize our community, to sell our land.
Responding, the Oka of Unuame village, Kingsley Dausa, denied the allegation, saying the elders are attempting to frame him because he refused to allow indiscriminate sale of community land.
I, as the representative of the Oba village in Unuame, refuse them to be selling land. That's the problem.
The people of Adeyamba community say they will not relent in their struggle until their grievances are heard and addressed amicably. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Another update on the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gyupong. Coming shortly, STMI. Happy viewing.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
very beautiful morning to you, and thank you for joining us on your ultimate breakfast current affairs program this morning on ITV. We're broadcasting live from Benin Network Center on the program this morning. I am Lawrence Osifo. I'm not alone here in Benin. It's a full house. When I say full house, it's indeed a full house, and I have my colleagues joining me here in Benin before we transit you to Abuja and Lagos. I have Sonny Duke Okosun live in the studio with me. Good morning, Sonny. Good to have you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, it's a full house.
Yeah.
And we're also blessed amongst women.
We'll go say that too. And I also have the president of Chukwu Fumunaya Adigwe in the studio as well. Chukwu Fumunaya, good to see you again.
Good to see you also. Good morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Amazing.
All right, Patricia Gabriels, that was moved from Lagos Network Center to Benin, is still in Benin. How are you, Patricia?
I'm good. Good morning.
How are you enjoying your stay in Benin?
Very well. Everybody's a family here.
Weather is calm, right? Better than what you have over there.
No, don't say. Don't say.
I think we were just waiting patiently to see whether you were going to move from Patricia G to Patricia D, so that we'll collect you.
Yes.
We
were ready.
I had to be very careful.
We noticed it. You took your time.
I took my time. In order not to call the other Patricia, whatever, to avoid issues.
Anyway, thank you for that.
Good morning, gentlemen. You know, we're gentlemen of the press, and good to see you all.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we'll be talking to our guys in Lagos and in Abuja if they are ready to talk to us this morning on the show. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Joshua Okata is already ready in the Center of Excellence, Lagos. Joshua, good morning and good to have you on the show this morning. How are you?
Good morning, Lawrence. It's good to have you on the program this morning. Of course, my greetings to the rest of your colleagues over there in Benin, Dr. Sonny Duke. Good morning. And of course, Patricia and Ifunaya, good to see you all on the program this morning.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I'm pretty sure Lagos is pretty cool this morning. The weather over there is calm, because what we're feeling here in Benin is something different. The sun is scorchy and all that. Well, it's everywhere. While we look forward to the Harmattan, if it's going to come at all, but we just hope the Harmattan comes, just like we always expect at the end of the year. Charity Tanko in Abuja is ready to also talk to us. Okay, Charity isn't there yet, but here in Benin, we have so much we'll be talking about. The insecurity that has bedeviled the country in the past few weeks, the kidnapping from Kebbi to Niger to Kwara and all that. We'll be looking at the call for state police. The president has already written to the National Assembly, let's establish state police, which has also been the crux. People have been talking about it even before now, that state police will also help in mitigating some of these crimes that was saying, the kidnapping, the banditry, the terrorism, whatever name you want to call them. That will be our cause of discussion here in Benin this morning. And also we'll be talking about polio eradication, and someone who is also an expert in that field also talk to us about polio eradication, one of the menace that have been trailing little children especially, and we'll be looking at that as well. And we'll also have a one-on-one discussion with someone in the Edo State government who have many things he have done for his people, who will also be talking to us on the show in Benin this morning. I'm pretty sure you have your lineup there, Joshua. Let's get to here before I come back to my colleagues here in Benin.
Of course, talking about insecurity, it's a conversation that has refused to leave the front burner of national discourse in the course of, say, 2-3 weeks now, given pockets of crime and, of course, attacks in the northeastern region. And unfortunately, as it were, like a cancer disease is gradually spreading down south, which has also, you know, precipitated reactions from the southern governors who met recently and vowed to, you know, look into the issues in terms of tackling the menace. So from our Lagos Network studios, we will be looking categorically on escalating insecurities, particularly the agendas that were looked into by the governors, you know, and of course we'll be analyzing those critical issues that were brought up in the course of the conversation, you know, in the meeting that they had. And some of those issues would be security challenges, economic cooperation, state policing, and of course forest surveillance. So these are some of the critical issues that will form the basis of our conversation from our Lagos Network studio this morning.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Amazing one. I saw the Southwestern Governors Forum, and after their first meeting, before they also held another one called the Southern Governors Forum that was held in Oyo State, chaired by the Oyo State Governor and some of the other governors, talking about how they can secure their terrain and their people. Let me come to my colleagues here in Benin. Sonny Duke, I'm pretty sure you are abreast with that meeting that was held in Ibadan, a way to secure. Everybody seemed like everybody's finding solution to securing their terrain to avoid the invasion of these guys, whether you call them bandits, terrorists, any name at all.
I think basically for the Southwestern governors, they've been showing that leadership role in trying to galvanize and synergize to forge a common front to confront this menace. I mean, we can't forget in a hurry the birth of Amotekun in Ondo State, and I think several other Western states. But we need to give it more energy and vibe so that it becomes very efficient, effective. You need that collaboration, that cooperation to be able to nip this menace in the bud, because all the states of the Federation, they are linked. The states in the western part of the country, they are linked. So if you have that level of collaboration, cooperation and synergy, irrespective of political divide, then you can really make headway. Don't forget that this challenge that we have today is hydra-headed. It's like a monster, and there are different layers and layers and layers. You have the political layer, you have the social layer, you have the global layer, you have the economic layer. Watch this movie called Herd. I just stumbled on that movie on Netflix a few days ago, and that movie, to a large extent, encapsulate what this is about. The economic part of it is that banditry has become a big business.
Very big.
Where these guys cash out week in, week out. And so because of these, a lot of people are coming in. You have those who are lords and masters in the business, and then they recruit other people, train other people to come into the business. So it's like a business to them. And in that business, they kill at will. They destroy at will. Like the Bible says, Satan comes to kill,
to steal, and to destroy.
That's just what it is. But you see, where my concern is. We've been talking about state police for a long time. It's now that you see that political leaders
are now agreeing to it.
You know, they are supporting it because they are seeing that it's getting to them. You saw the former deputy speaker in the House of Reps saying that in the recruitment list of army and police, names of Boko Harams allegedly were found in those lists.
In the list.
And this has been something that has been owned for a long time. And those in position of authority, they keep denying it. And that's because him lost his brother and lost his cousin to these guys. And if we are saying that these people, they are strangers, they are aliens to us. So what stops us from empowering our community to confront them, to defend, you know, these places? So it's high time we get into this and empower our community to be able to start. I mean, you saw a video recently or some time ago where the director of SSS came out to talk about his community, how he was able to mobilize them, galvanize them to engage these people. And there's also a story trending online, I don't know how true that is, in Rivers, how the people were able to resist them. That is what, because the Bible says, resist the devil and he will flee.
Not even run, he will flee.
He will flee. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's true, Sonny Duke. Let me get your thought on that as well, Patricia.
Okay, so the South-South governors coming together is a fantastic one. Okay, Amotekun, like you said, has been doing a great job. But it's very important they come together so that these borders, you know, to each state could be actually guided. These people live in the community. These guys live in the community. Let me call them guys, the bandits, whatever they are. They live in the communities, and it is very important that communities are guided. That is why the Amotekun has been doing so well right there. And so now that the president is saying he's backing the governors for state policing, it's a fantastic and a welcome idea, because it is getting and spreading to everyone. It is not just in the north anymore. It used to be in the north. It started from the north. But it's coming down to every other state in the country. So it's a thing that we should attack right now, or else it becomes a very big problem, because we see them on social media. These bandits coming out on social media.
I keep asking myself, how do they get into social media?
They come into social media. They're even
social media is everybody's thing. Anybody can be on social media.
So, but where are they? Why can't we identify
them? So this is
them?
where this is where those in authority, they need to be more brutal in dealing with these guys.
Okay.
Because security has gone beyond the barrel and the bullet.
The barrel and the bullet.
It's technologically driven. If you look at the Israel-Hamas war, you look at Russia-Ukraine war, you see a lot of AI-driven technology at play in gathering intelligence, in gathering information, so that you use those information to engage these guys. Maybe Fifi wants to say something.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I've always, just the other day on Monday, we're talking, and I was telling you, Dr. Sonny J, how it's just very appalling that these insurgents, they come online, they post their evil deeds, and how is it that they are not being tracked?
Exactly.
We talk about not having the technological willpower, but I don't believe that that's an excuse, because if a common person, someone who has not killed, someone who has not...
you write something about the government.
If someone, if that person comes and speaks ill of the government, that person will be tracked down and would face the full wrath of the law. So why is it that these insurgents are not brought to book? And talking about the creation of state police is something that it's actually needed, and it's good to see that now the government, the presidency, is also coming on board with this. We've seen the Southwest governors in the past, just like Dr. Sonny Juk has said, come to pull their weight behind the call for state police. And now seeing the presidency also want to do that is really laudable. And also the presidency also coming to say from 20,000 recruits, we are going to 50,000. It's good to see them actually come out to now want to nip this very, very crazy situation in the bud.
Okay. Wow, talking about recruitment, before we take a break to bring you the papers, I don't actually think recruitment is that really the problem, Dr. Sonny Juk?
Yes, it is, because...
You think so?
Yeah, she's a huge problem. I listen to...
But there are personnel there.
It's not about personnel, they're enough.
Okay.
Nigeria is about over
250 million people.
Okay, what is the strength of the Nigerian police? What is the strength of the Nigerian army?
Yeah.
Once something happens here, you mobilize people there. I will have a lot of ungoverned spaces in this country that these guys take advantage of. So that's what the problem. So we need to boost our security forces. We need to empower men of them.
I want to add to,
yes,
if we recruit them, do we have enough arms for them?
Exactly.
You see,
is a question.
You know, when we talk about the political will, it's a holistic thing.
Okay.
If you are recruiting people, you have to put the structures in place to empower them, increase their capacity to function and deliver on what is expected of them. You're training them, you know you've got to buy arms, right?
Yeah.
Now, I talked about the fact that there's also a global dimension to all of this.
Yeah.
Many of these places where you have some of these flashpoints, there are a lot of mineral resources that are being mined. You have gold, you have uranium, you have lithium, and all of it. For example, Sambisa Forest is not to be the hotbed of Boko Haram.
Yeah.
I saw a video recently, a map showing the structure of the enclave of Boko Haram, the layers of protections that they have, and this is not rocket science. This information is there, and that's what we talk about political will for a government. And when former President Goodluck Jonathan was on board, we had some alliances, and what was the alliance? Some mercenaries who were coming to help the Nigerian army, and that's what's happening globally. Even in the Russian-Ukraine war, you see mercenaries coming in. But by the time President Buhari came, they dropped those people away. While those people were on the ground, they were winning the war against Boko Haram.
Gradually.
Because what were they doing? They put gadgets on the ground, survey where they are, and then just 2-3 guys goes there and smoke these guys out. And that was going on consistently. But you see that once that political will was eroded, the whole thing changed. And that's why we're back to where we are today. You saw the general who was killed recently. Look at the circumstances surrounding it. In military circles, in security circles, you must have an encrypted, dedicated channel of communication, which nobody can access. And for that guy, he probably would have been alive if that was the case in terms of the information that was gathered. But what happened? His location was easily located, identified.
Even the charts that they had, I saw the charts
by the insurgent, and they picked him up and then executed him somewhere.
My question, Sonny Juk, is how did the charts
exactly got out to the public space.
The military, do we have moles in the military?
There's moles everywhere.
Because no, I mean, when we say, former President Goodluck Jonathan said there were Boko Haram in his government.
I mean, Dr. Sonny Duke was just even talking about the video that's out there of the deputy speaker coming out to say those Boko that were pulled into the military are Boko Haram, ex-Boko Haram.
Then there's a major problem.
There's a major problem.
About the fact that you have layers and layers and layers, but once you have a leadership that is ready to make a change, that is ready to make that bold move and defy the response and reactions that follows it, we'll make headway, because all we need to do is empower the community and they will be there.
All right, empower the community and we'll be there. We hope the government will be able to empower the communities and for us to put a stop and nip this whole insecurity in the bud, because it's spreading everywhere. It's spreading so viral than we ever think it is. We'll go on a break now to bring you what the papers are saying on the TMI this morning. Stay with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those
It's still TMI. Welcome back. It's still TMI on ITV. We're going to be looking at the newspaper headlines this morning. So let's start with leadership. And the major headline there says President Tinubu declares nationwide security emergency. You can find out on the newspaper.
All right, our New Telegraph is also leading with the same headline. Tinubu declares security emergency, orders more recruitment into the armed forces. You can find that in page 3 of the New Telegraph newspaper.
Moving on to our next point of call, we have This Day newspaper. A major headline there is on insecurity. 17 southern governors agreed to create zonal security fund.
On Daily Independent, we can also see the same headline. Tinubu talks tough, declares national security emergency. And below that, we can see Senate probes withdrawal of troops before Kebbi abduction. Senate probes withdrawal of troops before Kebbi abduction.
And then on Punch newspaper this morning, adoption crisis. Tinubu declares emergency as NAS rejects bandits negotiation.
All right, moving on to our next paper, which we'll be looking at, The Guardian. A major headline there says, Tinubu declares emergency on security, backs governors on state police.
Still, the nation is still saying almost the same thing. Emergency and security. Tinubu okays a state police, which will be our talking point on TMI this morning in our Benin Network Center.
Okay. On Tribune, Nigeria Tribune this morning says Senate in intense debate over rising insecurity.
Moving on from the Nigerian Tribune, we'll go to Daily Trust. A major headline there is President Mbalo arrested as military stages coup in Guinea-Bissau. That one is on the international scene.
Yeah. All right, the last paper we have here is going to be the Vanguard. Above the masthead there says 2 killed as vigilante force bandit attack on Kogi School. 2 killed as vigilante force bandit attack on Kogi School.
You can see from all the headlines.
Yeah.
It encapsulates the seriousness of the problem. And this sort of comments and commentary that we're seeing reflects the mood of the nation. But we should go beyond headlines and the rhetorics and match words with action to deal decisively with this issue. Now, there's something that struck me in one of the headlines. It says Senate is going to probe
the withdrawal.
Troops withdrawal.
Yeah, before the attack.
So you see the conspiracy, the complicity. And interestingly, if that investigation will be done
thoroughly,
effectively and efficiently, and then the findings are brought out, a lot will be unraveled. But the challenge is that after the investigation, you probably will not see
the light of the day anymore. Because it was really striking when I heard that the DSS had an intelligence about that school, and they gave out the intelligence. Military was deployed. 30 minutes after, they said nothing of such will happen. The military left, that there was an order. Where did the order came from? Who ordered the order?
So this is the crux of the matter. When we have a system that is so polarized, people can take advantage of it and do
whatever they want to do.
In many cases, this has always been the pattern. Military withdraws, troops withdraws. I mean, a troop is withdrawn from a particular location
before you know
and
the strike.
So it's like
meaning they have intelligence information. They know what's happening.
It's like an owl cried last night
and the baby died in the morning.
Anyways, we'll take a break, guys.
We'll take a break on the show to start off the conversation. You can grab any of the pages of the papers and check through more and get more details. Stay with us. It's still TMI on the ITV network.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us again on the program TMI from our Benin Network Center. Let's start off the conversation. Ravaging insecurity in Nigeria, that has been what we've been talking about since 2009, 2014. Remember the Chibok girls, remember different abduction that has happened in Nigeria, and this is not really telling where for us as a nation. But there have been clamor and call for state police over the years. But it seems like that clamor and that call is now forthcoming as the president seemed to have given a nod written to the Senate that indeed let them establish state police in order for the local terrain to be guided properly, for people to be able to form a unified front against any attack coming into their community. So that will be the crux of our conversation here this morning, the clamor or the call for a state police. I have a legal mind joining me, someone who is also a public affairs analyst, Barrister Emmanuel Obakbolo, live for me in the studio for us to make sense out of this call for state police. Barrister, good morning and good to have you.
It's a delight to be here. Good morning.
All right, you came with your full regalia.
Good morning, Barrister. Good morning.
Okay. No, I didn't. It was not deliberate anyway. I was just trying to be careful. All right, Barrister. So we've seen the whole back and forth about the proposal at first, but it seemed like it did not see the light of the day. But the recent attack in Kebbi, Niger, and Kwara seem to have opened the eyes now of the presidency to seeing that, okay, at this point, let's walk to state police. What is the implication from your legal point of view of establishing a state police? Can this protect us as a people more, or is going to be something the people may not welcome?
To my mind, the president's declaration is born out of confusion.
Why would you say that?
Yes, the reason for that opinion is when you look at the provisions of the Constitution, just now, particularly Section 14, Sub 1, say Nigeria shall be a democracy based on the principles of democracy and social justice. The ultimate question to be asked is are we practicing democracy, and is there social justice to all and sundry? That is one part of it.
Okay.
The other part of it, in 14.2a, says that the primary purpose of government is to give security and welfare to the people. Maybe that is where the president wants to take a leverage from. But I must tell you that before the emergence of this president, once upon a time, he did criticize the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan on security matters, particularly the Chibok girls that you mentioned, and the Dapchi girls later on we heard again. Now, the president was a magnetic critic to that administration, and the president made us to understand that he knows the nitty-gritty of security. And you know, some persons have tagged him. They give him the toga of the strategist. But I must tell you that this man is a pathological failure. With respect to
in
my opinion.
Okay.
Yes, my opinion.
Okay.
Now the president has just made the declaration. Even before the declaration of the president of state police by the president, we saw the president made a declaration that the police that are with the VIPs should be withdrawn.
Yeah.
Few minutes later, there was a U-turn. The Inspector General of Police said no, that the VIPs will not be withdrawn. You cannot see that the president is speaking from both sides of his mouth. The Inspector General of Police is speaking from both sides of his mouth. The security chiefs are speaking from both sides of their mouths. So where are we going to? After the aftermath of the adoption of those wonderful children
in Maga in Kebbi State,
few days later, no, just that same day,
the same period,
the Minister for State Defense, the person
Bello
of Matawale, said we are getting closer to the adopters, the terrorists. It said so. Few hours later, we were made to understand that the children have been rescued. And a top army general came out to say that there was no need to arrest the terrorists. There was no need to kill any of the terrorists.
The IGP also said that.
The IGP. And that goes to tell that there was a negotiation.
But they said there was no negotiation.
If there was no negotiation, how did they get the children from the hands of
It's
those
also
terrorists?
possible they cordoned off the environment and they were able to rescue.
No.
It could be possible.
No.
Okay.
There was a negotiation that led to ransom.
Okay.
There is no how.
Yeah, we're not sure about it. Exactly.
Whether you are sure or you are not sure, me, I am double sure.
Okay.
And that led to the release of those children. One thing that this president is concerned about is 2027. He's looking for how to give himself a plus. Yes, he has succeeded in getting 80% of the governors to his side. Now, what next? Is it all about winning the election, either by crook or by hook? Is that what he's concerned of? What about the flagrant violation of the Constitution and the breach of international laws and conventions?
Yeah.
The president has not been able to guarantee the safety of lives and property in Nigeria. And that is the ultimate task of every reasonable government.
So obviously, you are indicting the presidency as a stand, right?
Yes! And now, a man that could say, oh, I withdraw every police from every VIP. Few minutes later, his own Inspector General of Police contradicted him. Later on, he said, I have declared emergency on national security.
But the IGP has the power to speak for the people working under him.
Without recourse to the president? Who is the commander-in-chief? Is it the IGP?
No. It's the president.
The president is the commander-in-chief.
Okay.
So if there is any security breach, no person will be held responsible but the president. Okay. And that's why I say even the governors will tell you, oh, we don't have authority over the commissioners of police. That they take orders from Abuja. Good, fine. Okay. But now, where are we?
I want to ask you a quick question, pertaining to what you're saying, because you have not answered his question. Saying that the state policing thing would not work, or it is not legal.
But it's not needed
for the president to have declared that he's backing up the governors on the state policing issue.
Declaration of state police is not within the purview of the mouth of the president. It must go through a legislative process. As the National Assembly, the president needs to send a proposal like
to
the National Assembly.
Bill that will become
yes.
an act later.
So the National Assembly will now look at so that it can become a law. So a mere declaration will not work. That is what I'm saying.
But you and I know that whatever goes to the National Assembly, under the 10th National Assembly, where we are seeing everything that happens, we always go there and get a nod from the legislators, the 160. Don't you see? Because a lot of persons have tagged the administration of Akpabio as a president. I don't want to use the word on my head right now.
Supersonic rubber stamp.
No,
you
said that. I didn't
supersonic
say
rubber stamp
that.
National
So
Assembly.
don't you foresee that when that proposal actually gets there, even within 1 week, that will be done?
Within split of seconds, it can be done. Already they've been invited to a sumptuous meal.
Yeah, he said that yesterday. Tomorrow, at the villa.
Yeah, and you see the excitement on the face of the Senate president. Oh, our mother.
It's going to be for discussion. Why they are discussing?
They will be eating. Okay.
With a woman who has a mere appellage of first lady.
But she was there before. She was a member before.
Okay, now is it the president that is the commander in chief? Oh, the president has now shared his the toga of commander-in-chief with the wife. Is that what we are having now?
The office of the first lady.
And that is why no, they want to go and eat the porridge of confusion and loyalty. They're interested
that's your opinion.
The porridge of confusion and loyalty. You saw the excitement. Our mother has invited us. Yeah. And in a situation that we find ourselves today, and somebody is excited to go and eat porridge.
But it's not porridge. They didn't specify the meal.
Oh, what are they going to eat there?
Hold on. It could be that they are going there.
I tell you, it's the porridge of confusion and loyalty.
Barrister Emmanuel, Barrister Bakpolo. Yeah, it's your opinion. It's your opinion. But they did not stipulate the meal they are going to the villa to eat tomorrow, because tomorrow is the D-Day for that invitation. Let's speculate.
Listen, the wife of the president is deemed to be a pastor.
She is not deemed. She is a pastor.
You say so, for me, it's deemed to be a pastor. Why is she not fasting and praying? But she declared fasting and prayer once upon a time for people. People should come and pray. People should come and fast. The same
but she wouldn't tell you if she's doing that in her closets.
Okay, that's why she want to summarize the fasting and prayer with a porridge of confusion and loyalty. That tells you that Nigeria is going nowhere.
Okay, let's now go back to the state policing. The will of the governors, because like you said, the governors will tell you they don't have power over whether the commissioner of police, the brigade commanders in the state, it is the presidency who give order. You see, so it's like the hands of the governors are tied. But in this case of state police, do you see the governors, the chief security officer, as they claim to be, having total control over the state policing, and also the conflict of interest between whether a federal police or a state police, that's in law we say jurisdiction, in terms of jurisdiction, who can handle this and who can handle that? Do you foresee a conflict of interest?
Akula no naki his cases. The eagle does not catch fly. Whether you give the governors to be a semi-commander-in-chief in their states to over the state police, we are still going to find ourselves in a more terrible quagmire. Let me tell you, who are the ones in charge of security votes?
The governors.
But the same people will tell you that their hands are tied, but they are busy taking collecting security votes every month, and they're busy, they lavish it the way they like. You see them living a very rainbow-like life at the expense of the security of the people.
It's part of what goes with the offices.
Just the Amoteku we have in the West. We see what the governors are doing with it.
Yeah, even the meeting they had.
The ones we have, they call Ebube Agu in the East. We are seeing how the governors are doing with it. The one we have here in Edo State, who have now aligned themselves, they are now tied to the apron of the Nigerian police, and they are now experts in collecting money on the road instead of giving the people security. We see what they are doing.
Allegedly collecting money on
it. It is not an. I've met them. It's an experience.
Allegedly.
I've had.
You are a lawyer, so you know. When I say allegedly, you know what I mean.
Several altercations with them. Why are they interested in collecting money from people?
Okay.
Is that the reason for them being groomed?
Okay.
With public funds to bring them up?
Let's go back to state policing.
Yes.
That is the major topic of today. State policing. Now the presidency has backed the governors, and you are complaining, by the legal aspect and every other aspect. But don't you think it is very needed right now, seeing what is going on in the country?
Yeah.
And then the governors, of course, knows that it is getting
closer to them.
It's getting closer to everybody, especially them, because we see these bandits on social media even saying, I saw one of the videos allegedly saying, one of the bandits saying their target is Mr. President. Okay, so it is getting very close to them. Don't you think they will be more serious and focused with the state police now?
Their target is the president and the governors. Don't you also think that is the reason for this declaration? That is the reason for the declaration.
Okay.
And I tell you, if let's assume that state police came through, who is going to fund it? Is it the same state governors who are impotent in paying 70%?
Okay.
30%. What do you call it? 70,000 minimum wage. Okay. Now, what is the recruitment process?
All right. Of the people that want to be a part of the state police.
In the state police.
Barrister, let's take a break. We'll continue with that conversation. We'll go on a short break on the show. Please stay with us. right, thank you very much. It's still TMI on the ITV network. We're still looking at a call for state police from our Benin Network Center. Barrister Obakpolo was actually talking to us before we went on that break. You were talking about the recruitment process. Now, we know how this recruitment has done even into the federal police, as the case may be. Because now we'll have to now start, if it's scaled through, we'll have to now set our default setting to federal police and state police. I don't know if you understand. We know how the processes are, recruitment process. Do you foresee the recruitment process into the state police as a process that will be, seamless, that will be fair, unlike what we've been having over time?
No.
Why do you
Even
think
in the process of the recruitment of federal police is not fair. It has never been fair. We see money change hand, one part. We see ethnicity.
Allegedly.
We see religion.
Allegedly.
No, I've seen it. I saw it.
Okay.
And I challenged some of them. And if today the state police bill goes through the National Assembly successfully, which I know if the president intends for it to happen, with split of seconds, this man will pass it. This supersonic rubber stamp National Assembly.
Yeah.
Now, it is going to be party affair. Do you belong to the All Progressive Congress? Who and which politician do you know? You begin to hear, bring letter to whom it may concern.
From the traditional.
And at the end of the day, the purpose of that state police will be defeated.
I don't think so. Okay. Because the tension right now for this insecurity is really, really bad. The killings are so much. It's every day. Yeah. We also saw yesterday they kidnapped, they killed. And so it is getting very close to them, like I said before. So they might want to take it very seriously.
Very serious.
This period.
I don't want to take
Maybe
chances.
Afterwards, it could turn to be like it used to be, like he said. Allegedly, I don't know.
Yeah, allegedly.
But right now, I think they will take it more seriously.
I do not say any form of seriousness with this crop of governors we have.
Why do you think so?
The governors are the major problems we have in Nigeria.
Do you think the governors are the problem?
Yes, the governors are people who live extravagant life. The governors are people who want to fly above the sky. The governors are people who don't see anything about their people. All they are after is themselves. 3-point agenda. Me, myself, and I. Me, my wife, and children. That is just their interest. And that is why I'm telling you just now that I have not, until I see an atom of seriousness with this administration.
What
from
seriousness
federal,
are you looking for, sir?
Seriousness to tackle insurgency headlong. You don't negotiate with terrorists. You don't do that.
Absolutely true.
You don't do that. And that when you negotiate with terrorists, that is failure from the foundation. Okay. So we want to see how, from the federal level, how the military, in combination of the police and other sister agencies, are able to tackle insurgency or terrorism headlong. Then it will not flow from the federal to the state level. Okay. But where the federal romances with terrorists, then what do you anticipate from the state, particularly from the northern states, where most of the terrorists are from, as they claim? But we know that these persons are foreigners. And over the time, for a long time now, we'll be shouting, look, some persons have invaded this country, but the federal government, the military seem not to understand the plight of Nigerians. Okay. So I'm now using this platform to call on them that for them to prove to Nigerians that they're ready to tackle insurgency, insecurity, terrorism, kidnapping, and other crimes, is to face it headlong.
Okay, before we wrap up, I think you have a question before we call it.
Yes, we're going to be calling it a wrap. But like you said, you needed to be sure that this government wants to tackle insecurity. Anyway, let's wrap up.
Okay,
let's wrap up.
We have to go. What would be your final words if this eventually scaled through, both to the people in the community, the state governors, and even the federal?
Final words. We thought when the president came with the idea of forest guards that was going to scale through, but it never scaled through. So I do not see any magic with the state police. But however, we admonish them that it is the responsibility of government to protect lives and properties in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Emmanuel Obakpolo, for joining us. We'll take a break on the show. TMI continues shortly. Stay with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying with us still on the program, still TMI on the ITV network. From our Benin Network Center, let's dive into the next conversation we'll be having this morning. Polio eradication, a Rotary's effort in ending polio. I have joining me live in the studio, the district governor of 9141, Rotarian Anthony Wogire, and also have Rotarian Kelechi Ekeze, the district secretary of Rotary 9141, live with me in the studio this morning. Good morning, gentlemen and lady. Good to have you both.
Good morning.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Talking about polio, you know, growing up, we see those who talk about polio, how it affects children and even deform them at a point. What is the Rotary Club really doing to help with this menace of polio?
Okay, good question. So polio has been in the world. I need to start from the background so that you understand where we took it from.
Okay.
Polio has been in the world from ages before now, and a lot of people were not aware of what the problem was until 1985, when Rotary International made a promise to children of the world that they are going to eradicate polio from the face of the earth. And it was a very strong decision which developed into World Health Organization taking it up as a global polio eradication initiative in 1988. As at that time, we had over 350,000 cases of polio in 125 countries. And Rotary took up that challenge. And I'm happy to inform you that as of today, Rotary has nibbled down those 350 cases to just about 6 in only Afghanistan and Pakistan. So by percentage-wise, we have eradicated polio by 99%. We just have 1% left. Okay. And we are heading towards completing that task. You know the challenges in Afghanistan because of the war. Yeah. That's why we've not been able to fully eradicate polio from the face of the earth. But Rotary's vision and plan is that before 2030, we'll get the job done. We have made a promise to the children, and that promise must be fulfilled.
Okay.
And it involves a lot of additional work, partnership with stakeholders, like as I said, World Health Organization, UNICEF, they are partners, governments are key in this eradication process. And Rotary has been able to put about $3 billion into this fight against polio to create the vaccine. The vaccine is required to eliminate it. Polio attacks children from 0 to 5 years, and it can be contacted through feces. that is passed through the water that the child takes, and in that process the child can be affected. And for Nigeria, we had a case until 2020 when Rotary was able to fully eradicate polio from Nigeria, September 2020. We are 5 years gone now, no incident of polio again in Nigeria, but we are not stopping. We are increasing the campaign, the awareness to eradicate, to make people aware about this polio virus, because we don't want it to come back. If we go to sleep, there's tendency that it will come back. We have what we call circulating polio virus that is still existing, and also the white polio virus is not what we've had now. But if you allow the circulating virus to continue to grow in your environment, the tendency is that you have the white polio virus, which is the one that strikes the child between 0 to 5 years. So that's why Rotary is trying to do more campaign, tell pregnant women and mothers, let's take this thing serious. Immunize your child between 0 to 5 years. Just 2 drops of the vaccine do the job.
Immunization is the question I will ask her, because she is a female. Resistance to immunization by mothers who tell you in pidgin, I don't know what you want to give my pikin. How do you guys fight against that? Because you are female.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Of course, we'll have the challenges. We'll talk about raising funds for polio eradication. It is not just about the vaccines. We have what we call the Polio Plus. The Polio Plus are the items we give to incentivize mothers. Let me use the normal balance, maybe bribe them, make them feel happy. Yes, when we go to eradicate, we don't just go for polio immunization. We also maybe have some things that can help the mothers. We'll give health talks, we'll give packs, and it makes them happy and able to bring out their children. In far north, we'll go as far as providing food items for families just to eradicate one child, to immunize one child. The vaccine costs about $26.5, something around that.
For one of the vaccine?
Yes, for a drop.
Okay, a drop.
Yes, but for us to carry out the IFO, we could spend thousands of naira for a child to be immunized, because we know the effect, we know what we want to achieve. So we'll go as far as we can give mothers wrappers, we can give food items.
To that extent?
Yes. Yes. Wow. There are some communities that they give scholarships to children, so their parents will bring them out for immunization.
Okay, let's talk about the awareness, because like she said, because when you are not aware of something, there's a saying, I'm trying to remember the word, abuse is inevitable or something, there's a statement of such. Now, if the people are not aware of these things, how would they really bring out their children or allow their children to be immunized or for them to get the vaccines? Because like she mentioned, a core note, and it seems like this is where the basic crux of this thing really is dominant or domicile, probably because of their level of education, their level of awareness. How do you guys tackle that as well, making people to know that this thing is a deadly disease? Don't allow it to stay in the lives of your children, because we're seeing a lot of them, matured man is crippled, using a wheelchair and all that. It could also be the cause. Awareness. How do you work about that?
So Rotary has invested a lot in awareness. That's part of what we are doing right now. That's why we're here. From this conversation, those listening to us can help cascade the message. So we try as much as possible to go to the markets. We go to the immunization centers, health centers, is where every Rotary club is most likely assigned to an health center to try and cascade the message to mothers, because that's the point where we can get them. It's easier this way because the mothers come out. We try to tell them the impact. We show them films. We spend money on flyers. We spend money on... Every year, Rotary has dedicated a day, October 24th, for World Polio Day. That day we carry out, apart from immunization, we carry out polio walks around all the cities in the country. So those are the areas we are trying to see how we can help. We try to reach out to the government, and government is very supportive. I need to thank the state government, respect state governments in Nigeria. They are supporting Rotary in this fight, because it's not easy to nibble down to the interlands. There are some places you cannot get access to because of logistics, but we try as much as possible to navigate our way there. Up north has been the greatest challenge for Nigeria, and that's why we even lasted up to 2020, because the northerners, they have their respective rules. You cannot access the internal areas of their homes.
Sharia laws and
Sharia laws and all that. So Rotary had to start to develop different tactics by getting women. Because of the war in the north, a lot of women don't want to work as volunteers in our organization. We have to encourage them to go. They are the ones that help us break that barriers by going to the homes to help immunize the children. Because without immunization, there's absolutely nothing you can do. A child is at risk of polio. So we try as much as possible to go to all the nooks and crannies of the cities and cascade this message. Today, by the grace of God, we are going to launch 2 billboards, thanks to the clubs in Edo State. I'm actually in Edo State as part of my visit as a governor to visit one of my states. And they've done 2 fantastic billboards, one at Airport Road and one in Ring Road. The essence is for people when they are passing, look at it, you see how I'm immunizing a child, a live picture. So that should stir up more awareness. What is this about? People should ask questions. And from those questions, lead to answers. Because when I was growing up, I saw children with deformed limbs. Yeah. I had a mindset that, oh, their mothers were very wicked. That would they allow a child to have a deformed limb? But when I joined Rotary, was when I understood better what the challenges were, that those children were not immunized between 0 to 5 years. So the key message is that when women are pregnant, they need to be aware that this vaccine is very key for their child. Just 2 drops and your child is saved of all this form of deformed limbs. But if people are not aware, people are still running away. I was in this last October 24th. This year, every year, Rotary in Nigeria decide a particular district that hosts the World Polio Day. Yeah. This year, it was hosted by the Shinawa 27 in Abuja. I was in Kuje district. And somebody told me that they don't understand why I must give vaccine to their children. I had to go into the local language, communicate to them. Then I said,
as exposed as Kuje is,
I'm telling you, that was shocking to me. Yeah. But I had to go into the local language. Painful part, I couldn't speak Hausa. If I was able to speak Hausa, I would have done more justice. But I went to Pidgin. I left English and I went into Pidgin. And I told them the basics. These are the implications of not giving this vaccine. Oh, they said they didn't know. That they thought the vaccine will have a counter effect on their child. I said, it's absolutely nothing. The first guy that invented this oral vaccine was Jonas Salk in 1953. He tried it on himself and his family. Yeah. And the next year, they tried over 1.3 people in Finland, USA, and other country, and nothing happened. So from there, that's where Rotary certified that vaccine is fit for purpose. Until date, we've not had any incident of anybody that took the vaccine that had a reaction of any form. So the vaccine is very safe. Mothers should feel very free to give their children. Immediately they are born till they are 5 years, because the risk of that deformed limbs from polio virus is between 0 to 5 years.
Okay, let me come to you. Still talking the mothers and how they show it, because all of these things boils down to, first, the acceptance of the mother of the child. Yeah. Because if a parent, a mother especially, does not allow you to administer, I don't think you can force beyond the will of the mother. Yeah. So at that point, when there is resistance by some mothers, probably because they are not aware or they are not educated, they've not been enlightened, what do you guys now do in that situation? And also, a case where a child is already a victim of the polio, what do you people also do in that situation?
Okay, I think we all know that every mother wants the best for the child. Every mother, yes. I don't think there's any mother that will see something that will benefit her child and she wouldn't want to do it. Of course, we'll have education barrier, we'll have religious barrier,
language barrier,
we'll have that fear of, oh, what are they giving to my child? So apart from us trying to put in our personal effort, we also employ the services of people they look up to, especially their religious leaders. Okay. Once a pastor tells a mother, do this, the mother would likely do it. Absolutely. Once a superior, a husband, somebody they respect, somebody they look up to, tells them to do that. Once their medical consultant tells them to do something. Yeah. So what we also do is that we ensure that mothers attend antenatal before having their children. During the process of antenatal, they are taught about the vaccines, the routine drugs for their babies, and all of that. So our major challenge is actually getting mothers to attend antenatal before having their babies. Like in my club in Rivers State, we'll have some programs where we'll offer free antenatal for mothers. In that way, we'll have solved the issue of, oh, I cannot afford antenatal because it is expensive. So we'll have that insurance covering some mothers, which we are also employing a lot of people to join. If mothers have access to medical care before having their babies, it will also reduce the likelihood of then objecting to vaccination for their babies. So mothers are actually the primary caregivers of babies. Exactly. They're the ones that bring the...
Yeah, that's why I'm always channeling the mother question to you.
They're the ones that take the children to the hospitals. Yes. So we're doing a lot of that, and we're happy that they're catching up. But we spend money getting, what do they call them, influencers. When they see somebody, they're an idol, a TV star, somebody they look up to, telling them, oh, immunize, they'll definitely throw that way. So a lot of efforts. Rotary spent a whole lot of money in the campaigns. Because we will spend, no matter the millions, but as long as we have a child immunized, it is beneficial for all of us.
Yeah. At the end of the day, your aim has been met.
We talk to churches, we go to the mosques, traditionalists, whoever will tell them, please, this is the reason, this is the need, this is the importance of having a child immunized. And they help us pass these messages across. And we see the mothers accepting to have their babies. Well, in addition to the things I told you about.
Okay, you can't take away that part.
You can't take away that. It works like magic.
Wow. So that odd part also works like magic.
Yes, it works a whole lot. When you give a mother a wrapper,
she'll be excited.
She'll be very excited to present her baby for vaccine.
All right.
So while I was in Kuje, just to add to that, while I was in Kuje, I tried to explain to them too that I was when there was COVID, I was pushing back on taking the COVID vaccine. I was one of those that didn't believe in taking the vaccine. I said, I'm not convinced. I thought it's a propaganda. But when COVID struck me, I was down for 3 weeks. When I recovered...
COVID struck you?
Yes.
In person?
In person.
Okay.
So I used myself as an example today. That when I got healed, nobody told me to go and take the vaccine. I drove myself
to the hospital or to the center.
Because I knew the impact of what I went through. Yeah. So you don't wait until it strikes, because the bad part about polio is that when it strikes you, there are two things that will happen to you. Either you are deformed or you die. The impact of the severity of the disease can lead to death. So the worst that happens is those that you see that have deformed limbs, were able to survive the attack. Some die. So why will you wait for it to strike you when with just 2 drops, you are done?
Okay, talking about how you guys get, support and aid outside the international support you get, and probably this maybe from some of the state government, as the case may be. Do you also get aid from other organizations, maybe bigger, organizations in Nigeria who are also part of your campaign to end polio?
No, that's the side that we are calling for help within Nigeria. We need more support. Most of the vaccines you see and funds you get...
So more like Oliver Twist, asking for more.
Are raised by Rotarians, really. Yeah. Rotarians, friends of Rotary, government organizations, and we have international partners like Bill Gates. It used to be Bill and Melinda Gates until they had their divorce issue. Bill Gates Foundation supports us with whatever we contribute to the polio fund. Twice.
Oh, wow.
That's great. So if we raise like $100,000, Bill Gates Foundation will match it with another $200,000 to make it $300,000. So the onus is on us now to raise those funds. There are people outside that are ready to match with us to ensure that we move. But we need help locally. If other bodies can partner with Rotary in this organization, in this fight against polio, will be highly appreciated. Okay. Because the race is not for somebody like me. I've exited. I can tell you that I have nothing to lose fighting for polio. But we have to fight for every child to be alive. You don't know which child will be saved. Just to put on the table why we need to do the support quickly. There was a particular guy in Sri Lanka. I will share this story. He was met by a Rotary Club. He was not a Rotarian, met by a Rotary Club to help with an incubator that helps preterm babies. And the guy said, the way I would place it in Nigeria so that people can understand the dimensions, it was like in Yola part of Sri Lanka. The club was in Connaught. The club was in Osogbo. So no relationship.
So there's a distance.
There's no relationship in terms of dimension. So they reached out to him and they said they need an incubator that is worth $500,000. The man said, why not? He gave them the check. Is it not for humanitarian work? He approved the money and paid. And they bought the incubator and kept it in Osogbo. His daughter now married a guy from Osogbo and they were living in Lagos. When the daughter was 7 months pregnant, she now said, oh, I want to go and greet your mother in Osogbo before I give birth, so that when the time I come to Lagos, your mother can come. As the girl traveled from Lagos to Osogbo, she fell into labor and had a child. And the child had a hole in heart and needed an incubator. The incubator is designed for those with a hole in heart. Yeah. That incubator in Osogbo was used to save the man's grandchild. Wow. So when the man came for the naming ceremony, They now told him that that incubator you bought was what was used to save your grandchild.
Wow.
So that is the impact of humanitarian work. Yeah. You don't know
who you're going to
save with the money you are contributing.
That's true.
So when Rotarians come to meet you to support them in all these campaigns, I will appreciate people understand the dynamics that the child you might save might be your own down the line.
Absolutely. Okay, well, press for time before we go. Let's wrap up with this. How are you guys dealing with, in every organization, there are bad eggs. Let's tell ourselves the truth. How do you guys deal with possibly some bad eggs in the Rotary organization?
Well, like you said,
if at all there is.
Yes, okay, that is if there is. And of course, I will not say there are no bad eggs. There are bad eggs everywhere, in our churches, in our mosques. Every organization has bad eggs. But what do? We really do not focus so much on the bad eggs. In Rotary, we have a mission. That is to do good in the world. That's our focus. As long as we keep achieving our aims of doing good, as long as everybody keeps coming to support our effort of trying to eradicate polio, carry out projects in the 7 areas of focus, I think we're good. Okay.
So, your final words to mothers who are always the ones carrying the children that they meet, because the father will not be there when they come to say, let's vaccinate, give your child polio vaccination. Final word.
Vaccines are safe.
Okay.
Polio vaccine is very, very safe. And it doesn't have an overdose. Okay. So you can immunize your baby for 100 times, 10 times. It does not have an overdose. Whenever you see a health worker, whenever you see a Rotarian, whenever they come around to vaccinate your child, please happily bring out your child. Okay. We don't want to have, we don't want to have any child crippled. We don't want to have any child's future
with deformity.
Being mad because the child is deformed. Right. So we're saying, please always bring out your babies for immunization.
Thank you, Rotarian Anthony Wogire, the district governor of Rotary 9141, and Kelechi Ekeze, secretary of District 9141. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Let's take a break. TMI continue again shortly on ITV Network. Stay with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neural.
And for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network, we had a great time with my colleague Lawrence Osifo and the members of the Rotary International, talking about the efforts of that outstanding organization to continue to make impact in the society, particularly on humanitarian grounds. Well, we're looking at something ancillary to that in terms of impacting communities, changing the narratives, and ensuring that people have a better life, quality living in our community. And one man who has been on that voyage, that campaign, is Honorable Pius Alile, who incidentally is also the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Government of Edo State, Office of the Edo State Deputy Governor. Honorable Alile, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Okoso.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while you'll be here, and now you're here, and you can see how the level of transformation.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, let's talk a bit about some of the things that you're doing, you're still doing, particularly as it relates to intervention, community interventions. Yes. I mean, you've been forthcoming with providing access to potable water in our communities. Yes. In Edo South, I mean, over 10 boreholes, created in several communities. What is the motivation for this?
Yes, let me thank you for that. Yes, basically it's to support communities, assist them, and help them to enjoy water. A situation where people travel miles, they walk to get water is unacceptable. So over the years, we've been able to install 15 boreholes across Edo South and various communities across Edo South. It's an intervention that has been rewarding, extremely rewarding to various communities and beneficial to majority of these communities. And I have gotten some feedback from those communities, and I know that it has been very rewarding. And I want to say that it's something that I've been so elated watching people queuing to fetch water for free across various communities. And I think that it's something that individuals, well-meaning individuals, should get involved in, because we cannot allow people to live in the cities, to live in the rural areas without water.
What has been the feedback in terms of community response to you for making these borehole available? Can you be more specific in terms of the areas where these projects have been sited?
Oh, a lot. There is one in Uselushe, opposite Olua Primary School. There is another one at Ubowo, opposite Edegbe. So we also have one at Ubuyoko. We have very many. We have one at Igbinaduwa Street off Ogida. So we have one at Eweka. We have another one at St. Saviour. We have one at Cattle Market, Naduwawa, Tomato Market as well. We have one at Uwelu Spare Parts Market. It's just there, very imposing. It's there. If you go to the rural areas, we have one at Oluku, at the Wood Market. We have one there. We have one at Yoba community in Oriomo local government. So they are spread across Edo South. We have one at Enya Market, I think that is Ugunde local government. So they are spread across the 7 local governments. And basically is to help our people, is to support them, it's empower them as well. And just as I said, my people have gone around to get feedback. Initially, the plan was that these people should own the project, the community should own the project. But we also situate it in such a way that somebody will be responsible for managing these particular projects. And, but is holding it in trust for the community. So the community will use it free of charge, and they will also own the process of repairing it and ensuring that it requires a lot of maintenance. Yeah. And so it is the community that should be doing that.
Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge?
Yeah, we went around because when we installed these boreholes, what we did was to also get generators to help some of these communities. Not all of them. We gave some of them generators to also help them because of electricity issues. And they've been very. The challenge has been that we've gone around. Some of them we have intervened. There are some that doesn't require much. It's just basically carelessness. You spend 100,000, 50,000, is up and running again. So we we just intervene. Like the one in Igbobazuwa. I remember intervening. Personally, I paid a visit to Igbobazuwa, and the Ojonwe was telling me that they are trying to donate money to effect repair. So I just paid the money and ensured that the borehole there is up and running. So that has been the situation. Some of them, the community have not been upfront regarding repairs. So we are looking at them, and we are also going to intervene to ensure that those boreholes are working. But the idea is that the community should hold the projects and ensure that it's functioning, basically. But that is the idea. But you know, our communities, we keep encouraging them. And the areas that they are not intervening, we intervene. And also ensure that those boreholes are functioning. Okay. So that is for the collective enjoyment of the community and for the collective enjoyment of our people.
Okay. Basically to improve access to water.
Absolutely.
Which is very, very key.
Oh, yes.
Water is readily available, but not readily accessible in terms of quality.
Absolutely.
Well, here is the point. These boreholes, were they your individual decision to the communities, or you had some level of engagement with these communities before they were cited? So that we're talking about ownership now. Yes. We're also talking about sustainability.
Yes.
Yes. How did they come about? How did they come about?
Yeah, majority of these communities already have relationship with them. I've engaged with them severally and they are the one that provided the location. So they understood perfectly the reason why we are citing this borehole there, and they also requested for it. Some of these communities requested. I had a lot of applications, as if so I had a lot of applications from so many communities, but we also did some assessments to ensure that they are required in those communities. Okay. And that is what we did. In Ikpia community in Igor, I related extremely with the Enoke there, the traditional head of that community, and we decided, he gave us the particular spot that we located and he is in charge of ensuring that that borehole is functional. And if you go there today, it's functioning. So that is what we have been doing. We engage a lot with the community. That is why I'm very known in so many of these communities. Okay. Because of course, I engage a lot with them. So the interaction continues and the engagement continues, and we are hoping that when funds become available, we'll continue. It's a self-funding project, and so some of these projects we took us some years to complete. It took us some months to complete, depending on the availability of funds. Yeah. We don't solicit for funds. We use our personal funds to do that. And honestly speaking, over the years, we've been doing that over the last 10 years in terms of siting boreholes, and it's been so rewarding, honestly. And sometimes when I'm driving, I see people queuing to fetch the water we put there 2-3 years ago, 4 years ago. I feel fulfilled, and honestly speaking, I am very proud that we are able to accomplish that.
All right, so something you talked about being the sole sponsor of these projects. Yes. Can you expatiate on that? Because people see you today, you are in government, you are the Deputy Chief of Staff to the state government, the Office of the Deputy Governor, so that would mean...
Coincidentally,
yes.
Yeah, coincidentally I'm a politician. Okay. I've been a politician since the age of 23. I became a councillor at the age of 25. So I've been a politician. And I don't regret, I don't apologize for that. I am a politician with a difference. I play my politics along with my philanthropy. Just as I keep saying, my philanthropy is very important to me. But some people say, oh, it's because of politics. Whatever you say is not my business. What is my business is that people are benefiting. They are fetching the water. They are happy. The word politics is not written there. Anybody goes there and fetch water. And that is the most important thing. And our people need to begin to interrogate politicians as well. You need to interrogate. People must have history. People must have antecedent of what they have done in their various community. It's not a question of saying, I want to occupy office, public office. You need to be interrogated heavily. We need to vote for the right people. And we also need to ensure that people have history with us. It is very important that you know who you are voting for. Okay. And it is also important that you are able to attach specific things with these particular people that are coming out, or these particular persons that are coming out for positions. Community service is have a very direct relationship with politics. Politics is about community. It is about the people. Any politics that is diverse from the people is not politics, it's fraud. And that is why they are interrelated in a way, because they are all about empowering people and making sure that the dividends of democracy and the dividends of what you have in your mind to do. That is why a wicked person cannot be a good politician. I keep saying it. If you are a wicked man or you are a fraudulent person, you cannot be a good politician at all. Because politics is about selflessness, and it's about giving to the people, and it's about giving back to the community. Anything outside that is not politics, it's fraud. And that is what I keep telling our people. But once you get the right people in, some of these issues that we are complaining about, you see them being resolved gradually. It is all about having the empathy and the compassion for the people. That is what matters.
Okay. You've mentioned close to about 15 boreholes.
It's 15, yes.
Yes, spread across different communities.
Yes.
Are there plans to expand this?
Yes.
Against the background that in some of the communities, there's been one challenge or the other,
yes,
where you are also coming in to intervene.
Yes.
So what do you make of that?
Yes, that is the challenge. Development is about challenge and taking up the challenges. In terms of development and advancement. They are full of challenges. But you keep advancing and you keep doing what you are doing. For me, I still want to expand on what I'm doing. I still want to break barriers. I still want to make sure that our people have access to water. And I will continue to do what I'm doing now. But that will depend on available funds. So it's all about funding. I remember going to one community. I told them it took me 3 years to complete this particular project.
Yeah, 3 years on borehole.
Yes, on borehole. Yes, yes. It took me. I was not having the money.
Was it because it wasn't because of the nature of the terrain?
No, it's the money.
Funds.
I finished the money, and I left it and abandoned it. That was no Gyokpia. And you can people call him. It took me 3 years. And when I eventually finished it, he was asking me why it took me so long. I told him I was not having the money. And then that is a fact. It's not that I have so much money. Then I have the drive, I have the passion. I can start one project and finish it in 2 years' time. It depends on when I have the funds. And when I have the funds, because it's at the back of my mind, when the funds become available, I go back to it. So I don't forget at all. Right. And I believe I'm going to expand on it because I have a lot of communities that have applied. And I'm looking at them. And by the grace of God, I will commence very soon. And give them the water. So it's an ongoing plan.
All right, let's just quickly cap it up this way. There's always the challenge of quality leadership.
Yes.
In Nigeria, in terms of meeting the yearnings and expectations of the people.
Yes.
Tangentially, I want you to relate that with this borehole project because it's a lesson and a motivation for people. Yeah. And then one thing that is also very inspirational is the fact that this is coming from your personal resources.
Yeah.
And for some people to impact on community and on people, there's always this feeling that you must have all the resources. Maybe you are a billionaire, you are a millionaire, as the case may be. Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not a billionaire. I wish I am. I don't have much money. We have so many wealthy people in Benin who are far wealthier than I am. I don't think I'm even wealthy. That is a fact. I don't have money. But it's something I have been committed to do over the last 15 years. So this borehole is not what I just did one day. There are boreholes and I put there over the years. You see? Now you imagine if you intend to do 50 boreholes in 5-10 years, and you are committed to it. You do it. It's all about, and that is what leadership is about. Leadership is about having a goal. I say, this is my goals, and you go after, you ensure that those goals are accomplished. The challenge of leadership in our country, we have short and long-term challenges in leadership. People must ensure that when they set goals, they accomplish the goals. Okay. If you say you are in leadership to do one A, B, or Z, you have to do it. Okay. Be committed to it. And it requires a lot of selflessness. It requires a lot of sacrifice. It requires a lot of determination and requires a lot of commitment. And that is why your private life matters. How have you managed that? So when you are talking about public office, how have you managed your private life? Have you been able to manage it very well? How have you contributed to your community? How have you contributed to the society? It is important. Okay. We know that. And that assessment should be done. And that is why I'm saying that our people must learn how to interrogate politicians when they come for vote. And it is very important. Otherwise, you get it wrong. And when you get it wrong and you are complaining, who are you complaining to? You voted for them. Okay. So you must ensure that you get it right. To get quality leadership, we must begin to interrogate. Right. Very important.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pastor. It's a delight to have you join us on the program.
God bless you.
It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a break. More will come, this time from the Lagos Network studio. Stay with us on the show.
Thanks for staying with us, and of course, welcome if you're just joining, and it's the continuation of your ultimate news and current affairs program, TMI, read live from our Lagos Network Center on the ITV network. I am Joshua Okata. Of course, insecurity first country right about now is one conversation amongst many that has ceased not to leave the front burner of national discourse in recent and incessant attacks from one region to the other. The most recent escalating attack, which has called for the meeting of Southern governors to have a discussion and, of course, the bid to tackle this menace headlong. And, of course, some of the issues that would make up our conversation this morning are some of the agendas that were looked into in talking about security challenges, economic cooperation, state police, and forest surveillance. These and many more issues we'll be looking at in the course of our conversation this morning. And I've got Mr. Shola Adesonwo, who is a public affairs analyst, and of course, Comrade Oshodin, social commentator, who are here to give us more and insightful analysis, and of course, dissecting this issue to be able to create more understanding for our audience. And you're welcome to the...
Thank you so very much.
God bless you.
All right, let me start with you, Mr. Shola. Talking about security challenges, what's your take as regards the current security threat facing the southern region, and how can the governors collectively address these issues?
Well, thank you once again. I'd like to say that the state of insecurity we have in the southern part of the country, the country at large now, is alarming. It is in that I will say that we have been sleeping too long,
and it's time we wake up and begin to take action. The build-up of the insurgents and people that are agents of this destruction that are causing this insecurity, their build-up had been so gradual and steady, in the sense that before now, long before now, the governors, the meeting they were held just recently, ought to have taken place a long time before now. We are not very serious about insecurity in the country, and it is dragging back the nation and the southern part of the country in particular. And I think that the other part of your question was that...
yeah, how can they collectively address this issue?
I think the thing now is that they had this meeting the other day, get all the details of that meeting, but I believe they must have think of how to begin to use digital activity to begin to network and be on the front burner so that this issue can be put in the guys behind this insecurity. They are not sleeping. I want to tell you that as far as I'm concerned, they are far ahead of the government. So what the government can do now to bridge the gap is up the issue of digital interconnectivity, and also the fact that they need to set up with immediate effect. I know that they have asked for state policing. The federal government need to begin to grant that as fast as possible, because the number of soldiers and policemen we have in Nigeria today cannot address this issue. It's very short fall. And for the government to come out and say they want to large number within this short time, very late. And that is why all this should have allowed state to take up their security on it, because the rate at which the nation and part of this country is regressing in terms of economy, security, and otherwise is indeed alarming and not good and nothing to write to me.
All right. Now let me come back to you. I'm very, sure you heard, the comment of me talking about the advancement of these guys. It seems as if though they are the government comes to sophistication. Now, what's your take as for the calling of this meeting? Is it coming at a time that's too late, or what do you think about the timing? Secondly, what would be your take as regards these governors can come together to strengthen, these regions, talking about the security challenges in terms of cooperation and intelligence gap?
Thanks, Joshua. I must have to tell you sincerely, I'm glad to be here. Say well done to every one of you here, the officials, and also my viewers. It's a good day to all of you. Sir, let me start from where he stopped, or one of the points he pointed. Or let me start this way. It's sick, this nation. It's so alarming. That is true. Even the blind man know that, because the way it is. Well, let's first of all, before we start discussing it, let's just have a picture of what this insecurity looks like. What is insecurity? Where's the cost? Because for every effect, there is cost. And if you must treat something, you have to know the effect, know the cost. The insecurity we are talking about is from the leaders, the government we're having today.
How do you mean?
Yes, I will tell you, naturally, they cause this artificial poverty. I call it artificial. Nigeria is well blessed with mineral resources that would have been able to sustain every Nigerian. But the leaders we have taken to be their personal wealth instead of the wealth of the nation. And by so doing, they have caused artificial poverty everywhere. And when people are hungry, you don't stop them. You can't stop them not to go out. So if you must treat this insecurity, well, this is insecurity. We shall look at insecurity from hungry angle.
So are you kind of in the line of Sheikh Gumi, who recently said that it is not something that will just go head on to destroy or strike these guys. We need to negotiate with them. And in the course of negotiating with them, we need to try to understand what their plight are. Do these guys actually have a shared goal in terms of what they want to achieve? Do they have concern as regards what they want?
Sure. Well, in negotiating with insurgents, it's a wrong step to take. Who are these people to negotiate? I'm from a different angle, not from that angle. Okay. What I'm after, security is because I said by poverty, hungry. Because what would have been the wealth of the entire nation for a few people? Good. And body struggling to live. Remember our great father, late Pal Awolowo, long ago said, people are living at the expense of the common man. He said, brothers are bound to brothers. You understand? In the other hand, the people, a few people, the other hungry ones, they are bound to live on their life. So if we must treat this insecurity, look at what my brother said. He said it's too late. Not even too late is the question. What was their outcome? Holding the meeting to reform something from the treasury in order to fix infrastructure on ground. So there was a time in this Lagos West when you are coming from the village, like from the East Edo, they would for pocket pickers. That was the highest thief we have. Why? Because there was infrastructure, there were jobs. Cabri was working, Ness was there, Dollop was there. Then in Ibadan, we have a lorry assemble. We have a company that built what they call glass, battery motor, where they were producing. People were engaged. Those things stylishly died off from these politicians. So if they want to fight insecurity, let them put things on ground that we give the common. Sir, now you are in the office, will you think of robbing somebody? No, because you have a job.
So I've addressed the issue, which is poverty at the very soul end of it. Now, how can these governors, having realized that poverty has been weaponized against it, as you said, now how collectively strengthen the network intelligence sharing?
Well, he measures something electronically, all right, like this border interconnecting and whatever. That is part of it, good, all right. But if they let them together and think on how to revive infrastructures, the Volkswagen plant in Ojo, I think they have not shared it as a landed property because we'll go there. The lorry plant in Ibadan, what is happening to it? Let them revive those things. It's coming in every bus stop you see youth doing nothing, only smoking and looking at drugs. What do you expect to get from those people?
All right. Now, let me come back to you, Mr. Shola. How can God ensure the safety, especially in rural areas? You know, they are very vulnerable, especially.
Indeed, yeah. Actually, like you said, these agents of NES that are going about creating insecurity actually starts from the remote villages, because they know that that's where we have less number of types of policing and military this thing. So that is why it is important that we restore these guards. These hunters should need to be enhanced. Our hunters need to be enhanced. They need to be supported, because these people are naturally bold on their own. They go into every forest. They know the crannies of the forest. Therefore, they need to be enhanced, encouraged. Then, recently I learned that there will be forest guards. Government should roll out these things as soon as possible. So, if we're able to tackle the insecurity from this and the villages, then that is when those of us in the urban centers, that is when we can sleep with our two closed, in the sense that if we're able to put them far on their toes, put them on the run in the villages, then we know that they won't be able to come into the cities. But the way we are today, it's unfortunate. We pray that one day we'll not be sleeping and these guys will from nowhere. Recently, I saw a video somewhere also in the south here with hundreds of motorbikes of another part of the country in large number. They were driving in the daylight, more than almost 200. And somebody who was recording was saying that we don't know where this came from. And look at them all over in the city. Look at the way they are driving their bike. And one of those guys jumped from his bike and that phone with which that person was recording. So it that this we are thinking actually the villages, they are actually closer in the urban center. So the government really need to wake up, just like he said, CCTV should be mounted. No amount of money is too small to secure the people. If there is insecurity, the truth is that we cannot make any advancement in terms of social and any otherwise. So there must be a need to put CCTV at strategic places. Thank God these days you don't really need to have electricity to have CCTV powered. There are solar. You can employ solar. There is sun. God bless Africa and this part of the world with sunlight every almost 12 to 15 hours a day, bright sunlight. So therefore, we can employ CCTV in junctions and areas where we know that are routes where we have this, and also enhance the police, enhance the hunters, enhance the security forest guards. Then that way we'll be able to see we are doing something ready for them in the city as well.
I think Lagos State, it's at some point in time did exceed in the where when they started banning these bikes, especially on highways, because of the high rate of crime. Let me come back to you, Mr.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
And now people are now struggling to live. And I told you that Awolowo was said, when men are living at the expense of the common man, brothers will eat brothers. You say you good. You employ me with me as a state policeman. When government are not able to pay a minimum 30,000, and a bag of rice is close to 100 naira, 100,000. How do I feed my children of 6 or 4, even 2?
Are you saying
so what I'm saying in the actual
traditional rulers are all complicit?
Yes, they are not ready to tell us the truth. So far they are. So if the traditional can come out of their shell, and their shame, and take a bold step and approach these people in politics, they are not strangers. They are also villages, although they are living in cities led by police and all that. So they are not afraid of the security. So let me ask you.
All right, come back to you, Mr. Shola. Sometimes it can be a very big challenge, especially given the fact that when political affiliation, we might not be able to have, a shared goal towards a particular agenda. Now, looking at economic advantage, just as he said, there are certain institutions way back that could make the life of the way balanced. But now the case, you might not, find any of those institutions. Now, my question to you is, how can the South leverage their economic strength, especially what they have that seems to give them some level of edge over others, in order to be able to improve the regional trade and investment, such that the rate of poverty, which he said earlier, which is at the bedrock of all of this, could be drastically reduced?
Yes, like you said, one, they need, of course, all this coming together behind camera, smiling, snap photographs, those are not. Now, if we want to move together as certain states of this nation, come together and actually bring things on ground, like you said, no matter the level of the little advantage, the southern part of Nigeria still has a little advantage over the northern part. Like you said, there are more industries. In geography, they told us that states and cities that are by the coastline are usually have more opportunities greater than the distance. So they need to leverage on that. He said, now we know that all the states of the federation get large chunk of money from the federal government. It shouldn't be difficult to bring out a large chunk of money to protect the people that they are governing. Without the ordinary people being governed, there is no government. Who in the State's House are just joking, are just playing and deceiving themselves. So therefore, what is bring out this money, get what they should do. It should be easy to be able to foster unity among the southern governors. We have seen them behind the cameras, smiling and all these things. Now, what are the concrete things that did they come out with there? What we'll do is, let us agree on how to go about this. And now that it looks like the government, federal government is looking toward the state police, they should move ahead. Get youth, like he is saying, there are too many youths on the streets. Every year we turn out graduates. The ones that came out last year, they don't have anywhere going. Another set are coming in, and more and more and more. And that's why, because there is no opportunity, they are all over, they are running over to countries where they won't get good opportunities. There's no way you go to anywhere in the world, you can get the best of opportunities, because such opportunities are reserved for the citizens of those nations. So the state government, the southern part of Nigeria, to come out and give us concrete signs that they really want to secure this thing, provide digital support, get command centers where this thing will be monitored, share information, share intelligence, so that these people can be pursued and get. And I will suggest that it is better as get these people on the act, them exterminate. No need bringing them before any judge, wasting resources, putting them in. Exterminate them, because without fixing this security issue, and southern part of Nigeria cannot move on.
All right. Now, talking about economic cooperation, some analysts have it that the governors now have more money in their purse, given the fact that there is, as it were, the removal of fuel subsidy, which monies now are in the purse of the governors. Now, my question to you, Mr. Jerry, how can governors facilitate the movement of goods and services within the region? What infrastructures needs to be in place to be able to make this done, talking about economic cooperation among the southern governors?
All right. When the going gets tough, when the road you are on is no longer favorable, you trace where you're coming from. You with me, sir? If they have no idea of what to do to create job opportunity, to create an infrastructure, they should trace back to history and think on revive those companies that were in function before and are now dead. You understand? I know there was something like Vitafoam. There was something like Calvin Brisky. Guinness were there. Dollops. What chased them out of Nigeria here? We should be able to trace it. One, poor electricity, high rate of tax. I drove that country like Ghana. So if we can work, let them bring their head together. At the same time, this road network issues, they also have to. How would they do that? They have enough money in their pouch. As they're coming together in a meeting like what my brother was said, smiling at the camera, I don't believe that meeting they are creating more poverty, because that allowance will be taken from the expense of the cities where we're crying there's no much money. They will have life on and all those things for that few minutes meeting. Then for that, they're creating more arms. So why don't they come back and see how to recover the money they take from the treasury of this, and where will they put it when they recover it? Let them trace back to history. If they can revive that cell battery or something of that Ibadan then, you know how many employ from there? The glass industry that produce windscreen for vehicle, you know how many workers? The lorry plant.
Now, talking about the road that have become a death trap, especially for people. People can barely travel within those roads, especially when it comes to the people and goods. So what do you think they can do proactively to be able to restore those road conditions?
There is a lot they can do. Number one, those days we were having what we call PWD. They were in charge of finance. Today, what we see, if Nigeria come to construct any road or rehabilitate any road, is the end of it all, until that road being destroyed again without a kind of rehabilitation. Let them wake up. I told you, when your road is no longer easy for you, you trace it back. Let them trace back. Let's have those things back, like the PWD and Co. and others, creating job opportunity for people. Then you see people at least monitoring, know where there is error, know where there is traps, bumped and others. Then before you know what is happening, they fix it up. But now, like that is not there anymore. Then you see a pothole. Until that pothole becomes a debt trap, nobody cares about it. So these are things, let us trace back to history and bring these things into functions and then create opportunity. These people need to go and work.
All right. Now, let me come back to you, Mr. Shola. Talking about state policing, of course, you have extensively talked about the issue of community policing and all of that. But now we're looking at state policing for the southern states. Now, if this is to come into fusion, what would you talk about when it comes to the funding and, of course, the allocation of resources? Because some persons are of the opinion that this might be abused someday if we all for the establishment of policing. Because, as they say, he who pays the part dictates the tune. So, are we likely to see state police coming into fusion? One. Two, who is responsible for the funding and allocation of resources? And what framework could be put in place to curtail abuse?
Good question. Now, what I will say is that with the issue of insecurity now, we must accept that it's an emergency. So now we need to set up this state policing, get the youth who are ready to do that job, bring them in, have more fun these days, let them bring this, let them train this youth, get them ready, equip them to be able to face this battle that is.
When you say equip them,
I talking state this time. We have agreed that all states now have more fund, you know, fund that is coming in from VAT, and this petroleum, this money that had subsidy that was removed, the fund that came in from there. Then all the states before now, they own IGR. They have their own internally generated, like he said, if they can cut back on those things that they pack for themselves, they can cover and release more to the society. Then we can be. It shouldn't be difficult for the state to pay the youth. And what I mean is that each state will know their capacity and employ the number of youth to that effect. Now, you also said something about is it training? How do they train them or something like that? Now, if they get this, you train them and deploy them. You said about, okay, now you talked about how to do abuse. Now, to tackle the abuse, if we get this youth and we engage them, train them, then the state assembly, what are they doing? They should now bring in legislation that will cage the governor, that will make sure that the governor cannot just deploy the people. Though, of course, we know that it's possible that most of the legislators are likely to come from the same party with the governor.
That's true.
But if we allow the little number that may not necessarily be there, have their say in the house, because in our constitution, in this state, in this, that will hold back misusing these boys at the end of the day if we bring them into security to police and make our community and states better.
All right. Do you see any challenge in this when it comes to state
very
policing?
much. In a country where corruption is the order of the day. You understand? Then, are you aware now that I just doubled into it, I don't know how to do it, that the military, the police, the army want to allow you to showing up?
Really?
Yeah, I've had it. I've seen it on. That's why I said that I don't know how true is it.
That's what that said.
I want you to get it. I want you to get the picture clear that the police. Do you know? Will you agree with me? And this morning, as I was coming here, almost every junction we have police with guns, as if Nigeria is at war. What are they doing? Collecting money from motorists. Are you with me, sir? Why? Because of this insecurity, hunger insecurity. Their salary cannot carry them. The one we have, we can't even equip them. We are talking of adding more.
So
now, this is what we are talking. Let me when we're talking of having this state police, are we trying to invite spirit? Why these hunger people into the system? Now army them with gun. Sir, it may be so dangerous. It's not fixed before we're talking of this issue.
Okay, so what do you think needs to be looked into first before you arm them?
Before you arm this thing, these people should go back to drawing board and bring Nigeria back. They should save the soul of this nation. They should revive the economies of this nation. They should stop stealing our funds. That is where the insecurity is coming from. Election is coming again now. Then they will gather the same youth we are talking about now that they want to recruit. Just to run away with it, to snatch it, and come into power. At the end of the day, you are telling me that the bandits we are hearing today, the insurgents, are they hiding their face anymore?
All right. Now, before we leave the conversation, it's quite funny and very ridiculous. Indeed. Based on what he's saying, that we have, a deficit when it comes to the number of security forces that we should have in the police, and of course, other military, sections. But the unfortunate thing is that no one is turning up. In other civilized climes, people are ready to fight for their country. So why is this the case, and what could be done? In just 1 minute, because we're pressed for time.
Now, the truth is this. The fact that the youth themselves now, whom the government is trying to push into this job, suddenly have always been there waiting for jobs to do. And now there's crisis at our hand, and the insurgents are killing people, they are stealing human beings. Now you want them to come in. Now, how do we solve the problem is we need to begin to. The problem is that now that you need policemen, you are now opening up jobs. But there were times that big organizations, blue chip companies are employing in this country. Nobody knows. You didn't invite the youth then to go into those blue chip companies to go and get. But now you want security people that will go Now, the way to solve it, because it's a crisis and we must solve it, is to encourage, bring the youth, talk to them, encourage them to them, and give them a good pay. Now, under this circumstance, you must give them good pay to go and take up this job, because emergency that need to be solved.
Wow. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for giving us your 2 cents on this issue. My appreciation goes to you, Mr. Shola Adeshonwo, Public Affairs Analyst, and of course, Comrade Jeritin Oshodi, Social Commentator. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's the much we'll be having from our Lagos studios. Of course, we'll be now transiting to our Abuja network, where Charity Tanko is waiting on hand to take up the rest of the program. To stay.
Thank you very much, Joshua. The conversation is still on insecurity, and we are glad that the government is doing something about it, especially now that President Bola Tinubu has given the order for various security, especially the Nigerian police force, to recruit more men into the service. Hopefully, things are going to get better. The discussion from the Abuja Network Center is going to be centered on the use of technology to combat terrorism. This is a conversation that has been going on for a long time. Various stakeholders over the years have been calling on the government to focus on upgrading its technological gadgets to tackle insecurity, other than recruiting more men. The argument there is that instead of having more men working, you have more sophisticated technological gadgets that can trace, intercept information, trace criminals, and all of that. We are going to be taking a look at this particular topic with my guests who will be just via the phone. I am talking about Barrister Babajide, who is legal. We are going to be taking on this together, and I will be calling where we'll be discussing this matter to see how Nigeria can be moved forward. If you are in Nigeria and you have been in Nigeria, you will also know that over the past 2 weeks, it has not been easy for various people in this country. With the kidnapping of students in Kebbi State, worshippers in Kwara State, students in Niger State, we can see, thank God, that the ones that were kidnapped at Kebbi State have been released. But still, questions have been asked as to the... Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good to have you on the program once again.
Thank you very much, madam.
So we are looking at the use of technology to tackle terrorism, and the fact that the president has also ordered that more men should be recruited into the Nigerian police force and other security agencies. Now the question is, should we be talking about more sophisticated technological gadgets or more men?
Well, you will need to talk about everything, but on top of that, you will need to talk about political will. For the first time, yes, the president, the office of the president has made a declaration declaring state of emergency in security. That is very recommendable. Commendable. And on top of that is the fact that, hey, we all know what's going on now. I'm only bothered that all these young men that we want to throw to the field, if a whole general can be sabotaged the way the late Brigadier General was, is it not the same way our children's life will be wasted in the field? See videos going up and down of people captured, being slaughtered like goats. You know, so yes, the technology is okay. Manpower and capacity building is also okay. But we need trust from the system. Because I can tell you now that even the president, I don't think the president himself thinks he's safe. Because you don't know. You are recruiting repentant Boko Haram insurgents into army. You are sabotaging your system. You don't even know who is on which side. And with all this thing going on about the list of people who are sponsors of terrorism, who are in government, who are in power, governors being accused, you know, it makes a mess of the whole thing. It SMS. So technology is good. Funny enough, the Nigerian government cannot tell people like me that they don't have the technology before now. So when we talk about technology, we can hide things, but we know that technology is too basic now that it should not be something, rocket science. Ordinary people locate their own phone by themselves. There are various apps that exist, but it is the political will. It is the government, and you hear reports that some guys are being fired for fight at Boko Haram and all those kind of things. So the question is the integrity of the structure of our security apparatus. The integrity should be placed on top of technology and even recruiting. Don't go and waste the life of our children. If kinetic will be the solution, let us continue to negotiate until maybe Trump come one day and help us clear everybody out. I don't know. As much as I don't believe in another country coming in to come and invade us in the name of rescuing us. But it has come to the point where you begin to ask, what is going on? What is going on? So technology is there. It's available. You don't need to be a government official to install some of this technology. They're there. They're there to be used. Who make phone calls? They can be traced. IT has trail. You can trail and trace everything that has to do with digital world. So, become successful all the time. All these they are coming out states in villages. Is it not enough of them? Send technology to train them to where they are and blow them off. It is not about now. It's about the command of what it is. Which one? Who is on side? Who is on side? Who is on this side? Who is on the stomach side? Who is on which side? We need to begin to delineate this before we begin to commit the life of president as the launching pad, pressure against for state police. It's gotten to that point now. We need to break it down to that level. Realize we can secure. Actually, when we want it, because at that point, it's question of Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Christian, Muslim is not there. They are military men, they are operational men, they are in the battlefield. But here, once you come home, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult to delineate yourself from those things. And these are the counter one that are hitting us deep. That's why our politics does not have direction. I mean, when you have direction, the direction is that it goes round. Which is in the direction? It goes round. You know, and we cannot compare our democracy with any other democracy in the world because it is highly tainted along religious lines, along racial differences, along the various sentiments that just binds us. Some are old politicians, some are new politicians, some are old politicians' children, you know, some are wannabes and they ask, who's your father? In politics, who's your father? Instead of asking the other man, who's his father? Ask him who was his own father. He doesn't ever have. You know, so it's a step that we have to understand this so that we can manage that better. That's why I look at people when they begin to talk about, compare America. What is America? The citizen of America is the citizen of America. If it was America, that brigadier, I know how many Marines would have. I know you will check dead on camera and everything looks calm. It's scary. It's scary.
Talking about the state policing, it's there. President broadcast, he declared state of emergency on security. He talked about some states that some states can begin to implement or create their own state police and looking at that. But you all know that, you know that the issue of state policing has always been a topic that has people. Some people it is the right, it is the do that for policing. And the argument is that governors are going to take advantage of the state policing. What are your thoughts on that?
In a society with a sense of equity, state police is the right to every state in the US, every state, Manitoba in Canada, they have their own Manitoba police. You go to the UK, you have Metropolitan Police. You have every state, but not of control. This is like powers. Cannot tolerate state police because of their atrocities. You put an IG who gives a command into a commissioner, and you post a commissioner to a state that is not of the tribe, and he listens to the man of the top. Come to your state here. You know, you have the farmers harvest in Okiobun. With the atrocities of the plannings, the commissioner cannot do anything because he has instruction from Abuja. The commissioner himself is a Yoruba man, so he only wants to implement this instruction. There are other factors that make him not to want to do so. State police is right there, state is great. So we have 1 or 2 states, you know, give them police. On top of it all, the weaponry control is the issue. Whether it's state police or not, the most important thing is when you call them police, they can carry AK-47. When you call them vigilante, they can only carry ding gun or double barrel. Double barrel in AK-49 cannot match. You have people walking about in the bush with AK-47, illegitimate people, people of unknown definition, But your people of known definition like Amotekun and all the others, they cannot carry AK-47. That's where the problem is. And that's what makes the difference between our existing vigilante structure and the state police. It's not about the name. It's about the fact that when you call the state police, they can carry super firepower. However they want to do it, they should just make sure that our society is safe. I think, without asking me, really, when I read the president's statement yesterday, I felt a sense of excitement that yes, the president is
all right. I will have to go through your thoughts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Babajide Ulugbo, for being part of the program. And we've had it. All that is needed to take care of Nigeria's security problems is political willpower and the need for government to have sincerity of purpose. Thank you once again for being part of the program.
ITV, certainly the best.
State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law 2025.
I sincerely apologize for the little technical glitches. We'll begin by telling you that the Edo State House of Assembly has amended the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law 2025. As Assembly correspondent Joy Obarisiagmo reports that the proposal from Governor Monday Ukbevolo to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency was also read to the legislators during plenary.
The Edo State 8th Assembly witnessed a significant development during Wednesday's plenary as the chairperson of the Committee on Security and Public Safety, Honorable Maria Edeko, presented the committee's report on a bill to amend the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law of 2025. The report contained 2 key findings and 1 recommendation for consideration by the lawmakers. The proposed amendment, cited as the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition First Amendment Law 2025, underwent detailed scrutiny and was subsequently passed after scaling through the 3rd reading.
Bill for a law to amend the Secret Court and Similar Activities Prohibition Law have been passed
In another major development, the lawmakers received a bill from Governor Monday Okpebholo seeking to establish the Edo State Emergency Management Agency. The bill, designed to strengthen the state disaster response and management systems, was read on the floor and referred to the Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Also, Edo State House of Assembly ad hoc committee investigating the MOA and Radisson Blu Hotel project has expressed reservation that the major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu project have sent project proposer and subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Again, Joy Obarisiagbon reports that during the investigations, the committee was able to unravel that the work on the Radisson Blu Hotel has reached 70% completion.
You were just signing and signing and signing and signing.
In continuation of the ongoing probe, the committee summoned all contractors and stakeholders involved in both projects to clarify their roles. While several key players appeared and provided detailed explanations, the committee expressed displeasure that major stakeholders in the Radisson Blu Hotel project sent subordinates to represent them rather than appearing personally. Despite this, representatives of Shapoji Palonje, the main contractors handling the Radisson Blu Hotel project, informed the committee that the project has reached 70% completion, even though full payments have not yet been made.
We have exposure of close to 40 billion. 40 billion, that is the exposure that we have on this project. We've been outside, we have not seen 40% completion.
On the MOA project, the committee noted that although the MOA Institute submit all required documents, its representatives failed to verbally defend their submissions during the hearing. The Accountant General, however, appeared before the committee to offer clarity on the financial expenditures and payment flow.
To our knowledge, the matter that came was a request for payment, and that is the extent to which the trade was involved.
The committee has adjourned proceedings and will reconvene at a later date to conclude its findings. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Benin Ekai Golden Lions Club under Lions International District 404A4 Region 6 Benin yesterday held a fundraising luncheon and investiture ceremony for Lion Osahon Wagbafo, who was inaugurated as the 6th president of the club. The well-attended event, which also featured the installation of club offices and the induction of new members, took place at the Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center at St. Paul's Catholic Church in Airport Road in Benin City. The ceremony marked the significant milestone for the club, ushering in new leadership and reaffirming its dedication to impactful community service. The report filed by Ibrahim Adidiji is presented by Jolade Ojo.
First Vice District Governor Lion Doris Ken Otokiti, who anchored the event, highlighted the core mandate of the Lions Club, service to humanity through impactful community projects. She explained that the gathering was a crucial fundraising drive dedicated to supporting pediatric cancer surgeries, stressing that the Lions remain committed to saving lives and providing hope for vulnerable children. She reaffirmed that every contribution made at the event would help advance their mission of humanitarian service.
This is one thing we know how to do very well as Lions. We are just volunteers. We all put ourselves together willfully to identify those gaps, those needs in our community and try to meet them.
Speaking at the event, the immediate past president, Chief Scott Ogenevoga Gaudu, praised the newly installed president, noting his commitment and selflessness during his tenure as vice president. He emphasized that these qualities made the leadership transition seamless and assured full support for his presidency.
I'm so glad that he's the president now because I know his capacity.
The newly installed president, Lion Osahon Wagbafo, expressed deep gratitude for the support shown at his investiture, emphasizing the value of unity and togetherness within the club. He outlined his commitment to completing key projects before the end of his tenure, assuring members of his dedication to sustaining the club's vision and impact.
Thank God for a successful event, and my mission is just to carry out
a side project.
Dora Adebayo of the Full Royal Lions Club spoke at the event about how a donation was motivated by a passion for supporting the visually impaired and extending help to orphanages and other charitable causes.
I've done it before, 2011. Any money we realize here is for the charity. We go to orphanage, we do side diabetes, just like what the DG announced. That's all what we do.
The highlight of the occasion was the presentation of awards and the induction of new members to the Lions Club. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
A resident of Aiwoba Bekun community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have called on prospective land buyers to return, assuring that the land dispute which previously hindered seize of land has now been fully resolved. The appeal was made during a public address by the community leaders with elders, youth, and other key stakeholders present. Oluwakbelomi Abioye completes the report.
Speaking on behalf of the community, the Odionwe of Aiwoba Bekun announced that land sales have officially resumed following the peaceful resolution of all disputes that had created uncertainty for investors.
Ezo no sunu o se na anasi we mari ona ki o to yeye awon me no jo we ye episi me ga gwe now ezo ni no phone o to na yi mari o ni awe no ri awo mo no we ni ado to ma o no de no do to ezo gi ro ni.
Elders and landowners reaffirmed the community's commitment to peaceful development, noting that ownership and boundary issues have been settled in line with traditional customs and legal procedures.
For some time now, there have been crisis, and that crisis, we decided that nobody should come in again to buy land. Now that we have resolved, people cannot come in to buy land. There is peace now.
There's no quarrel again. Anybody who is coming to buy land here is free to come and buy. There's no fear.
The Okaigele of the community pledged the continued cooperation of the youth in maintaining peace, assuring genuine land developers of a safe and supportive environment.
We don't have any problem in this community. The community is a free community, very peaceful community. We need more customers.
Aiwoba Bekun is cool and calm. We are calling on developers to come to Aiwoba Bekun community to come and develop our community.
This is a rapidly developing community that is peace-loving.
We are using this opportunity to call on prospective buyers, investors, partners to come to Aiwoba Bekun community to come and invest. We want to also invite all the sons and daughters of Aiwoba Bekun community that come December 28, 2025, we'll be having our carnival. So you are invited to come and join us.
From Benin, Oluwakbelomi Abioye, ITV News.
And residents of Igunwagwe community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have appealed to the government of Edo State and the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty Oba Eware II, the Uku Akbolokbolo, over what they describe as continued harassment, intimidation, and the alleged encroachment on their ancestral land by residents of the neighboring Igunzama community. They also say that the situation has made living and farming in the area increasingly unsafe. Donald Ehime has more.
According to natives of Igunwagwe community, tensions have continued to rise following alleged repeated harassment and attacks by a man from the neighboring Iguzama community who has unlawfully encroached on a portion of land belonging to them, despite an ancestral boundary between the two communities. The natives alleged that their farmlands had been damaged, crops destroyed, and that several members of the community now live in fear due to ongoing threats and intimidation.
Saturday, Iguzama. Ana we oto eri mari moto iguza makare ma ya mogia ma mogima ebono we di akima ye me da dogo boge uwa kan igbera wa he wa dori obo wa do mu caterpillar ya go re oto sori he mama mi gbo na de.
He has entered our forest and it took bulldozer to level our farmland, our crops, cash crops, pineapple, plantain, cocoa, rubber. He bulldozed everything.
The boundary, let me stand here the witness because of the river, the market, Okabega and Uguzam. Down from that farm, that is the Egbebo, down to this way, Awovia. From there, down to this way, now we get her.
Speaking on behalf of the legal team of Igunwagwe community, Barrister Melody Ojebu stated that every legal measure will be employed to address the unrest.
This person have encroached
in this community, disregarding the boundary agreement between both communities, and threatening the lives of the members, both including the elders and the individuals in this community.
Egunwangwe is an agrarian community located off Loko Road in Noviano East Local Government Area of Edo State. From Egunwangwe community, Noviano East Local Government Area of Edo State, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
And that's the start of our package and the news update for this time. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Up next is TMI Socials with Chukwu Fumunaya Adigwe. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes some.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukwu Fumunaya Adigwe, and here's what's making waves on the social media space. Now, we begin with an update on the security situation in Nigeria. On November 26, 2025, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu declared a nationwide security emergency, authorizing the Nigeria Police Force to recruit an additional 20,000 officers, bringing total intake to 50,000, and directing the military to expand its personnel. In a historic policy shift, he also called on the National Assembly to review its laws to allow states to require and establish state police, signaling a move toward decentralizing policing and empowering states to respond more effectively to local security challenges. Now, this is the update. The president has come out to give out a State House press release. Now, let's get to see the comments as regards this one. The first comment says 20,000 to 50,000 new officers. From where exactly? Let's even assume they magically find 20K to 50K people to join the force. We can't equip the current force, yet they want to train 20K to 50K more at lightning speed. Audio reform yet again. Let's take another comment. This next reaction says, you can't just declare a national emergency without telling the country how you intend to execute it. It becomes another political speech instead of a security blueprint. Well, another comment now. This commenter says, you want to recruit more people to underpay them, treat them like trash, and push them to war front to perish while the top rank guys are chilling playing chess. You think people will even look at this application? Treat your soldiers well and watch people flood in. Let's take the final comment on this one. It says, with all due respect, this declaration is coming long after Nigerians have been living in a de facto security emergency for years. More recruitment sounds good on paper, but without real accountability, better welfare. Well, those are the comments as regards the State House press release on Nigeria's security challenges. The president coming out to declare a state of emergency on the security architecture. Now for our second story on TMI Socials this morning. Adams Oshiomhole, representing Edo North, raised concerns over Nigeria's worsening insecurity, including kidnappings and banditry, during Wednesday's Senate debate. He contrasted the recent sentencing of a terrorism suspect to 20 years in prison with the case of Sunday Jackson, a farmer from Adamawa State, whose March 2025 death sentence was upheld by the Supreme Court after he killed an intruder in self-defense, while the Senate has approved amendments to the Terrorism Prevention Act to classify kidnapping and banditry as capital offenses. Oshiomhole urged stricter judicial enforcement, highlighting the urgency in light of recent deadly attacks across the country. Let's get to see a snippet video of this, and then we'll take the reactions that follow.
How can an offense that carry death penalty, a judge reduce it to 20 years in prison? That is not acceptable. He has violated the laws passed by the parliament. Number three, sir, and this will be the last.
Has that happened in Nigeria already?
It has. Somebody convicted of terrorism was sentenced to 20 years in prison. When the law says act of terrorism, if convicted, shall attract death penalty, no judge has a right to pronounce less than that. It is only when you have implemented the law, interpret the law, not the sentiment of a judge, the will of the people as conveyed in a law, then the president can decide if there are reasons for him to do so, whether to commute or to reduce. Death penalty on terrorism. This parliament is on record as having done that. Mr. President, I am troubled when, after all the efforts that security agencies and the
of the declaration by the Senator Adams Oshiomhole. Now let's see the reactions that have trailed this particular story. Mazi Uche says, the law often allows judges to consider context and mitigating factors, so a death-eligible offense can legally result in a lighter sentence. It is not a flaw, but the system giving room for reasoned decisions within the rules. Let's see another comment. This commenter goes ahead to say, when a proven terrorist escapes the full weight of the law, it lays bare the failure of Nigeria's institutions, not just the judiciary, but the entire governance framework, breeding impunity and undermining the rule of law. On this, Adams Oshiomhole captures the truth succinctly. Let's see the final comments we'll be taking on this particular story. The Emancipator says, "You are making a lot of sense. Something is clearly wrong with these conflicting judgments, and it does not speak well of our judiciary. I have always maintained that any country that allows corruption to thrive is destroying the very fabric of its nationhood." Well, those are the comments trailing that particular story and declaration by Senator Adams Oshomole on the death sentence penalty that has actually been reduced over time by certain judges. Now, let's get to see the final story that has trailed the social media space on TMI Socials today. This one is from the international scene. On Wednesday, November 27, 2025, military officers in Guinea-Bissau announced they had taken full control of the country, deposing President Umaru Sissoco Embalo and suspending the presidential election process following the November 23 polls. Now, the move came after both Embalo and challenger Fernando Diaz claimed victory amid gunfire near government sites. Now, let's get to see the snippet video of the military's declaration in Guinea-Bissau on this coup, and then we'll take the reactions that follow.
Da Casa Militar do Presidente da República. O Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública, comunicado. Instaurado pela alta chefia de diferentes ramos das Forças Armadas, o Alto Comando Militar para a Restauração de Segurança Nacional e Ordem Pública acaba de assumir plenitude dos poderes do Estado da República da Guiné-Bissau.
Well, those are the declarations, and then you got to also see the written translation over there of the military's takeover amid political controversy in Guinea-Bissau. Now, let's see how the social media space is reacting as regards this one. This first commenter says, "Africa keeps seeing coup because too many leaders think power is a personal inheritance, not a public responsibility. When governments refuse to govern, soldiers start thinking they can. Bad leadership is the mother of every coup story on this continent." Let's take the final reaction before we draw the curtain. "These coups aren't random," this commenter says. "They expose deep fractures, corruption, weak institutions, contested power, and unaddressed public anger. Guinea-Bissau isn't just trending, it's signaling problems no one has fixed." Well, those are the comments that follow the recent military coup that's now going on in Guinea-Bissau. Here's where we draw the curtain on TMI Socials this morning. And of course, TMI as a crew, we say thank you so much for joining us, to our very insightful guests and our wonderful viewership. Have yourself a lovely day. See you once again later on. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
It is a beautiful Friday and we say welcome to Itches and Voices. And in case you're joining us for the first time, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NAVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disability. And today we'll be continuing on our series, Love, Relationship and Disability. It's been an amazing series so far and we've had 3 guests. Mr. Igwe making it our 3rd now, and we've been discussing on love, moving aside from our usual Edo State disability law, rights advocacy and inclusion. And of course, we have our amazing sign language interpreter that will be doing justice to our hearing impaired audience, and Miss Cynthia Godwin Aya. And we also have an amazing guest with us in the studio today, Mr. Igwe Friday. Welcome, Mr. Igwe Friday.
Thank you so much.
It's nice having you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And also, I think it would be nice for us to dive right into the topic for today, which is love, relationship, and disabilities. And before we go on, sir, please, can you tell us a bit about yourself so our audience viewers can know you a little better?
Okay. My name is Igwe Friday, like you already introduced. Okay. And I am a lawyer by the grace of God. Wow. And I'm a member of NAVID.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing. And I got to find out that you recently got married. How is the wedding life going for you?
Well, we just entered the club, so we are still trying to study the very unique club.
Okay, that's amazing. And for our topic today, which is love and relationships, and what does love and relationship in general mean to you personally? Because it's a topic that I feel like everybody loves to talk about, everybody loves to engage in. So what does that mean for you personally, if you can explain to us?
Okay, all right. I like the fact that you said you use the words, what it means to me personally. Yeah. Because to me, love has no universally accepted definition. So it depends on how you perceive it as a person. Yes. And how you perceive it depends on your experience. And I believe that it has nothing to do with disability.
Very true.
It has nothing to do with disability. So your relationship with people will determine whether you are going to enjoy that beautiful word called love. So to me, I think love is a gift from God. You understand, that given to mankind, irrespective of your status in the society. So it now depends on how you handle it. So to me, love, and no matter how you look at it, and no matter who you are, love has, should I say, has very key component to me. It has what I call intimacy. It also has what you call passion and commitment. So no matter what you are, if you have experienced love, you must have those three components in place.
Okay, thank you very much. You made mention of something, that love is the same regardless of disability or not, without having disability. So I want to ask a question. So we had a guest last week and she made mention of disability and love for those for people living with disability. It's not the same for everybody. It is a little bit difficult for some to find love, and it is easy for others to find love. And she mentioned, like, the deaf community, that some of them get married earlier compared to other clusters in the disability community. So what do you have to say regarding that? Do you believe that it is difficult to find love in the disability community, or you think it's a personal thing?
Okay, like I already established that love to me is what you think it is. You understand? And your experience will not determine what you see love as. So, but I do not think, like I said, I do not think that it has anything to do with disability. But that does not mean that the guess you had has no no point. But the truth remains that it has nothing to do with disability, because, like I earlier stated, it has three components, which is passion, intimacy, and commitment. As long as you have blood flowing through your veins, you understand? So if you can experience those three things, it means you have love. And the thing is that it depends on how you, like, if you can show care, you understand? If you can show care to the next person, the person that you are actually in relationship with, of course, and that person can return that same care. Of course, yes, like you're already experiencing love, so it has nothing to do with. So it depends on how you manage it as a person. So how you manage it will now, I mean, whether you are going to find it very difficult to have love, and whether you are going to enjoy such love. So it has nothing to do with your personality. It has nothing to do with your status, and it has nothing to do with your disability. So that is what I feel.
Okay, so will you say then that those in the disability community that find it difficult to find love, will you say it's based on their person and their belief?
It has to do with their person and how they relate with the next person, because it involves mutual trust and care. So you cannot, because you have one form of disability or not, does not take away the fact that you have to show the other person care. Do you understand? So it has nothing to do. So if you have the ability to trust and show and return that care which the other person has given to you, of course I see no reason why such person cannot return same care. So it has nothing to do with disability. It just depends on how you manage that relationship with that person. So I think it has nothing to do with disability. That's my opinion.
And I think I've picked a few things from what you've said now. You made mention of passion, you made mention of trust, and you also made mention of commitment. And I think
intimacy.
And intimacy. So I think one thing I've gotten from that is that if I am, or a person living with disability should first of all trust the person that he wants to get into a romantic relationship with, and then therefore disability will no longer become a barrier.
Okay, now let's see, you cannot fall in love with somebody that you have not interacted with or seen. Right? Very true. So if you are talking with somebody, for instance, and let me say this before I continue, I think some of those persons that have this impression, actually, I would say it is a societal thing. Yes, because if you have not come close to me, if you have not come too close to me, because people will see you from a distance and conclude that this person will not be able to love. So if you don't come to me, and there is no way I can extend that care, intimacy and commitment to you, if you don't know me. I don't even understand.
Yes, I do.
And that's why I say it depends on how you manage it, because you can only manage somebody who is close to you. So if you fail to manage it, that's the way you will begin to say, okay, maybe it was difficult for you to get love. Because if you are interacting with somebody that you have not met, at that point, the person will not be able to detect whether you have one disability or not until you are able to. So it is a society. Okay, it is a societal something. Do you understand? Because if I can talk, I can be communicating with you for 5 years without letting you know if I have one disability or not. There is no way, as long as I will be able to express that love to you. So yes, so that's what matters.
That makes sense. And the society, I feel like society brings a stereotype sometimes.
Exactly.
Because you've not met someone with disability and you just feel like they feel sorry and they cannot find love. And love is for everybody.
For everybody.
Everybody wants to
That's why I started
love,
by saying that it is a gift from God.
From God, yes.
And when God gives that gift to mankind, God did not say, okay, this one will go to a person with disability and this one will go to persons without disability. So love is a gift to mankind, so you can enjoy it depending on how you view it.
Okay, let's dive a little more personal to you.
Okay.
So you're married, sir.
Yes.
Your wife, is she with or without disability?
Is without any form of disability.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. So that before you got married, in your dating phase, did you date a person living with disability before you got married?
I never dated
a person. Wow. You see, I feel like society sometimes make it seem like persons with disability should either be married or date a person with disability and not come close to people without disability.
And that's okay. Sorry.
And it's it's very nice for us to see now that it should not be like that. And you said you've never dated, you did not date any person with disability before getting married. Wow. So sir, talking about a little bit to your wife now. When you guys were getting married, did like family come as a barrier within that period?
Okay, like I said, if you don't go close to someone, you will not be able to know whether this person has the ability to express love or not. And love is not just about mere words, I love you. It involves those 3 things that I mentioned earlier. If you can show that commitment to a woman, the woman will forget automatically that they have one form of disability or not. All right? So when we started, to answer your question, when we started, she saw me somewhere and she was the one that approached me.
Wow.
And when we started, she went home to inform her parents that this is the kind of person she was about 18 months. Yes. So such, like, so we were like, are you sure you're going to cope? I didn't say a word. I didn't even go with her. Wow. So she now told the dad that, Father, I've seen this person. I think you see what I'm saying, like I have to go close to the person. That I've seen this person and I know what I am going here. I know this person and this is exactly who I want. Wow. So I didn't say anything up till now. So at a point she came to me and began to tell me that some of her friends have been telling her that how are you going to cope with somebody with disability? And at a point she got angry. And then I told her, I said, you don't need to get angry. That's because if you have not seen me and somebody approach you that, please, I want you to get married to this person, you will be very angry. So you have come close to me and you saw something. You understand? So you don't need to blame others because they don't know me, they don't come close to me, and they don't know what they have. So that's what that was it.
We have to cut it short a little bit because so far the conversation has been going amazingly well in the studio, but we have to go on a real quick short break, and when we get back we'll continue the conversation with Mr. Igwe. Thank you. Welcome back from that very quick break. The break we talked about NAVID hosting palliative for persons with disability this December, because everybody has to celebrate this December, and as NAVID we'll be sharing palliative for members of NAVID and persons living with disability, and you can also support and be a huge part of this movement. So welcome back, Mr. Igwe.
Thank
so
you
we were talking earlier about family and how you made mention of how your wife was the first person to introduce you to our family because she saw exactly what she wanted. So can you tell us more about the family acceptance and all about that?
Okay, like I stated earlier, when she went to inform her her parents.
Yeah.
I didn't go with her. So it was when she came back and she started telling me the reservation that the family member had. So the following day she had she was invited to come home over the same matter. So she now told everybody that I have seen this person, I've lived with this person. All right. In fact, this person does almost everything at home. So this is exactly the kind of person. Yes, it's not because I have money. I don't have money. You understand? So she saw something, and she saw something, and she knew what she wanted, and that's what is important in every relationship.
Yes, you mentioned that she made mention of seeing you could do things. So I want to talk about domestically at home. What is it like? Because I know a lot of persons are usually very curious on how getting married to a person living with disability or living with a person with disability, what's like the day-to-day activity or is there like a struggle? Or just tell us about the domestic life and what it's like.
Okay, like I stated earlier, for you to enjoy love or relationship, you have to to show some level of commitment, irrespective of whether you have disabilities or not. Something must keep you, like you may use prayer to get into a home or to get a job or to get married, but other things will have to keep you in that relationship, right?
Yes, very
now
true.
I'll say this, I don't know if my wife is watching. Do you understand?
We hope she is.
Yeah, so but I will tell you that we got married on the 6th of September.
Wow.
But I can tell you that my wife has only cooked 4 times since we got married.
Wow.
Only
That's
4
interesting.
times. So that's good. In fact, there is an argument in the house now whether I cook better than my wife. So that's how I'll end it.
That's interesting.
It will not look as if my wife is not cooking for me.
No, not at all. We love the fact that this made me quite happy because I love the fact that you're also very involved. And this is something that even persons without disability argue. You see men without disability that do not even want to cook for their wife. It's different now. Of course.
So yesterday I was at the High Court, like with a colleague, and we were discussing about family matters. So I told him that for since we got married, that my wife has only cooked with her house for that. He said, he said he will never try it as long as he's married, that he will never go to kitchen. So it is an individual thing. So how if you know what to work in your marriage, you just do it.
That makes sense. Whatever works for you. This is so for love. It's more of a personal thing, not any disability that's come with it. And even for couples or persons without disability, they have to still be commitment, because if not, the marriage or the relationship will not work. So commitment is the main and the principal
and
thing.
It was one of the things that my wife saw before he liked me, that I could do. You know, once a woman sees that she's coming to your house to add more problems, stress, she understands, they will not come.
True.
I wash my clothes myself.
Wow.
So sometimes when I see that my wife is very tired, I help her clean the bedroom everywhere.
Wow.
You understand? So it is something must you must show some level of commitment. You don't need to let her know that she's coming to carry all the stress.
And I think that's one thing a lot of people are afraid of, coming into a marriage and carrying all the burden by themselves. And I think we should divert a little bit from the home and let's talk about in society. For instance, are you a Christian? You're a Christian.
I am a Christian.
So what was it for members of the church? Were they open to the marriage? Were they supportive, or were there objections here and there for you in church?
I was personally. Before we got married, a pastor of the church actually liked me very well. You understand? He knows my capability. So and the daughter is also a member of the church. So it was something that everybody was actually looking happy. So even though there might be some side talk, he's getting married to somebody there. So but I can tell you that in fact that day everybody, the whole hall was here. So it is something that everybody actually was happy about.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So from that, we know that nothing is don't be afraid for what church will say, what family will say. Mr. Igwe's story is a perfect example that disability is not the first thing. It is first commitment that counts.
Yeah.
We'll be going on another short break, and when we come back, we'll say more about the topic. Welcome back. We know love is giving and love is sharing. So be a part of NAVID's movement this December to share love to the persons with disabilities community. You can support us by sending funds to the account number we displayed before. You can visit us at 34 Arosa Street off Sankomba Road. Thank you. And Mr. Igwe, as we round up, what is one word or something you like to say to persons with disability that are looking for love currently?
Okay, one word I would say to them is that, one, they have to understand that love involves mutual trust and care. You must show love to the person that you are expecting love from. And secondly, you have to work on yourself. You understand? Yeah, you have to work on yourself so that you'll be able to attract exactly what you want.
Yes. Thank you so very much, Mr. Igwe Friday. It was amazing having you on the studio today, and I'm sure we had an amazing session today. And also, we say thank you to our sign language interpreter and Cynthia Godwin Aya. And also remember that this is the season of love. Make sure to share love to those around you. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.